Chapter 1 of Unto Caesar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Unto Caesar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 1. Quote, "Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth is Mount Zion." End quote. Psalm 48, Chapter 2. And it came to pass in Rome, after the calends of September, and when Caius Julius Caesar Caligula ruled over imperial Rome, Arminius Quirinius the censor was dead. He had died by his own hand, and thus was a life of extortion and of fraud brought to an ignominious end, through the force of public opinion, and by the decree of that same Caesar who himself had largely benefited by the malpractices of his minion. Arminius Quirinius had committed every crime, sunk to every kind of degradation which an inordinate love of luxury and the insatiable desires of jaded senses had suggested as a means to satisfaction, until the treachery of his own accomplices had thrown the glaring light of publicity on a career of turpitude such as even these decadent times had seldom witnessed ere this. Enough that the end had come at last. A denunciation from the rostrum, a discontented accomplice thirsting for revenge, an angry crowd eager to listen, and within an hour the mighty, much-feared censor was forced to flee from Rome to escape the fury of a populace which would have torn him to pieces, and was ready even to massacre his family and his womenfolk, his clients and his slaves. He escaped to his villa at Ostia. But the Emperor Caligula, having duly enjoyed the profits derived from his favourite's extortions, hurled anathema and the full weight of his displeasure on the man who had been not only fool enough to be found out, but who had compromised the popularity of the Cæsar in the eyes of the people and of the army. 24 hours later, the imperial decree went forth that the disgraced censor must end his days in any manner which he thought best. Seeing that a patrician and member of the Senate could not be handed over to common justice, and also that the goods of Arminius Quirinius should be publicly sold for the benefit of the state and the profit of those whom the extortioner had wronged. The latter phrase, though somewhat vague, pleased the people and soothed public irritation, and the ephemeral popularity of a half-crazy tyrant was momentarily restored. Be it said, however, that less than a month later, the Cæsar decided that he himself had been the person most wronged by Arminius, and that the bulk of the profits derived from the sale of the late censor's goods must therefore find its way into the imperial coffers. The furniture of Arminius's house within the city, and that of his villa at Ostia, had fetched vast sums at a public auction which had lasted 3 days. Everything had been sold, from the bed with the gilt legs on which the body of the censor had been laid after his death, to the last vase of myrrh that adorned his walls and the cups of crystal from which his guests had drunk. His pet monkeys were sold, and his tame magpies, the pots of flowers out of the hothouses, and the bunches of melons and winter grapes ripening under glass. After that, it was the turn of the slaves. There were, so I understand, over 7,000 of these, scribes and carpenters, litter-bearers and sculptors, cooks and musicians. There were a quantity of young children, and some half-witted dolts and misshapen dwarfs, kept for the amusement of guests during the intervals of supper. The bulk of them had been sent to the markets of Delos and Phaselis, but the Imperator had had the most valuable items amongst the human goods set aside for himself, and not a few choice pieces had found their way into the households of the aediles in charge of the sales. The state, too, had appropriated some hundreds of useful scribes, sculptors, and mechanics, but there were still 1,000 or so who, in compliance with the original imperial edict, would have to be sold by public auction in Rome for the benefit of the late censor's defrauded victims. And thus, on this 9th day of September, a human load, panting under the heat of this late summer's sun, huddled one against the other, pushed and jostled by the crowd, was exposed to the public gaze in the forum over against the rostrum Augustini, so that all who had a mind, and a purse withal, might suit their fancy and buy. a bundle of humanity, not over-wretched, for the condition of the slaves in the household of Arminius Quirinius had not been an unhappy one. They all seemed astonished, some even highly pleased, at thus finding themselves the centre of attraction in the forum, they who had spent their lives in getting humbly out of other people's way. Fair and dark, ivory skin and ebony, male and female, or almost sexless in the excess of deformity, there were some to suit all tastes. Each wore a tablet hung round the neck by a green cord. On this were writ the chief merits of the wearer, and also a list of his or her defects, so that intending purchasers might know what to expect. There were the Phrygians with fair curly hair and delicate hands skilled in the limner's art, the Numidians with skins of ebony and keen black eyes that shone like dusky rubies. They were agile at the chase, could capture a lion or trap the wild beasts that are so useful in gladiatorial games. There were Greeks here, pale of face and gentle of manner, who could strike the chords of a lyre and sing to its accompaniment. And there were swarthy Spaniards who fashioned breastplates of steel and fine chain mail to resist the assassin's dagger. There were Gauls with long lithe limbs and brown hair tied in a knot high above the forehead, and Alemanni from the Rhine with two-coloured hair heavy and crisp like a lion's mane. There was a musician from Memphis whose touch upon the sistrum would call a dying spirit back to the land of the living, and a cook from Judea who could stew a peacock's tongue so that it melted like nectar in the mouth. There was a white-skinned Iceni from Britain, versed in the art of healing, and a negress from Numidia who had killed a raging lion by one hit on the jaw from her powerful fist. Then there were those freshly brought to Rome from overseas, whose merits or demerits had not yet been appraised. They wore no tablet round the neck, but their feet were whitened all over with chalk. And there were those whose heads were surmounted by an ugly felt hat, in token that the state treasury tendered no guarantee for them. Their period of servitude had been so short that nothing was known about them, about their health, their skill, or their condition. Above them towered the gigantic rostrum, with tier upon tier of massive blocks of marble, and in the centre, up aloft, the bronze figure of the wolf, the foster-mother of the great city, with metal jaws distended and polished teeth that gleamed like emeralds in the sun. And all around the stately temples of the Forum, with their rich carvings and colonnades and walls in tones of delicate creamy white, scarce less brilliant than the clouds which a gentle morning breeze was chasing westward to the sea. And under the arcades of the temples, cool shadows, dense and blue, trenchant against the white marble like an irregular mosaic of lapis lazuli, with figures gliding along between the tall columns, priests in white robes, furtive of gait, slaves of the pontificate, shoeless and silent, and as if detached from the noise and bustle of the Forum, like ghosts that haunt the precincts of graves. Throughout all this, the gorgeous colouring that a summer's mid-morning throws over imperial Rome. Above, that canopy of translucent blue, iridescent and scintillating with 1,000 colours, flicks of emerald and crimson, of rose and of mauve that merge and dance together, divide and reunite before the retina, until the gaze loses consciousness of all colour, save one all-pervading sense of gold. In the distance, the Capitol, temple-crowned, rearing its deified summit upwards to the dome of heaven above, holding on its triple shoulders a throng of metal gods, with Jupiter Victor right in the centre, a thunderbolt in his hand which throws back 10,000 reflections of dazzling light, another sun engendered by the sun. And to the west, the Aventine, wrapped in its mantle of dull brown, its smooth incline barren and scorched, and with tiny mud huts dotted about like sleepy eyes that close beneath the glare. And far away beyond the Aventine, beyond the temples and palaces, the blue ribbon of the Tiber flowing lazily to the sea, there where a rose-coloured haze hung in mid-air, hiding with filmy transparent veil the vast Campania beyond, its fever-haunted marshes and its reed-covered fastnesses. The whole a magnificent medley of cream and gold and azure and deep impenetrable shadows trenchant as a thundercloud upon a horizon of gold. And the moving crowd below, ivory and bronze and black, with here and there a brilliant note of a snow-white robe or of a crimson headband gleaming through dark locks. Up and around the rostrum, noise that was almost deafening had prevailed from an early hour. On one of the gradients, some 10 or a dozen scribes were squatting on mats of twisted straw, making notes of the sales and entries of the proceeds on rolls of parchment which they had for the purpose, whilst a swarthy slave, belonging to the treasury, acted as auctioneer under direct orders from the praefect of Rome. He was perched high up aloft, immediately beneath the shadow of the yawning bronze wolf. He stood bareheaded under the glare of the sun, but a linen tunic covered his shoulders, and his black hair was held close to his head by a vivid crimson band. He shouted almost incessantly in fluent Latin, but with the lisp peculiar to the African races. A sun-tanned giant, whose massive frame and fair hair, that gleamed ruddy in the sun, proclaimed some foreign ancestry, was the praefectus in command of this tangled bundle of humanity. He had arrived quite early in the day, and his litter stood not far from the rostrum, its curtains of crimson silk, like vivid stains of blood upon the walls of cream and gold, fluttered restlessly in the breeze. Around the litter a crowd of his own slaves and attendants remained congregated, but he himself stood isolated on the lowest gradient of the central rostrum, leaning his powerful frame against the marble, with arms folded across his mighty chest. His deep-set eyes were overshadowed by heavy brows, and his square forehead cut across by the furrow of a perpetual frown, which gave the whole face a strange expression of untamed will and of savage pride, in no way softened by the firm lines of the tightly closed lips or the contour of the massive jaws. His lictors, at some little distance from him, kept his person well guarded, but it was he who, with word or nod, directed the progress of the sale, giving occasional directions to the lictors who, wielding heavy flails, had much ado to keep the herd of human cattle within the bounds of its pens. His voice was harsh and peremptory, and he pronounced the Latin words with but the faintest semblance of foreign intonation. Now and then, at a word from a likely purchaser, he would, with a sign, order a lictor to pick out one of his wares, to drag him forward out of a compact group, and set him up on the cataster. A small crowd would then collect round the slave thus exposed, the tablet on his neck would be carefully perused, and the chattel made to turn round and round, to walk backwards and forwards, to show his teeth and his muscle, whilst the African up on the rostrum would with loud voice and profuse gesture point out every line of beauty on a lithe body, and expatiate on the full play of every powerful muscle. The slave thus singled out for show seemed neither resentful nor distressed, ready enough most times to exhibit his merits, anxious only for the chance of a good master and the momentary avoidance of the lictor's flail. At the prefect's bidding he cracked his knuckles or showed his teeth, strained the muscles of his arm to make them stand up like cords, turned a somersault, jumped, danced, or stood on his head if ordered to do so. The women were more timid and very frightened of blows, especially the older ones. The younger shoulders escaped a chastisement which would have marred their beauty, and the pretty maids from Corinth or Carthage, conscious of their own charms, displayed them with good-natured naivete, deeming obedience the surest way to comfort. Nor did the prefect perform his duty with any show of inhumanity or conscious cruelty. Himself a wealthy member of the patriciate, second only to Cæsar, with a seat in the Senate and a household full of slaves, he had neither horror nor contempt for the state of slavery, a necessary one in the administration of the mightiest empire in the world. Many there were who averred that the praefect of Rome was himself the descendant of a freedman, a prisoner of war brought over by Cæsar from the north, who had amassed wealth and purchased his own freedom. Indeed, his name proclaimed his foreign origin, for he was called Taurus Antinor Anglicanus, and surnamed Niger, because of his dark eyes and sun-tanned skin. Certain it is that when the sale of Arminius's goods was ordered by imperial edict for the benefit of the state, no one complained that the prefect decided to preside over the sale himself. He had discharged such duties before, and none had occasion to complain of the manner in which he did it. In these days of unbridled excesses and merciless outbursts of rage, he remained throughout, on these occasions, temperate and even impassive. He only ordered his lictor to use the flail when necessary, when the bundle of human goods was so huddled up that it ceased to look attractive, and likely purchasers seemed to fall away. Then, at his command, The heavy thongs would descend indiscriminately on the bronze shoulder of an Ethiopian or the fair skin of a barbarian from the north. But he gave the order without any show of cruelty or passion, just as he heard the responsive cry of pain without any outward sign of pity. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Lewin. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 2. To be laid in the balance, they are altogether lighter than vanity. Psalm 62, verse 9. As the day wore on, trade became more brisk and the work of the lictors more arduous, for the crowd was dense and the bargain hunters eager to push to the front. Now a bronze-skinned artisan with slender limbs and narrow tapering hands was attracting attention. He was standing on the platform, passive and indifferent, apparently unconscious alike of the scorching sun which bit into his bare flesh, as of the murmurs of the dealers around him and the eloquence of the African up on the rostrum, who was shouting himself hoarse in praise of his wares. "A leather worker from Hispania," he thundered with persuasive rhetoric. "His age but 24 years, his skill unequalled on either bank of the Tiber. A tunic worked by him is softer than the fleeciest wool, and the sheath of a dagger becomes in his hands as hard as steel. Good health and good strength. 2,000 sesterces were a poor price to pay for the use of these skilled hands. 2,000 sesterces. His lordship's grace, the censor Arminius Quirinius, paid 4,000 for him." He paused a moment whilst a couple of Jews from Galilee, in long dark robes and black caps covering their shaggy hair, turned critically round this paragon from Hispania, lifted his hands, and gazed on each fingertip, as if trying to find traces on these of that much vaunted skill. 2,000 sesterces, kind sirs, and you will have at your disposal the talent of a master in the noble art of leatherworking. Pouches and coverings for your chairs, caskets and sword hilts. Nothing comes amiss to him. Come, shall we say 2,000 sesterces? The Jews were hesitating. With a rapid glance of their keen deep-set eyes they consulted one with the other, whilst their long bony fingers wandered hesitatingly to the wallets at their belts. 2,000 sesterces, urged the auctioneer, as he looked with marked severity on the waverers. He himself received a percentage on the proceeds of the sale, a few sesterces mayhap that would go to swell the little hoard which ultimately would purchase freedom. The scribes, stylet in hand, waited in patient silence. The praefect, indifferent to the whole transaction, was staring straight in front of him, like one whose thoughts are strangers to his will. 1,000 we'll give, said one of the Jews, timidly. Nay, and you'll not give more, kind sirs, quoth the auctioneer airily. This paragon among leather workers will bring fortune to your rival dealers. 1,000, repeated one of the intending purchasers, and no more. The African tried persuasion, contempt, even lofty scorn. He threatened to withdraw the paragon from the sale altogether, for he knew of a dealer in leather goods over in Corinth who would give 2 fingers of his own hand for the exclusive use of those belonging to this Hispanian treasure. But the Jews were obstinate. With the timid obstinacy peculiar to their race, they stuck to their point and refused to be enticed into purposeless extravagance. In the end, the wonderful worker in leather was sold to the Jew traders from Galilee for the sum of 1,000 sesterces. His dark face had expressed nothing but stolid indifference whilst the colloquy between the purchasers and the auctioneer had been going on. The next piece of goods, however, was in more pressing demand. A solid German, with massive thorax half hidden behind a shaggy goatskin held in at the waist by a belt. His hairy arms bare to the shoulder, his gigantic fists clenched as if ready to fell an ox. A useful man with a plough or harrow, he was said to be skilled in smith's work too. After a preliminary and minute examination of the man's muscles, of his teeth, of the calves of his legs, Bidding became very brisk between an agriculturalist from Sicilia and a freedman from the Campania, until the praefect himself intervened, desiring the slave for his own use on a farm which he had near Ostia. Some waiting maids from Judea fetched goodly money. An innkeeper of Etruria bought them, for they were well looking and knew how to handle and carry wine jars without shaking up the costly liquor, and the negroes were sought after by the Liniste for training to gladiatorial combats. Scribes were also in great demand for copying purposes. The disseminators of the news of the day were willing to pay high prices for quick shorthand writers who had learned their business in the house of Arminius the censor. In the meantime, the throng in the forum had become more and more dense. Already 1 or 2 gorgeously draped litters had been seen, winding their way in from the Sacravia or the precincts of the temples, their silken draperies making positive notes of brilliant colour against the iridescent whiteness of Phrygian marble walls. The lictors now had at times to use their flails against the crowd. Room had to be made for the masters of Rome, the wealthy and the idle, who threw sesterces about for the gratification of their smallest whim, as a common man would shake the dust from his shoes. Young Hortensius Martius, the rich patrician owner of 5,000 slaves, had stepped out of his litter, and a way being made for him in the crowd by his men, he had strolled up to the rostrum, and mounting its first gradient, he leaned with studied grace against the block of white marble, giving to the common herd below the pleasing spectacle of a young exquisite, rich and well-favoured, his handsome person carefully perfumed and bedecked after the morning bath, his crisp fair hair daintily curled, his body clad in a tunic of soft white wool, splendidly worked in purple stripes, the insignia of his high patrician state. He passed a languid eye over the bundle of humanity spread out for sale at his feet, and gave courteous greeting to the praefect. "Thou art early abroad, Hortensius Martius," quoth Taurus Antinor in response. "'Tis not often thou dost grace the forum with thy presence at this hour." "They told me it would be amusing," replied young Hortensius lazily, "but methinks that they lied." He yawned, and with a tiny golden tool he began picking his teeth. "What did they tell thee?" queried the other, "and who were they that told?" "There was Caius Nepos and young Aeschines and several others at the bath. They were all talking about the sale." "Are they coming hither?" "They will be here anon, but some declared that much rubbish would have to be sold ere the choice bargains be put up. Aeschines wants a cook who can fry a capon in a special way they wot of in Gaul, stuffed with ortolans and covered with the juice of 3 melons. Aeschines says it is mightily pleasing to the palate." "There is no cook from Gaul on the list," interposed the praefect curtly. "And Caius Nepos wants some well-favoured girls to wait on his guests at supper to-morrow. He gives a banquet, as thou knowest. Wilt be there, Taurus Antinor?" He had spoken these last words in a curious manner which suggested that some significance other than mere conviviality would be attached to the banquet given by Caius Nepos on the morrow. And now he drew nearer to the praefect and cast a quick glance around him, as if to assure himself that the business of the sale was engrossing everyone's attention. "Caius Nepos," he said, trying to speak with outward indifference, "asked me to tell thee that if thou wilt come to his banquet to-morrow, thou wilt find it to thine advantage. Many of us are of one mind with regard to certain matters, and could talk these over undisturbed. Wilt join us, Taurus Antinor?" he added eagerly. "Join you?" retorted the other with a grim smile. "Join you in what? In this senseless folly of talking in whispers in public places? The forum this day is swarming with spies, Hortensius Martius. Hast a wish to make a spectacle for the plebs on the morrow by being thrown to a pack of tigers for their midday meal?" And with a nod of his head he pointed up to the rostrum, where the dusky auctioneer had momentarily left off shouting and had thrown himself flat down upon the matting, ostensibly in order to speak with one of the scribes on the tier below, but who was in reality casting furtive glances in the direction where Hortensius Martius stood talking with the praefectus. "These slaves," said Taurus Antinor curtly, "all belong to the imperial treasury. Their peculium is entirely made up of money gained through giving information, both false and true. Have a care, O Hortensius Martius." But the other shrugged his shoulders with well-studied indifference. It was not the mode at this epoch to seem anything but bored at all the circumstances of public and private life in Rome, at the simple occurrences of daily routine, or at the dangers which threatened every man through the crazy whims of a demented despot. It had even become the fashion to accept outwardly and without the slightest show of interest the wild extravagancies and insane debaucheries of the ferocious tyrant, who for the nonce wielded the sceptre of the Cæsars. The young patricians of the day looked on with apparent detachment at his excesses and the savage displays of unbridled power of which he was so inordinately fond, and they affected a lofty disregard for the horrible acts of injustice and of cruelty which this half-crazed emperor had rendered familiar to the citizens of Rome. Nothing in the daily routine of life amused these votaries of fashion. Nothing roused them from their attitude of somnolent placidity, except perhaps some peculiar bloody combat in the arena, one of those unfettered orgies of lust of blood which they loved to witness, and which have forever disgraced the glorious pages of Roman history. Then horror would rouse them for a brief moment from their apathy, for they were not cruel, only satiated with every sight, every excitement and luxury which their voluptuous city and the insane caprice of the imperator perpetually offered them. And they thirsted for horrors as a sane man thirsts for beauty, that it might cause a diversion in the even tenor of their lives, and mayhap raise a thrill in their dormant brains. Therefore, even now, when apparently he was toying with his life, Hortensius Martius did not depart outwardly from the attitude of supercilious indifference which fashion demanded. They were all actors, these men, always before an audience, and even among themselves they never really left off acting the part which they had made so completely their own. But that the indifference was only on the surface was evidenced in this instance by the young exquisite's scarce perceptible change of position. He drew away slightly from the praefect, and anon said in a loud tone of voice, so that all around might hear him, "Ay, as thou sayest, Taurus Antinor, I might find a dwarf or some kind of fool to suit me. Mine are getting old and dull. Ye gods, how they bore me at times." And it was in a whisper that he added, "Caius Nepos specially desired thy presence at supper to-morrow, O Taurus Antinor. He feared that he might not get speech with thee anon, so hath asked me to make sure of thy presence. Thou'lt not fail us? There are over 40 of us now, all prepared to give our lives for the good of the empire." The praefect made no reply this time. His attention was evidently engrossed by some close bidding over a useful slave. But as Hortensius now finally turned away from him, his dark eyes, under the shadow of that perpetual frown, swept over the figure of the young exquisite. From the crown of the curled and perfumed head to the soles of the daintily shod feet, and a smile of contempt, not altogether unkind, played round the corners of his firm lips. "For the good of the empire?" he murmured under his breath as he shrugged his broad shoulders, and once more turned his attention to his duties. Hortensius, in the meanwhile, had spied some of his friends. Gorgeously embroidered tunics could now be seen all the time, pushing their way through the more common crowd, and soon a compact group of rich patricians had congregated around the rostra. They had come, one by one, from the baths mostly, refreshed and perfumed, ready to gaze with fashionable lack of interest on the spectacle of this public auction. They had exchanged greetings with the praefect and with Hortensius Martius. They all knew one another, were all members of the same caste, the ruling caste of Rome. Young Aeschines was there now, he who wanted a cook, and Caius Nepos, the praetorian praefect who was in search of pretty waiting maids. "Hast had speech with Anglicanus?" asked the latter in a whisper to Hortensius. "Ay, a few words," replied the other, "but he warned me of spies." "Will he join us, thinkst thou?" "I think that he will sup with thee, O Caius Nepos. But as to joining us in—" "Hush!" admonished the praetorian praefect. "Taurus Antinor is right. There are spies all around here to-day. But if he comes to supper, we'll persuade him, never fear." And with a final significant nod, the two men parted, and once more mixed with the proud. More than one high-born lady now had ordered her bearers to set a litter down close to the rostrum, whence she could watch the sale, and mayhap make a bid for a purchase on her own account. The rich Roman matrons, with large private fortunes and households of their own, imperious and independent, were the object of grave deference and of obsequious courtesy, not altogether unmixed with irony on the part of the young men around them. They did not mix with the crowd, but remained in their litters, reclining on silken cushions, their dark tunics and richly coloured stoles standing out in sombre notes against the more gaily decked out gilded youth of Rome, whilst their serious and oft-times stern manner, their measured and sober speech, seemed almost set in studied opposition to the idle chattering, the flippant tone, the bored affectation of the outwardly more robust sex. And among them all, Taurus Antinor, praefect of Rome, with his ruddy hair and bronze skin, his massive frame clad in gorgeously embroidered tunic, his whole appearance heavy and almost rough, in strange contrast alike to the young decadents of the day as to the rigid primness of the patrician matrons, just as his harsh, even voice seemed to dominate the lazy and mellow trebles of the votaries of fashion. The auctioneer had in the meanwhile cast a quick, comprehensive glance over his wares, throwing an admonition here, a command there. "That yellow hair, let it hang, woman, do not touch it. I say, slip that goatskin off thy loins, man. By Jupiter, 'tis the best of thee thou hidest. Hold thy chin up, girl, we'll have no doleful faces to-day." Sometimes his admonition required more vigorous argument. The praefect was appealed to against the recalcitrant. Then the harsh, unimpassioned voice, with its curious intonation in the pronouncing of the Latin words, would give a brief order, and the lictor's flail would whiz in the air and descend with a short, sharp whistling sound on obstinately bowed shoulder or unwilling hand, and the auctioneer would continue his perorations. "What will it please my lord's grace to buy this day? A skilled horseman from Dacia? I have one. A pearl. He can mount an untamed steed and drive a chariot in treble harness through the narrow streets of Rome. He can... What? No? Not a horseman today? Then mayhap a hunchback acrobat from Pannonia, bronzed as the tanned hide of an ox, with arms so long that his fingernails will scrape the ground as he runs. He can turn a back somersault, walk the tightrope, or... Here, pipe us the hunchback. Show thine ugly face to my lord's grace. Maybe thou'll help to dissipate the frown between my lord's eyes. Maybe my lord's grace will e'en smile at thine antics. Turn then, show thy hump. 'Tis worth 500 sesterces, my lord. Turn again. See, my lord, is he not like an ape?" My lord was smiling, so the auctioneer prattled on, and the deformed creature upon the cataster wound his ill-shaped body into every kind of contortion, grinning from ear to ear, displaying the malformation of his spine and the hideousness of his long hairy arms, whilst he uttered weird cries that were supposed to imitate those of wild animals in the forest. These antics caused my lord to smile outright. He was willing to expend 2,000 sesterces in order to have such a creature about his house, to have him ready to call when his guests seemed dull between the courses of a sumptuous meal. The deal was soon concluded, and the hunchback transferred from the platform to the keeping of my lord's slaves, and thence to my lord's household. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 3. Fairer than the children of men. Psalm 14, verse 2. Hun Ravis, dost mind thy promise made to Menecratia? Whispered a timid voice in the African's ear. Aye, he replied curtly, I had not forgotten. There was a lull in the trade whilst the scribes were making entries on their tablets. The auctioneer had descended from the rostrum, panting after his exertions, perspiring profusely under the heat of the noonday sun. He was wiping the moisture from his dripping forehead and incidentally refreshing his parched throat with copious draughts from out of a leather bottle. His swarthy skin, streaming with perspiration, shone in the glare of the noonday sun, like the bronze statue of Mother Wolf up aloft. An elderly woman in a rough linen tunic, her hair hidden beneath a simple cloth, had succeeded in engaging his attention. It had been better to put the child up for sale an hour ago, whilst these rich folks were still at the bath, she said with a tone of reproach in her gentle voice. It was not my fault, rejoined the African curtly. She comes one of the last on the list. The praefect made out the lists. Thou shouldst have spoken to him. Oh, I should never dare, she replied, her voice trembling at the mere suggestion of such boldness. But I did promise thee 5 if I succeeded in purchasing the child. I know that, quoted the African with a nod of satisfaction. Mine own child, Hun Rhavas, continued the pleading voice. Think on it, for thou too hast children of thine own. I purchased my son's freedom only last year, acquiesced the slave with a touch of pride. Next year, and the gods will, it shall be my daughter's, and after that mine own. In 3 years from now we shall all be free. Thou art a man, 'tis more easy for thee to make money. It took me 6 years to save up 25 aurei, which should purchase my child. 20 for her price, 5 for thy reward, for thou alone canst help me, and thou wilt. Well, I've done all I could for thee, Merecritia, retorted Hun Rhavas, somewhat impatiently. I've taken the titulus from off her neck and set the hat over her head. And that was difficult enough, for the praefect's eyes are very sharp. 10 aurei should be the highest bid for a maid without guarantees as to skill, health, or condition, and as she is not over well favoured. But this the mother would not admit. In weary and querulous tones she began expatiating on the merits of her daughter, her fair hair, her graceful neck, until the African, bored and impatient, turned on her roughly. Nay, as thy daughter hath so many perfections, thou'lt not purchase her for 20 aurei. 50 and 60 will be bid for her, and what can I do then to help thee? Hun Rhavas, said Merecritia, in a sudden spirit of consolation, thou must not heed a mother's fancies. To me the child is beautiful beyond compare. Are not thine own in thy sight beautiful as a midsummer's day? She added with a subtle hypocrisy, thinking of the ugly little Africans of whom Hun Rhavas was so proud. Her motherly heart was prepared for every sacrifice, every humiliation, so long as she obtained what she wanted, possession of her child. Arminius Quirinius had given her her freedom some 3 years ago, but this seeming act of grace had been a cruel one since it had parted the mother from her child. The late Cæsar had deemed Merecritia old, feeble, and therefore useless. She was but a worthless mouth to feed, but he kept the girl not because she was well favoured or very useful in his house, but because he knew that Merecritia would work her fingers to the bone until she saved enough money to purchase her daughter's freedom. Arminius Quirinius, ever grasping for money, ever ready for any act of cupidity or oppression, knew that from the mother he could extract a far higher sum than the girl could possibly fetch in the open market. He had fixed her price at 50 aurei, and Merecritia had saved just one half that amount when faith and vengeance of the populace overtook the extortioner. All his slaves, save the most valuable, were thrown on the market, and the patient, hard-working mother saw the fulfilment of her hopes well within sight. It was but a question of gaining Honravas's ear and of tempting his greed. The girl, publicly offered under unfavourable conditions, and unbacked by the auctioneer's laudatory harangues, could easily be knocked down for 20 aurei or even less. But Merecritia's heart was torn with anxiety the while she watched the progress of the sale. Every one of the indifferent spectators might become an enemy through taking a passing fancy to her child. These young patricians, these stern matrons, they had neither remorse nor pity where the gratification of a whim was at stake. And was not the timid, fair-haired girl more beautiful in the mother's eyes than any other woman put up on the platform for the purpose of rousing a momentary caprice? She gazed with jealous eyes on the young idlers and the high-born ladies, the possible foes who might yet part her from the child. And there was the praefect too, all-powerful in the matter. If he saw through the machinations of Honravas, nothing would save the girl from being put up like all the others, as the law directed, with the proper tablet attached to her neck, describing her many charms. Taurus Antinor was not cruel, but he was pitiless. The slaves of his household knew that, as did the criminals brought to his tribunal. He never inflicted unnecessary punishment, but when it was deserved he was relentless in its execution. What hope could a poor mother have against the weight of his authority? Fortunately the morning was rapidly wearing on. The hour for the midday rest was close at hand. Merecritia could watch. With a glad thrill in her heart, one likely purchaser after another being borne in gorgeously draped litter away from the scene of the mother's cruel anxiety. Already the ladies had withdrawn. Now there was only a group of men left around the rostrum. Hortense Martinez still lounging aimlessly. Young XVIII, who had not yet found the paragon amongst cooks, and a few others who eyed the final proceedings with the fashionable expression of boredom. "I wonder we have not seen Dea Flavia this day," remarked Escanes to the praefect. "Dost think she'll come, Taurus Antinor?" "Nay, I know not," he replied. "Truly she cannot be in need of slaves. She has more than she can know what to do with." "Oh," rejoined the other, "of a truth she has slaves enough, but 'tis this new craze of hers. She seems to be in need of innumerable models for the works of art she hath on hand." "Nay, 'tis no new craze," interposed Hortensius Martinus, whose fresh young face had flushed very suddenly as if in anger. "Dea Flavia, as thou knowest full well, Escanes, hath fashioned exquisite figures both in marble and clay, even whilst thou didst waste thy boyhood in drunken revelries. She—" "A truce on thine ill temper," broke in Escanes with a good-humoured laugh. "I have no thought of disparagement for Dea Flavia's genius." "The gods forbid," he added with mock fervour. "Thou dost deserve that I force thee down to thy knees," retorted Hortensius, yet not mollified. "To make public acknowledgment of Dea Flavia's beauty, her talents and her virtues, and public confession of thine own unworthiness in allowing her hallowed name to pass thy wine-sodden lips." Escanes uttered a cry of rage. In a moment these two friends and boon companions appeared as bitter enemies. Hortensius Martinus, the perfumed exquisite, was now like an angry cockbird on the defence. whilst Ascanes, taller and stronger than he, was clenching his fists, trying to keep up that outward semblance of patrician decorum which the dignity of his caste demanded in the presence of the plebes. Who knows how long this same semblance would have been kept up on this occasion, for Hortensius Martinus, obviously a slave to Dea Flavia's beauty, was ready to do battle for the glorification of his idol, whilst Ascanes, smarting under the clumsy insult, had much ado to keep his rage within bounds. "If you cut one another's throats now," interposed the praefect curtly, "'twill be in the presence of Dea Flavia herself." Even while he spoke, a litter gorgeously carved and gilded, draped in rose pink and gold, was seen slowly winding its way from the rear of the basilica and along the Vicus Tuscus towards the Forum. In a moment all eyes were turned in its direction. The two young men either forgot their quarrel or were ashamed to prolong it in the presence of its cause. Now the litter turned into the open. It was borne by 8 gigantic Ethiopians, whose mighty shoulders were bare to the sun, and all round and behind it a crowd of slaves, of clients, of sycophants followed in its trail, men running beside the litter, women shouting, children waving sprays of flowers and fans of feathers and palm leaves, while the air was filled with cries from innumerable throats. "Augusta! Augusta! Room for Dea Flavia Augusta!" The retinue of Dea Flavia of the imperial house of Cæsars was the most numerous in Rome. At word of command, no doubt the bearers put the litter down quite close to the rostrum, even whilst 4 young girls stepped forward and drew the silken curtains aside. Dea Flavia was resting against the cushions. Her tiny feet, in shoes of gilded leather, were stretched out on a coverlet of purple silk richly wrought with gold and silver threads. Her elbow was buried in the fleecy down of the cushions. Her head rested against her hand. Dea Flavia, imperial daughter of Rome, what tongue of poet could describe thy beauty? What hand of artist paint its elusiveness? Have not the writers of the time told us all there was to tell, and exhausted language in their panegyrics? The fair hair like rippling gold, the eyes now blue, now green, always grey and mysterious, the delicate hands, the voluptuous throat, those tiny ears, even filled with flattery. But methinks that the carping critic was right when he deemed that the beauty of her face was marred by the scornful glance of the eyes and the ever rigid lines of the mouth. There were those who had dared aver that Dea Flavia's snow-white neck had been more beautiful if it had known how to bend, and that the glory of her eyes would be enhanced 1,000-fold when once they learned how to weep. This, however, was only the opinion of very few, of those in fact who never had received the slightest favour from Dea Flavia, those on whom she smiled with that proud, cold smile of hers, fell an over-ready victim to her charm. And she had smiled more than once on Hortensius Martinus, and he, poor fool, had quickly lost his head. Now that she was present he soon forgot his quarrel. Neither Ascanes nor the rest of the world existed since Dea Flavia was nigh. He pushed his way through the crowd of courtiers and was the first to reach her litter, even as she put her dainty feet to the ground. Ascanes too, and Cassius Nepos, and Philippus Decius, and the other young men there, forgot the excitement of the aborted quarrel and pressed forward to pay their respects to Dea Flavia. The aspect of her court was changed in a moment. Her lictors chased the importunate crowd away, making room for the masters of Rome who desired speech with their mistress. The rough and sombre garments of the slaves showed in the background now, and all round the litter tunics and mantles of fleecy wool gorgeously embroidered in crimson and gold, or stripes of purple, crowded in eager medley. All at once, too, the immediate neighbourhood of the rostrum was deserted, the human chattels forgotten in the anxious desire to catch sight of the great lady whom Cæsar himself had styled Augusta, thus exalting her above all women in Rome. Her boundless wealth and lavish expenditure, as well as her beauty and acknowledged virtue, had been the talk of the city ever since the death of her father, Octavius Claudius, of the house of Augusta Cæsar, had placed her under the immediate tutelage of the Cæsar, and left her, young and beautiful as she was, in possession of one of the largest fortunes in the empire. No wonder, then, that whenever her rose-draped litter was perceived in the streets of Rome, a crowd of idlers and sycophants pressed around it, curious to see the queen of society and anxious to catch her ear. This same instant of momentary excitement became that of renewed hope for the anxious mother's heart. Menecreta, with the keenness of her ardent desire, had at once grasped her opportunity. Honravus fortunately glanced down in her direction. He too, no doubt, saw the possibilities of this moment of general confusion. The 5 aurei promised him by Menecreta sharpened his resourceful wits. He signalled to one of the lectors below, an accomplice too, I imagine, in this transaction, and whilst a crowd of obsequious greetings round Dea Flavia's litter filled the noonday air like the hum of bees, a pale-faced, delicate-looking girl was quickly pushed up onto the platform. Honravus very perfunctorily declaimed her age and status. "Of no known skill," he said, mumbling his words and talking very rapidly, "since my lord's grace the late censor had made no use of her. Shall we say 10 aurei for the girl? She might be made to learn a trade." As the auctioneer started on his peroration, those among the crowd who were here for business, and not for idle gaping, turned back towards the catasta, but the little maid, who stood there so still, her hair entirely hidden by the ungainly hat, her head bent, and her eyes downcast, did not seem very attractive. The lack of guarantee as to her skill and merits represented by the hat, and the absence of the tablet round her neck, caused the buyers to stand aloof. As if conscious of this, a deep blush suffused the girl's cheeks. Not that she was ashamed of her position or of her exposure before the public gaze, for to this ordeal her whole upbringing had tended. Born in slavery, she had always envisaged this possibility, and her present position caused her in itself neither pain nor humiliation. She knew that her mother was there in the crowd ready for this opportunity, that the present state of discomfort, the past life of wretchedness would now inevitably be followed by a brighter future, reunion with her mother, a life of freedom, mayhap of happiness, marriage right out of the state of bondage, children born free. No, it was not the gaping crowd that mattered, the exposure on the public platform, the many pairs of indifferent eyes fixed none too kindly upon her. It was that hat upon her head which brought forth in her such a sense of shame that the hot blood rushed to her cheeks, that and the absence of the tablet round her neck, and Honravus' disparaging words about her person. Others there had been earlier in the day, her former companions in Arminus' household, on whom the auctioneer had lavished torrents of eloquent praise, whom for the first bidding he had appraised at 40 or even 50 aurei, the public being over willing to pay higher sums than those. Whilst here she stood ashamed before them all, with no guarantee as to her skill and talents, though she knew something about the art of healing by rubbing unguents into the skin, could ply her needle and dress a lady's hair. Nor was a word said about her beauty, though her eyes were blue and her neck slender and white, and her hair, which was of a pretty shade of gold, could not even be seen under that hideous, unbecoming hat. 10 aurei, shall we say, said Hun Rhavas, with remarkable want of enthusiasm. Kind sirs, is there no one ready to save 15? The girl might be taught to sew or to trim a lady's nails. She may be unskilled now, but she might learn, providing that her health be good, he added with studied indifference. The latter phrase proved a cunning one. The few likely buyers who had been attracted to the catasta by the youthful appearance of the girl, hoping to find willingness even if skill were wanting, now quickly drew away. Of a truth there was no guarantee as to her health, and a sick slave was a burden and a nuisance. 10 aurei then, said Hun Rhavas, raising the hammer, whilst with hungry eyes the mother watched his every movement. A few more seconds of this agonizing suspense. Oh, ye gods, how this waiting hurts! She pressed her hands against her side, where a terrible pain turned her nearly giddy. Only a second or two whilst the hammer was poised in mid-air, and Hun Rhavas's furtive glance darted on the praefect to see if he were still indifferent. Menecreta prayed with all her humble might to the proud gods enthroned upon the hill. She prayed that this cycle of agony might end at last, for she could not endure it longer. She prayed that that cruel hammer might descend and her child be delivered over to her at last. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 4. Hope deferred maketh the heart sick. Proverbs 13, verse 12. Alas! The Roman gods are the gods of the patricians. They take so little heed of the sorrows and the trials of poor freedmen and slaves. Who ordered the hat to be put on this girl's head? Suddenly interposed the harsh voice of the praefect. He had not moved away from the rostrum all the while that the throngs of obsequious sycophants and idle lovesick youths had crowded round Dea Flavia. Now he spoke over his shoulder at Hun Rhavas, who had no thought, whilst his comfortable little plot was succeeding so well, that the praefect was paying heed. She hath no guarantee, as my Lord Grace himself hath knowledge, said the African with anxious humility. Nay, thou liest as to my knowledge of it, said Taurus Antinor. Where is the list of goods compiled by the censor? 3 pairs of willing hands were ready with the parchment rolls, which the praefect had commanded. One was lucky enough to place them in his hands. What is the girl's name? He asked, as the deep-set eyes, under their perpetual frown, ran down the minute writing on the parchment roll. Nola, the daughter of Menecreta, my lord, said one of the scribes. I do not see the name of Nola, daughter of Menecreta, amongst those whom the state doth not guarantee for skill, health, or condition. rejoined the praefect quietly, and his rough voice, scarcely raised above its ordinary pitch, seemed to ring a death bell in poor Menecreta's heart. Nola, the daughter of Menecreta, he continued, once more referring to the parchment in his hand, is here described as 16 years of age, of sound health and robust condition, despite the spareness of her body. The censor who compiled this list states that she has a fair knowledge of the use of unguents and of herbs, that she can use a needle and plait a lady's hair. Thou didst not know all this, Honravas, for the duplicate list is before thee even now. My Lord Grace, murmured Honravas, his voice quivering now, his limbs shaking with the fear in him. I did not know. Thou didst endeavour to defraud the state for purposes of thine own, interposed the praefect calmly. Here, thou, he added, begging to one of his lectors, take this man to the Regia and hand him over to the chief warder. My Lord Grace, cried Honravas, silence. Tomorrow you will appear before me in the basilica. Bring thy witnesses then, if thou hast any to speak in thy defence. Tomorrow thou canst plead before me any circumstance which might mitigate thy fault and stay my lips from condemning thee to that severe chastisement which crimes against the state deserve. In the meantime hold thy peace. I'll not hear another word. But it was not in the negro's blood to submit to immediate punishment now and certain chastisement in the future without vigorous protestations and the generous use of his powerful lungs. The praefect's sentences in the tribunal where he administered justice were not characterized by leniency. The galleys, the stone quarries, aye, even the cross were all within the bounds of possibility, whilst the scourge was an absolute certainty. Honravas set up a succession of howls which echoed from temple to temple, from one end of the forum to the other. The frown on the praefect's forehead became even more marked than before. He had seen the young idlers, who, by a moment ago, were fawning round Dea Flavia's litter, turning eagerly back towards the rostrum, where Honravas's cries and moans had suggested the likelihood of one of those spectacles of wanton and purposeless cruelty in which their perverted senses found such constant delight. But this spectacle Taurus Antinor was not like to give them. All he wanted was the quick restoration of peace and order. The fraudulent auctioneer was not in his sight but a breaker of the law. As such he was deserving of such punishment as the law decreed and no more. But his howls just now were the means of rousing in the hearts of the crowd the most despicable of all passions to which the Roman, the master of civilization, was a prey. The love of seeing some creature, man or beast, in pain, a passion which brought the Roman citizen down to the level of the brute. Therefore Taurus Antinor wished above all to silence Honravas. One more sound from thy throat, and I'll have thee scourged now and branded ere the trial, he said. The threat was sufficient. The negro, feeling that in submission lay his chief hope of mercy on the morrow, allowed him to be led away quietly whilst the young patricians, cheated of an anticipated pleasure, protested audibly. And thou, Cherion, continued the praefect, addressing a fair-skinned slave up on the rostrum, who had been assistant hitherto in the auction, do thou take the place vacated by Honravas. He gave a few quick words of command to the lectors. Take the hat off that girl's head, he said, and put the inscribed tablet around her neck. Then she can be set up for sale as the state hath decreed. As if moved by the clockwork, one of the lectors approached the girl and removed the unbecoming hat from her head, releasing a living stream of gold which, as it rippled over the girl's shoulders, roused a quick cry of admiration in the crowd. In a moment Menecreta realized that her last hope must yield to the inevitable now. Even whilst her accomplice, Handravas, received the full brunt of the praefect's wrath, she had scarcely dared to breathe, scarcely felt that she lived in this agony of fear. Her child still stood there on the platform, disfigured by the ugly headgear, obviously the most unattractive to the crowd. Nor did the awful possibility at first present itself to her mind that all her schemes for obtaining possession of her daughter could come to naught. It was so awful, so impossible of conception, that the child should here, today, pass out of the mother's life forever and without hope of redemption, that she should become the property of a total stranger who might forever refuse to part from her again, an agriculturess, mayhap, who lived far off in Etruria or Macedon, and that she, the mother, could never, never hope to see her daughter again. That was the thought which was so horrible that its very horror seemed to render its realization impossible. But now the praefect, with that harsh, pitiless voice of his, was actually ordering the girl to be sold in the usual way, with all her merits exhibited to the likely purchaser, her golden hair a perfect glory, to tempt the artistic eye, her skill recounted in fulsomeness, her cleverness with the needle, her knowledge of healing herbs. The mother suddenly felt that everyone in that cruel, gaping crowd must be pining to possess such a treasure, that the combined wealth of every citizen of Rome would be lavished in this endeavour to obtain the great prize. The praefect himself, mayhap, would bid for her, or the imperator's agents. Alas, everything seemed possible to the anxious, the ridiculous, the sublime heart of the doting mother, and when that living mass of golden ripples glimmered in the noonday sun, Menecreta, forgetting her timidity, her fears, her weakness, pushed her way through the crowd with all the strength of her despair, with a cry of agonized entreaty, threw herself at the feet of the praefect of Rome. My Lord Grace, have mercy, have pity, I entreat thee. In the name of the gods, of thy mother, of thy child, if thou hast one, have pity on me, have pity, have pity. The lectors had sprung forward in a moment and tried to seize the woman who had dared to push her way to the praefect's closely guarded presence, and was crouching there, her arms encircling his thighs, her face pressed close against his knees. One of the men raised his flail and brought it down with cruel strength on her thinly covered shoulders, but she did not heed the blow. Mayhap she never felt it. "Who ordered thee to strike?" said Taurus Antinor sternly to the lector, who had already had the flail raised for the second time. "The woman doth molest my lord's grace," protested the man. "Have I said so?" "No, my lord, but I thought to do my duty." "That thought will cost thee 10 such lashes with the rods as thou didst deal this woman. By Jupiter," he added roughly, whilst for the first time a look of ferocity as that of an angry beast lit up the impassiveness of his deep-set eyes, "if this turmoil continues, I'll have every slave here flogged till he bleed. In the business of the state to be hindered by the howlings of this miserable rabble. Get thee gone, woman," he cried finally, looking down on prostrate Menecreta. "Get thee gone ere my lectors do thee further harm." But she, with the obstinacy of a great sorrow, clung to his knees and would not move. "My lord's grace, have pity. 'Tis my child." and thou takest her from me, thou part those whom the gods themselves have united. 'Tis my child, my lord, hath no children of thine own. What dost prate about? He asked, still speaking roughly, for he was wroth with her and hated to see the gaping crowd of young, empty-headed fools congregating round him and this persistent suppliant hanging round his shins. Thy child? Who's thy child? And what hath thy child to do with me? She is but a babe, my lord, said Menecreta with timid, tender voice. Her age only 16. A handmaiden she was to Arminius Quirinius, who gave the miserable mother her freedom, but kept the daughter so that he might win good money by and by through the selling of the child. My lord's grace, I have toiled for 6 years that in the end I might buy my daughter's freedom. 50 aurei did Arminius Quirinius demand as her price, and I worked my fingers to the bone so that in time I might save that money. But Arminius Quirinius is dead, and I have only 20 aurei. With the hat of disgrace on her head, the child could have been knocked down to me. But now, look at her. My lord, how beautiful she is, and I have only 20 aurei. Taurus Antinor had listened quite patiently to Menecreta's tale. His sun-tanned face clearly showed how hard he was trying to gather up the tangled threads of her scrappy narrative. Nor did the lectors this time try to interfere with the woman. The praefect apparently was in no easy temper today, and when ill humour seized him, rods and flails were kept busy. "And why didst not petition me before?" he asked, after a while, when Menecreta paused in order to draw breath, and his face looked so fierce, his voice sounded so rough. No wonder the poor woman trembled as she whispered through her tears, "I did not dare, my lord. I did not dare." "Yet thou didst dare openly to outrage the law." "I wanted my child. And how many aureis didst promise to Honravis for helping thee to defraud the state?" "Only 5, my lord," she murmured. "Then," he said sternly, "not only didst thou conspire to cheat the state, for whose benefit the sale of the late censor's goods was ordered by imperial decree, but thou didst bribe another, a slave of the treasury, to aid and abet thee in this fraud." Menecreta's grasp around the praefect's knees did not relax, and he made no movement to free himself, but her head fell sideways against her shoulder, whilst her lips murmured in tones of utter despair, "I wanted my child." "For thy delinquencies," resumed the praefect, seemingly not heeding the pathetic appeal, "thou shalt appear before my tribunal on the morrow, like unto Honravis, thine accomplice, and thou shalt then be punished no less than thou deservest. But this is no place for the delivery of my judgment upon thee, and the sale must proceed as the law directs. Thy daughter must stand upon the castata. Thou canst renew thy bid of 20 aurei for her. And," he added with unmistakable significance, as throwing his head back his imperious glance swept over the assembled crowd, "as there will be no higher bid for Nola, daughter of Menecreta, she will become thy property as by law decreed." The true meaning of this last sentence was quite unmistakable. The crowd who had gathered round the rostrum to watch, gaping, the moving incident, looked on the praefect and understood no one was to bid for Nola, the daughter of Menecreta. Taurus Antinor, surnamed Anglicanus, had spoken, and it would not be to anyone's advantage to quarrel with his arbitrary pronouncement for the sake of any slave girl, however desirable she might be. It was not pleasant to encounter the wrath of the praefect of Rome, nor safe to rouse his enmity. So the crowd acquiesced silently, not only because it feared the praefect, but also because Menecreta's sorrow, the call of the despairing mother, the sad tragedy of this little domestic episode, had not left untouched the hearts of these Roman citizens. In matters of sentiment they were not cruel, and they held family ties in great esteem. Both these factors went far towards causing any would-be purchaser to obey Taurus Antinor's commands, and to retire at once from the bidding. As for Menecreta, it seemed to her as if the heavens had opened before her delighted gaze. From the depths of despair she had suddenly been dragged forth into the blinding daylight of hope. She could scarcely believe that her ears had heard rightly the words of the praefect. Still clinging to his knees, she raised her head to him. Her eyes, still dimmed with tears, looked strangely wondering up at his face, whilst her lips murmured faintly, "Art thou a god, that thou shouldest act like this?" But obviously the small stock of patience possessed by the praefect was now exhausted, for he pushed the woman roughly away from him. "A truce on thy ravings now, woman. The midday hour is almost on us. I have no further time to waste on thine affairs. Put the girl up on the castata," he added, speaking in his usual harsh, curt way, "and take this woman's arms from round my shins." And it was characteristic of him that this time he did not interfere with his lectors when they handled the woman with their accustomed roughness. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Undue Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 5. Cast thy bread upon the waters, for thou shalt find it after many days. Psalm Ecclesiastes 11, verse 2. The fair-skinned Cheiron up on the rostrum now took over the duties of the disgraced Honravus. The interlude had caused the crowd to linger on despite the approach of the noonday, an hour always devoted, almost sacred, to rest. But now that decorum was once more restored and the work of the sale could be proceeded within the methodical manner approved by the praefect, interest began to flag. The crowd seemed inclined to wait just a brief while longer in order to see Nola put up on the castata and to hear the bid of 20 aurei made for her by her mother, a bid which, at the praefect's commands, was to be final and undisputed. Just to see the hammer come clashing down as an epilogue to the palpitating drama was perhaps worth waiting for. The human goods still left for sale after that would have to be held over for a more favourable opportunity. The praefect was preparing to leave. Up on the platform, Nola, the daughter of Menecreta, smiled at the world through a few lingering tears. She was very happy now that her golden hair was allowed to stream down her shoulders, and that it was only because the praefect had so ordered it that the low price of 20 aurei would be accepted for her. "Nola, daughter of Menecreta," shouted Cheiron, the new auctioneer. Aged 16 years, skilled in the art of healing and the knowledge of unguents and herbs. Her health is good, her teeth perfect, her eyes keen for threading the finest needle. Shall we say 15 aurei for the girl? He recited his peroration quickly and perfunctorily, like one repeating a lesson learned from the praefect. "I'll give 20, rang out Menecretia's voice, clearly and loudly. She too had learned her lesson, and learned it well, whilst gratitude and an infinity of joy gave her strength to overcome her natural timidity. 20 aurei, 20 aurei, will no one bid more for Nola, the daughter of Menecretia?" shouted the auctioneer, hammer in hand, ready to bring it down, since no more bidding would be allowed for this piece of goods. 20 aurei, no one bids more? No one? No? I'll give 30 aurei. It was a pure, young voice that spoke, the voice of a young girl, mellow and sweet-toned as those of a pigeon when it coos to its mate, but firm withal, direct and clear, the voice of one accustomed to command and even more accustomed to be obeyed. The sound rang from temple to temple right across the forum, and was followed by silence, the dead silence which falls upon a multitude when every heart stops beating and every breath is indrawn. Cheiron paused, hammer in hand, his lips parted for the very words which he was about to utter, his round open eyes wandering irresolutely from the praefect's face to that of the speaker with the melodious voice, and on the hot noonday air there trembled a long sigh of pain, like the breaking of a human heart. But the same voice, soft and low, was heard again. "The girl pleases me. What say you, my lord Escanes? Is not that hair worthy to be immortalised by a painter's hand?" And, preceded by her lectors, who made a way for her through the crowd, Dea Flavia advanced even to the foot of the castata, and as she advanced, those who were near retreated to a respectful distance, making a circle round her and leaving her isolated, with her tall Ethiopian slaves behind her, holding broad leaves of palm above her head to shield her from the sun. Thus was the gold of her hair left in shadow, and the white skin of her face appeared soft and cool. But the sun played with the shimmering folds of her white silk tunic, and glinted against the gems on her fingers. Tall, impervious, and majestic, Dea Flavia, unconscious alike of the difference of the crowd and the timorous astonishment of the slaves, looked up at Cheiron, the auctioneer, and resumed with a touch of impatience in her rich young voice, "I said I would bid 30 aurei for this girl." Less than a minute had elapsed since Dea Flavia's sudden appearance on the scene. Taurus Antinor had as yet made no movement or given any sign to Cheiron as to what he should do, but those who watched him with anxious interest could see the dark frown on his brow grow darker still and darker, until his whole face seemed almost distorted with an expression of passionate wrath. Menecretia, paralysed by this sudden and final shattering of her every hope, uttered moan after moan of pain, and as the pitiful sounds reached the praefect's ears, a smothered oath escaped his tightly clenched teeth, like some gigantic beast roused from noonday sleep. He straightened his massive frame and seemed suddenly to shake himself free from the state of torpor into which Dea Flavia's unexpected appearance had at first thrown him. He, too, advanced to the foot of the castata, and there faced the imperious beauty, whom the whole city had, for the past 2 years, tacitly agreed to obey in all things. "The state," he said, speaking at least as haughtily as Dea Flavia herself, "hath agreed to accept the sum of 20 aurei for this slave. 'Tis too late now to make further bids for her." But a pair of large blue eyes, cold as the waters of the Tiber, and like unto them mysterious and elusive, were turned fully on the speaker. "Too late, didst thou say, O Taurus Antinor?" said Dea Flavia, raising her pencilled eyebrows with a slight expression of scorn. "Nay, I had not seen the hammer descend. The girl until then is not sold and open to the highest bidder. Or am I wrong, O praefect, in thus interpreting the laws of Rome?" "This is an exceptional case, Augusta," he retorted curtly. "Then wilt thou expound to me that law which deals with such exceptional cases?" she rejoined with the same ill-concealed tone of gentle irony. "I had never heard of it, so I pray thee enlighten mine ignorance. Of a truth thou must know the law, since thou didst swear before the altar of the gods to uphold it with all thy might. 'Tis not a case of law, Augusta, but one of pity." The praefect, feeling no doubt the weakness of any argument which aimed at coercing this daughter of the Cæsars, prompted too by his innate respect of the law which he administered, thought it best to retreat from his position of haughty arrogance and to make an appeal, since obviously he could not command. Dea Flavia was quick to note this change of attitude, and her delicate lips parted in a contemptuous smile. "Dost administer pity as well as law, O Taurus Antinor?" she asked coldly. Then, as if further argument from him were of no interest to her, she once more turned to the auctioneer and said with marked impatience, "I have bid 30 aurei for this girl. Art set there slave, to gape at the praefect, or to do thy duty to the state that employs thee? Is there a higher bid for the maid? She pleases me, and I'll give 60 or 100 for her. This is a public auction, as by law directed. I appeal to thee, O Taurus Antinor, to give orders to thy slaves, ere I appeal to my kinsman, the emperor, for the restoration of a due administration of the law." Those who had cause to know and to fear the praefect's varying moods were ready to shrink away now from the threatening darkness of his glance. He seemed indeed like some tawny wild beast, chained and scorned, whom a child was teasing from a point of vantage just beyond the reach of his powerful jaws. She was so well within her rights, and he so absolutely in the wrong as far as the law was concerned, that he knew at once that he must inevitably give way. If Dea Flavia chose to desire a slave, she could satisfy the caprice, since no man's fortune could hold out against her own. This too did the praefect know. He himself was passing rich, and would gladly have paid a large sum now, that he might prove the victor in this unequal contest, but Dea Flavia had the law and the boundless wealth on her side. Taurus Antinor had only his personal authority, which had coerced the crowd, but was of no avail against this beautiful woman who defied him openly before the plebs and before his slaves. "Have no fear, O Dea Flavia," he said, trying to speak calmly, but his voice trembling with the mighty effort at control. "Justice hath never yet suffered at my hands. I told thee that 'tis not a case of law here, but one of mercy. This girl's mother has toiled for years to save enough money with which to buy the freedom of her child. She hath 20 aurei to command, and the girl is not worth much more than that. The state would have been satisfied, for my own purse would have made up the deficiency. I had bought the girl myself and given her to the mother, but the poor wretch was so proud and happy to buy her child's freedom herself that I allowed her to make the bid. That is this slave girl's story, Augusta. Thou seest that the law will not suffer, neither shall the state be defrauded. What thou art prepared to give for the girl, that will I make good in the coffers of the state. Art satisfied, I hope? Thou art a woman, and canst may have better understand than I did at first when Menecreta threw herself at my knees." His rugged voice softened considerably while he spoke, and those who were watching him so anxiously saw the ugly dark frown gradually lighten on his brow. No wonder, since he was just a man face to face with an exceptionally beautiful woman, to whose pity he was endeavouring to make appeal. At all times an easy and pleasant task, it must have been doubly so now when the object of mercy was so deserving. Taurus Antinor looked straight into the lovely face before him, marvelling when those exquisite blue eyes would soften with their first look of pity. But they remained serene and mysterious, neither avoiding his gaze nor responding to its appeal. The delicately chiselled lips retained their slight curve of scorn. He gave a sign to Menecreta, and she approached, tottering like one who's drunken with wine, or who has received a heavy blow on the head. She stood before Dea Flavia, with head trembling like popular leaves, and great hollow eyes fixed in meaningless vacancy upon the great patrician lady. "This is Menecreta, O Dea Flavia," concluded the praefect. "Wilt allow her to plead her own cause?" Without replying directly to him, Dea Flavia turned for the first time to the slave girl on the platform. "Is this thy mother?" she asked. "Yes," murmured the girl. "Hast thou wished that she should buy thy freedom?" "Yes." "That thou shouldst go with her to the hovel which is her home, the only home that thou wouldst ever know? Hast thou wished to become the slave of that old woman, whose mind hath already gone wandering among the shadows, and whose body will very shortly go in search of her mind? Hast thou wished to spend the rest of thy days scrubbing floors and stewing onions in an iron pot? Or is thy wish to dwell in the marble halls of Dea Flavia's house, where the air is filled with the perfume of roses and violets, and tame songbirds make their nest in the oleander bushes? Wouldst like to recline on soft downy cushions, allowing thy golden hair to fall over thy shoulders, the while I, mallet or chisel in hand, would make thy face immortal by carving it in marble? The praefect saith thine is a case for pity. Then do I have pity upon thee, and give thee the choice of what thy life shall be? Squalor and misery as thy mother's slave, or joy, music, and flowers as mine? Her voice, ever low and musical, had taken on notes of tenderness and of languor. The tears of pity which the praefect had vainly tried to conjure up gathered now in her eyes, as her whole mood seemed to melt in the fire of her own eloquence. Nola hung her head, overwhelmed with shame. She was very young, and the great lady very kind and gentle. Her own simple heart, still filled with the selfish desires of extreme youth, cried out for that same life of ease and luxury which the beautiful lady depicted in such tempting colours before her, whilst it shrank instinctively from the poverty, the hard floors, the stewing pots which awaited her in that squalid hut on the Aventine where her mother dwelt. She hung her head and made no reply, whilst from the group of young and idle sycophants who had hung on Dea Flavia's honeyed words just as they had done around her litter a while ago, came rumours of extravagant adulation and well-chosen words in praise of her exquisite diction, her marvellous pity, her every talent and virtue thus freely displayed. Even the crowd stared open-mouthed and agaped at this wonderful spectacle of so great a lady stooping to parley with a slave. The praefect alone remained seemingly unmoved, but the expression of hidden wrath had once more crept into his eyes, making them look dark and fierce and glowing with savage impotence. and his gaze had remained fixed on the radiantly beautiful woman who stood there before him in all the glory of her high descent, her patrician bearing, the exquisite charm of her personality, seductive in its haughty aloofness, voluptuous even in its disdainful calm. Neither did Menecreta fall a victim to Dea Flavia's melodious voice. She had listened from a respectful distance, and with a humble deference born of years of bondage, to the honeyed words with which the great lady deigned to cajole a girl slave. But when Dea Flavia had finished speaking, and the chorus of admiration had died down around her, the freed woman, with steps which she vainly tried to render firm, approached to the foot of the castata and stood between the great lady and her own child. She placed one trembling, toil-worn hand on Nola's shoulder and said gently, "Nola, thou hast heard what my lady's grace hath deigned to speak. A humble life, but yet a free one, awaits thee in thy mother's home on the Aventine. A life of luxurious slavery doth my lady's grace offer thee. She deigns to say that thou alone shalt choose thy way in life. Thou wast born a slave, Nola, and shouldst know how to obey. Obey my lady, then. Choose thy future, Nola, the humble and the free one which I, thy mother, have earned for thee, or the golden cage in which this proud lady would deign to keep her latest whim in bondage." Her voice, which at first had been almost steady, died down at the end of a pitiful quiver. It was the last agony of her hopes, the real parting from her child, for even whilst Menecreta's throat was choked with sobs, Nola hung her head, and the great heavy tears dropped from her eyes upon her clasped hands. The child was crying, and the mother understood. She no longer moaned with pain now. The pain was gone. Only dull despair remained. Her heart had hungered for the one glad cry of joy. "Mother, I'll come to thee." It was left starving even through her daughter's tears. But those who watched this unwonted scene could not guess what Dea Flavia felt, for her eyes were veiled by her long lashes, and the mouth expressed neither triumph nor pity. Menecreta now once more tried to steady her quivering voice. She straightened her weary back and said quite calmly, "My lady's grace has spoken, and the great lords here assembled have uttered words of praise for an exquisite act of pity. My lady's grace hath spoken, and hath told the poor slave, Nola, to choose your own life, but I, the humble freed woman, will speak in my turn to thee. O Dea Flavia of the imperial house of immortal Cæsar, and looking into thine eyes, I tell thee that thy pity is but falsehood, and thy eloquence naught but cruelty. But thy words thou didst take my child from me as effectively as if thou already hadst bought and paid for her. Look at the child now. She hangs her head and dares not look on me, her mother. O thou didst well choose thy words, O daughter of imperial Cæsar, for thine honeyed words were like the nectar which hid the poison that had filtrated into my daughter's heart. Thou hast said it right. Her life with me had been one of toil and mayhem, of misery, but she would have been content, for she had never dreamt of another life. But now she has heard thee speak of marble halls, of music and of flowers, of a life of ease and of vanity, and never again would that child be happy in her mother's arms. Be content, O Augusta. The girl is thine since thy caprice has willed it so. Even though she chose her mother now, I would not have her, for I know that she would be unhappy in that lonely hut on the Aventine. And though I have seen much sorrow and endured much misery, there is none greater to bear than the sight of a child's sorrow. Take her, Dea Flavia. Thine eloquence has triumphed over a mother's broken heart. Strangely enough, and to the astonishment of all those present, Dea Flavia had listened patiently and silently whilst the woman spoke, and now she said quite gently, "Nay, thou dost wrong thine own child, Menecreta. See how lovingly she turns to thee." "Only because in her shallow little heart there has come the first twinge of remorse," replied the woman sadly. "Soon in the lap of that luxury which thou dost offer her, she will have forgotten the mother's arms in which she weeps to-day." "That's enough," suddenly interposed the praefect harshly. "Menecreta, take thy child. Take her, I say. Dea Flavia hath relinquished her to thee. Be not a fool and take the child away." But with a gesture of savage pride, the freed woman tore herself away from Nola. "No," she said firmly, "I'll not take her. That proud lady here hath stolen the soul of my child, her body inert and sad. I'll not have thee while her heart longs to be away from me. I'll not have her, I say. Let the daughter of Cæsar account to the gods above for her tempting words, her honeyed speech, and her lies." "Silent, woman," ordered Dea Flavia sternly. "Lies, I tell thee, lies," continued the woman, who had lost all sense of fear in the depth of her misery. "The life of luxury thou dost promise this child. How long will it last, thy caprice for her? When will it tire? Silence, nay, I'll not be silent," she continued wildly in defiant answer to angry murmurs from the crowd. "Thou daughter of the house of tyrants, tyrants thyself, a slave to the paltry whims, crushing beneath thy sandalled feet the hearts of the poor and the cries of the oppressed. Shame on thee, I say." "By the Great Mother," said Dea Flavia coldly, "will no one here rid me of this screaming vixen?" But even before she had spoken, the angry murmurs around her had swollen to loud protestations. Before the praefect's lectors could intervene, the crowd had pushed forward. The men rushed and surrounded the impious creature who had dared to raise her voice against one of the divinities of Rome, Augustus the goddess. One of Dea Flavia's gigantic Ethiopians had seized Menecreta by the shoulder, another pulled her head back by the hair and struck her roughly on the mouth, but she, with the strength of the vanquished, brought down to her knees, frenzied with despair, continued her agonized cry. "A curse upon thee, Dea Flavia, a curse spoken by the dying lips of the mother whom thou hast scorned." How she contrived momentarily to free herself from the angry crowd of lectors and of slaves it was impossible to say. Perhaps at this moment something in Menecreta's wild ravings had awed their spirit and paralysed their hands. Certain it is that for one moment the freed woman managed to struggle to her feet and to drag herself along on her knees, until her hands clutched convulsively the embroidered tunic of Dea Flavia. "And this is the curse which I pronounce on thee," she murmured in a hoarse whisper, which, rising and rising to higher tones, finally ended in shrieks which reached to the outermost precincts of the Forum. "Dea Flavia, daughter of Octavius Claudius, thou art accursed. May thine every deed of mercy be turned to sorrow and to humiliation. Thine every act of pity prove a curse to him who receives it, until thou on thy knees are left to sue for pity to the heart that knoweth it not, and findest a deaf ear turned to thy cry. Hear me, ye gods, hear me, Magna Mater, hear me, Mother of the stars, hear me." Superstition, deeply rooted in every Roman heart, held the crowd enthralled, even whilst Menecreta's trembling voice echoed against the marble walls of the temples of the gods whom she invoked. No one attempted to stop her. Dea Flavia's slaves dare not lay a hand on her. It seemed as if Magna Mater herself, the great mother, had thrown an invisible mantle over the humble free woman, shielding her with godlike power. Menecreta, raise thyself and come away, said a harsh voice in tones of command. The praefect had at last, with the vigorous help of his lectors, managed to push his way through the crowd. It was he now who attempted to raise the woman from her knees. He sharply bade his own men to silence the woman and to take her away. Dea Flavia had remained silent and still. She had not attempted to interrupt the frenzied woman who called this awful curse upon her. Only once, when Menecreta invoked the gods, did a shudder pass through the delicate body, and her heavy lids fell over her blue eyes, as if they were trying to shut out some awful vision which the woman's ravings had conjured up. Then in a sudden her mood seemed to change, her serenity returned, and when the praefect interposed, she put out a restraining hand, warning the lectors not to approach. She bent to Menecreta and called her by name, her mellow voice vibrating with tender tones like the chords of the harp that are touched by a master's hand, and her blue eyes, veiled with tears, looked down with infinite tenderness on the prostrate figure at her feet. Menecreta, she said gently, thy sorrow hath made thee harsh. The gods, believe me, still hold much happiness in store for thee and for thy daughter. See how they refuse to register thy curse, which had been impious were it not the dictate of thy poor frenzied mind. See, Menecreta, how thou didst misjudge me. What I did because I wished to test thy love for thy child. I wished to test its true selfishness. But now I am satisfied, and Nola need no longer choose, for she shall have the luxury for which her young heart doth pine, but she shall never by me be deprived of her mother's love. Even while she spoke, Menecreta struggled to her knees. Her wide-open eyes, over which a mysterious veil seemed to be slowly descending, were fixed on the radiant vision above her. But comprehension had not yet reached her mind. Her spirit had not yet been dragged from the hell of despair to this glorious sight of heaven. Menecreta, continued the gentle voice, thou shalt come to my house, a free woman. Thou shalt be my friend, and thy daughter shall be thy happy bondswoman. I'll give thee a little home in which thou shalt dwell with her and draw thy last breath in her arms. There shall be a garden there which she will plant with roses. Thy days and hers will be one continuous joy. Come to me now, Menecreta. Take thy daughter by the hand and come and dwell with her in the little house which my slaves shall prepare for thee. Her face now was almost on a level with that of Menecreta, whose hollow eyes gazed upward with a look of ecstatic wonder. Who art thou? Murmured the freed woman. There is a film over my eyes. I cannot see. Art thou a goddess? Nay, replied Dea Flavia gently, only a lonely maiden who has no friends even in the midst of all her riches, a lonely maid whom thou didst try to curse, asking the gods that her every act of mercy be turned to bitter sorrow. See, she takes thee to her heart and gives thee back thy daughter, a home and happiness. My daughter, murmured Menecreta, she shall dwell with thee in the house which shall be thine. A home? And the trembling voice grew weaker, the hollowed eyes more dim. I, in the midst of a garden, with roses and violets all around. And happiness? Sighed Menecreta, and her head fell back against Dea Flavia's arm. Her eyes, now veiled by the film of death, gazed, sightless, up at the dome of blue. Medicrice, cried Dea Flavia, horror-stricken as she felt the feeble body stiffening against her with the approaching rigidity of death. Mother, echoed Nola, striving to smother her terror as she threw herself on her knees. The woman is dead, said the praefect quietly. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Undue Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 6. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Revelations 22, verse 13. And after that silence and peace. Silence save for the moaning of the child Nola, who in a passionate outburst of grief had thrown herself on the body of her mother. Dea Flavia stood there still and calm, her young face scarce less white than the clinging folds of her tunic, her unfathomable eyes fixed upon the pathetic group at her feet. The weeping girl and the dead woman. She seemed almost dazed, like one who does not understand, and a quaint puzzled frown appeared upon the whiteness of her brow. Once she raised her eyes to the praefect and encountered his gaze, strangely contemptuous and wrathful, fixed upon her own, and anon she shuddered when a pitiful moan from Nola echoed from end to end along the marbled walls around, and the crowd of idlers began slowly to disperse. In groups of twos and threes they went, their sandalled feet making a soft rustling noise against the flagstones of the forum, and their cloaks of thin woolen stuff floating out behind them as they walked. The young patricians were the first to go. The scene had ceased to be amusing, and Dea Flavia was not like to bestow another smile. They thought it best to retire to their luxurious homes, for they vaguely resented the majesty of death which clung round the dead freedwoman and the young living slave. They hoped to forget in the course of the noonday sleep and the subsequent delights of the table the painful events which had so unpleasantly stirred their shallow hearts. Dea Flavia paid no heed to them as they murmured words of leave-taking in her ear. 'Tis doubtful if she saw one of them or cared if they went or stayed. At an order from the praefect, the auction sale was abruptly suspended. The lectors drove the herds of human cattle together, preparatory to taking them to their quarters on the slopes of the Aventine, where they would remain until the morrow, whilst the scribes and auctioneers made haste to scramble down from the heights of the rostrum, the heat of the day having rendered that elevated position well nigh unbearable. Only Dea Flavia's retinue lingered in the forum. Standing at a respectful distance, they surrounded the gorgeously draped litter, waiting, silently and timorous, the further pleasure of their mistress, and behind Dea Flavia her two Ethiopian slaves, stolidly holding the palm leaves to shield her head against the blazing sun, which so mercilessly seared their own naked shoulders. "Grant me leave to escort thee to thy litter, Augusta," murmured a timid voice. It was young Hortensius Martius who spoke. He had approached the castata, and now stood timid and a suppliant beside Dea Flavia, with his curly head bare to the scorching sun and his back bent in slave-like deference. But the young girl seemed not to hear him, and even after he had twice repeated his request, she turned to him with uncomprehending eyes. "I would not leave thee, Dea," he said, "until I saw thee safely among thy slaves and thy clients." Then at last did she speak, but her voice sounded toneless and dull, as of one who speaks in a dream. "I thank thee, good Hortensius," she said, "but my slaves are close at hand, and I would prefer to be left alone." To insist further would have been churlish. Hortensius Martius, well versed in every phase of decorum, bowed his head in obedience and retired to his litter. But he told his slaves not to bear him away from the forum altogether, but to place the litter down under the arcades of the tabernae, and then to stand round it so that it could not be seen, whilst he himself could still keep watch over the movements of Dea Flavia. But she in the meanwhile remained in the same inert position, standing listlessly beside the body of Menecreta, her face expressing puzzlement rather than horror, as if within her soul she was trying to reconcile the events of the last few moments with her previous conceptions of what the tenor of her life should be. The curse of Menecreta had found sudden and awful fulfilment, and Dea Flavia remained vaguely wondering whether the gods had been asleep on this hot late summer's day, and forgotten to shield their favourite daughter against the buffetings of fate. A freed woman had roused superstitious fear in the heart of a daughter of the Cæsars. Surely there must be something very wrong in the administrations of the affairs of this world. Nay, more, for the freed woman, unconscious of her own impiety, had triumphed in the end. Her death, majestic and sublime in its suddenness, had set the seal upon her malediction. And Dea Flavia marvelled that the dead woman remained so calm, her eyes so still, when, if indeed Jupiter had been aroused by the monstrous sacrilege, she must now be facing the terrors of his judgments. And Taurus Antinor watched her in silence while she stood thus, unconscious of his gaze, a perfect picture of exquisite womanhood set in a frame of marble temples and colonnades, a dome of turquoise above her head, the palm leaves above her throwing a dense blue shadow on her golden hair and the white tunic on her shoulders. He had heard much of Dea Flavia, the daughter of Claudius Octavius, and now the ward of the Emperor Caligula, since his return from Syria a year ago, and he had oft seen her gilded and rose-draped litter gliding along the Sacra Via or the Via Appia, surrounded with its numberless retinue. But he had never seen her so close as this, nor had he heard her speak. She was a mere child, and still under the tutelage of her despotic father, when he, Taurus Antinor, tired of the enervating influences of decadent Rome, had obtained leave from the Emperor Tiberius to go to Syria as its governor. The imperator was glad enough to let him go. Taurus Antinor, named Anglicanus, was more popular with the army and the plebs than any autocratic ruler could wish. He went to Syria and remained there 6 years. The jealousy of one emperor had sent him thither, and 'twas the jealousy of another that called him back to Rome. Syria had liked its governor over well, and Cassius Julius Cæsar Caligula would not brook rivalry in the allegiance owed to himself alone by his subjects, even by those who dwelt in the remotest provinces of the empire. But on his return to Rome, the powerful personality of Taurus Antinor soon imposed itself upon the fierce and maniacal despot Caligula, though he must in reality have hated the Anglicanus as much and more than he hated all men. gave grudging admiration to his independence of spirit and to his fearless tongue. In the midst of an entourage composed of lying sycophants and of treacherous minions, the Cæsar seemed to feel in the presence of the stranger a sense of security and of trust. Some writers have averred that Caligula looked on Taurus Antinor as a kind of personal fetish who kept the wrath of the gods averted from his imperial head. Be that as it may, there is no doubt that tyrant exerted his utmost power to keep Taurus near his person, showering upon him those honours and titles of which he would have been equally ready to deprive him had the stranger at any time ran counter to his will. Anon, when the Cæsar thought it incumbent upon his dignity to start on a military expedition, he forced Antinor to accept the praefecture of the city in order to keep him permanently settled in Rome. The Anglicanus accepted the power, which was almost supreme in the absence of the Cæsar. He even gave the oath demanded of him by the emperor that he would remain at his post until the termination of the proposed military expedition. But it was easy to see that the dignities for which others would have fought and striven to the uttermost were not really to the liking of Taurus Antinor. Avowedly wilful of temper, he had since his return from Syria became even more silent, more self-centred than before. Many called him morose and voted him either treacherous or secretly ambitious. Others averred that he was either very arrogant or frankly dull. Certain it is that he held himself very much aloof from the society of his kind, and persistently refused to mix with the young elegants of the day, either in their circles or their baths, their private parties or public entertainments. Thus it was that the praefect found himself today for the first time in the near presence of Dea Flavia, the acknowledged queen of that same society which he declined to frequent, and as he grudgingly admitted to himself that she was beautiful beyond what men had said of her, he remembered all the tales which he had heard of her callous pride, her cold dignity, and of that cruel disdain with which she rejected all homage and broke the hearts of those whom her beauty had brought to her feet. For the moment, however, she struck him as more pathetic than fearsome. She looked lonely just now, like a stately lily blooming alone in a deserted garden. He was wroth with her for what she had done to Menecreta, and for her childish caprice and opposition to his will. But at the same time he who had so seldom felt pity for those whom a just punishment had overtaken, was sorry for this young girl, for in her case retribution had been severe and out of all proportion to her fault. Therefore he approached her almost with deference and forced his rough voice to gentleness, as he said to her, "The hour is late, O Dea Flavia. I myself must leave the forum now. I would wish to see thee safe amongst thy women." She turned her blue eyes upon him. His voice had roused her from her meditations, and recalled to her that sense of proud dignity with which she loved to surround herself as with an invisible walls. She must have seen the pity in his eyes, for he did not try to hide it, but it seemed to anger her as coming from this man who, to her mind, was the primary cause of her present trouble. She looked for a moment or two on him as if trying to recollect his very existence, and no importunate slave would ever encounter such complete disdain as felt on the praefect at this moment from Dea Flavia's glance. "I will return to my palace at the hour which pleases me most, O praefectus," she said coldly, "and when the child Nola, being more composed, is ready to accompany me." "Nay," he rejoined in his accustomed rough way, "the slave Nola is not to thee now. She will be looked after as the state directs. The slave is mine, she retorted curtly. She shall come with me. And even as she spoke, she drew herself up to her full height, more like, he thought, than ever to a stately lily now. The crown of gold upon her head caught a glint from the noonday sun, and the folds of her white tunic fell straight and rigid from her shoulders down to her feet. It seemed strange to him that one so young, so exquisitely pure, should thus be left all alone to face the hard moments of life. Her very disdain for him, her wilfulness, seemed to him pathetic, for they showed her simple ignorance of the many cruelties which life must of necessity have in store for her. As for yielding to her present mood, he had no thought of it. It was caprice originally, which had caused her to defy his will and to break old Menecretia's heart. She had invoked strict adherence to the law for the sole purpose of indulging this caprice. Now he was tempted also to stand upon the law and to defy her tyrannical will, even at the cost of his own inclination in the matter. He would not trust her with the child Nola now. He had other plans for the orphan girl, rendered lonely and desolate through a great lady's whim, and he would have felt degradation in the thought that Dea Flavia should impose her will on him in this. He knew her power, of course. She was a near kinswoman of the Emperor, and the child of his adoption. She was all-powerful with the Cæsar, as with all men through the might of his personality as much as through that of her wealth. But he had no thought of yielding nor any thought of fear. It seemed as if in the heat-laden atmosphere two mighty wills had suddenly clashed one against the other, brandishing ghostly steels. His will against hers, the might of manhood and of strength against the word of a beautiful woman. Nor was the contest unequal. If he could crush her with a touch of his hand, she could destroy him with one word in the Cæsar's ear. She had as her ally the full unbridled might of the house of Cæsar, while against her there was only this stranger, a descendant of a freedwoman from a strange land. For the nonce his influence was great over the mind of the quasi-madman who sat on the emperor's throne, but any moment, any event, the whisper of an enemy, the word of a woman, might put an end to his power. All this Dea Flavia knew, and knowing it found pleasure in toying with his wrath. Armed with the triple weapon of her beauty, her purity, and her power, she taunted him with his impotence, and smiled with scornful pity upon his weakness of his manhood. Even now she turned to Nola and said with gentle firmness, "Get up, girl, and come with me." But at her words the last vestige of deference fled from the praefect's manner. Pity now would have been weak folly. Had he yielded he would have despised himself, even as this proud girl now affected to scorn him. He interposed his massive figure between Dea Flavia and the slave, and said loudly, "By thy leave, Nola, the daughter of Menecretia, is the property of the state, and 'tis I will decide whither she goeth now." "Until tomorrow only, Taurus Antinor," she rejoined coldly, "for tomorrow she must be in the slave market again, when my agents will bid for and buy her according to my will. Nay, she shall not be put up for sale tomorrow." "By whose authority, O praefectus?" "By mine. The state hath given me leave to purchase privately a number of slaves from the late Cæsar's household. 'Tis my intention to purchase Nola thus." "Thou hast no right," she said, still speaking with outward calm, though her whole soul rebelled against the arrogance of this man who dared to thwart her will, to gainsay her word, and set up his dictates against hers. "Thou hast no right thus to take the law in thine own hands." "Nay, as to that," he replied with equal calm, I'll answer for mine own actions, but the slave Nola shall not pass into thy hands, Augusta. Thou hast wrought quite enough mischief as it is. To be content and go thy way. Leave the child in peace. In these days of unbridled passions and unfettered tyranny, a man who spoke thus to the daughter of the Cæsars spoke at the peril of his life. Both Dea Flavia and Taurus Antinor knew this when they faced one another eye to eye, their very souls in rebellion one against the other, his own turbulent and fierce, with the hot blood from a remote land coursing in his veins, blinding him to his own advantage, to his own future, to everything save to his feeling of independence at all costs from the oppression of this family of tyrants, her own almost serene in its consciousness of limitless power. For the moment her sense of dignity prevailed. Whatever she might do in the future, she was comparatively helpless now. The praefect in the discharge of his functions, second only to the Cæsar, was all-powerful where he stood. Taurus Antinor was still the praefect of Rome, still a member of the Senate and the favourite of Caligula. He had her at a disadvantage now, just as she had held him a while ago when she forced on the public sale of the girl Nola. Therefore, though with a look she would have crushed the insolent, and her delicate hands were clenched into fists that would have chastised him then and there if they had the strength, she returned his look of fierce defiance with her usual one of calm. "Thou hast spoken, Taurus Antinor," she said coldly, "and in deference to the law which thou dost represent, I bow to thy commands. Art thou content?" she added, seeing that he made no reply. "Content?" he asked, puzzled at her meaning. "Aye," she said, "I ask thee if thou wert content. Thou hast humiliated a daughter of Cæsar, a humiliation which she is not like to forget. I crave my pardon if I have transgressed beyond the limits of my duty." "Thy duty? Nay, Taurus Antinor, a man's duty are as varied as a woman's moods, and he is wisest who knows how to adapt the one to the other. 'Tis not good, remember, to run counter to Dea Flavia's will. 'Tis much that thou must have forgotten, O praefect, ere thou didst set thy so-called duty above the fulfilment of my wish." "Nay, gracious lady," he said simply, "I had forgotten nothing, not even that Archelaus Menes, the sculptor, died for having angered thee, nor that Julius Campanius perished in exile, and young Decretus in fetters because of thy enmity. Thou seest that, though somewhat of a stranger in Rome, I know much of its secret history, and though mine eyes had until now never beheld thy loveliness, yet had mine ears heard much of thy power. Yet at its first encounter thou didst defy it. I have no mother to mourn over my death like young Decretus," he said curtly, "nor yet a wife to make into a sorrowing widow like the sculptor Menes. If it was his desire to break through the barrier of well-nigh insolent calm which she seemed to have set round her dainty person, then he succeeded over well, for she winced at his words like one who had received a blow, and her eyes, dark with anger, narrowed until they became mere slits fringed by her golden lashes. "But thou hast a life, Taurus Antinor," she said, "and life is a precious possession." He shrugged his massive shoulders, and a curious smile played round his lips. "And thou canst order that precious possession to be taken from me," he said lightly. "Is that what thou wouldst say?" "That and more, for thou hast other precious treasures more precious, mayhap, than life, so guard them well, O Taurus Antinor." "Nay, gracious lady," he rejoined, still smiling, "I have but one soul as I have one life, and that too is in the hands of God." "Of which God?" she asked quaintly. He did not reply, but pointed upward at the vivid dome of blue against which the white Phrygian marbles glittered in the sun. Of him whose empire is mightier than that of Rome. She looked on him in astonishment. Apparently she did not understand him, nor did he try to explain. But it seemed to her as if her whole appearance had changed suddenly, and her thoughts flew back to that which she had witnessed a year ago, when she was in Ostia, and she had seen a raging tempest become suddenly stilled. "There is no mightier empire than that of Rome," she said proudly, "and methinks thou art a traitor, O Taurus Antinor, else thou wouldst not speak of any emperor save of Cæsar, my kinsman." "I spoke not of an emperor, gracious lady," he said simply, "but thy thoughts were of one whose empire was mightier than that of Rome." "My thoughts," he said, "were of a man whom I saw whilst travelling through Judæa a few years ago. He was poor and dwelt among the fishermen of Galilee. They stood round him and listened whilst he talked. When he walked they followed him, for a halo of glory was upon him, and the words which he spoke were such that once heard they could never be forgotten." "Didst thou too hear those marvellous words, O Taurus Antinor?" she asked. "Only twice," he replied, "did I hear the words which he spoke. I mingled with the crowd, and once when his eyes fell upon me, it seemed to me as if all the secrets of life and death were suddenly revealed to me. His eyes fell upon me. I was one of a multitude. But from that moment I knew that life on this earth would never be precious to me again, since the most precious gift man hath is his immortality." "Thou speakest of strange matters, O praefect," she rejoined, "and meseems there's treason in what thou sayest. Who is this man whose very look hath made a slave of thee?" "A slave to his will, thou sayest truly, O daughter of Cæsar. Could I hear his command I would follow him through life and to death. At times, even now, meseems that I can hear his voice and see his eyes. Thou hast never seen such eyes, Augusta, fixed upon my very soul. I saw them just now, right across the forum, when the wretched freedwoman clung shrieking round my shins. They looked at me and asked me to be merciful. They did not command, they begged, asking for the pity that lay dormant in my soul. And now I know that if those same eyes looked at me again and asked for every drop of my blood, if they asked me to bear death, torture, or even shame, I would become, as thou truly sayest, a slave." Once or twice while he spoke she had tried to interrupt him, but every time the words she would have spoken had died upon her lips. He looked so strange, this praefect of Rome, whose judgments every one feared, whose strict adherence to the duty of young elegants of the day were ever fond of deriding. He looked very strange now and spoke such strange words that she resented bitterly, for they sounded like treason to the house of Cæsar, of which she was so coldly proud. To her Cæsar was a god, and she as his kinswoman had been brought up to worship in him, not the man, that might be vile, but the supreme power in the empire which he represented. She did not pause to think if he were base, tyrannical, a half-crazy despot without a mind or heart or sensibilities. She knew what she said about him. She had even seen at times things from which she recoiled in unspeakable horror. But her soul, still pure and still proud, was able to disassociate the abstract idea of the holy and the mighty Cæsar from its present hideous embodiment, and this same holy reverence for Cæsar she looked for in all those who she deemed were worthy to stand, not as his equals, for only the gods were that, but nigh to his holy person, his own kinsman first, then his senate, his magistrates and his patricians, and above all this man, almost a stranger, whom the Cæsar had deigned to honour with his confidence. And yet this same stranger spoke calmly of another, of a man whom he would obey as a slave in all things, whom he would follow even to death, a man whose might he proclaimed above that of Cæsar himself. "But who is this man?" she exclaimed, at last almost involuntarily. "A poor man from Galilee," he replied. "What is he called?" "Out there they call him Jesus of Nazareth." "And where is he now?" "He died upon the cross in Jerusalem 7 years ago." "Upon the cross?" she exclaimed. "What had he done?" "He had dwelt among the poor and brought them contentment and peace. He had lived amongst men and taught them love and charity. So the Roman proconsul ordered him to be crucified, and those whom he had rendered happy rejoiced over his death. Methinks I did hear something of this. I was a child then, but already I took much interest in the affairs of state, and my father spoke oft freely in my presence. I remember his talking of a demagogue over in Judea who claimed to be the king of the Jews, and who was punished for treason and sedition. But I also heard that he did but little mischief, since only a troop of ignorant fisher folk followed and listened to him. Ignorant fisher folk, thou saidst it truly, O Dea Flavia. Yet I have it in my mind that anon the knee of every patrician, I, of every Cæsar, shall bend before the mighty throne of that man from Galilee. And thus didst learn thy lesson of treason, O praefect, she retorted. Demagogues and traitors from Judea have sown the seeds of treachery in thy mind, and whilst thou dost receive with both hands the gifts of Cæsar my kinsman, thou dost set up another above him, and dost homage to him in thy heart. Ay, in my heart, gracious lady, for I am even more ignorant than those fishermen from Galilee who heard every word spoken by Jesus of Nazareth. I heard him but twice in my life, and once only did his eyes rest upon me, and they enchained my heart to his service, though I know but little yet of what he would have me do. No doubt he would have thee turn traitor to thine emperor, and to acclaim him, the demagogue, as imperator before the Senate and the army. I told thee that he was dead, he interposed simply, and that his words had made thee rebellious to Cæsar and insolent to me. Thine humble servant, O Augusta, he rejoined, smiling in spite of himself, for now she was just like an angry child. Wilt but command and see how I will obey. The girl, Nola, she said haughtily. In that alone I must deny thee. Then tie my shoe, it hath come undone. The tone with which she had said this was so arrogant and so harsh that even her slaves behind her turned frightened eyes on the praefect, who was known to be so proud, and on whom the curt command must have had the effect of a sudden whiplash on the face. She had spoken as if the humblest of her menials, finding pleasure in putting this insult on the man who had dared to thwart and irritate her. But she had not spoken deliberately. It had been an impulse, an irresistible desire to see him down on his knees, in the position only fit for slaves. Directly the words had left her mouth she already regretted them, for his refusal now would have been doubly humiliating for herself, and her good sense had told her already that no patrician, least of all Taurus Antinor, would submit quietly to public insult and ridicule even from her. The quick, more gentle word was already on her lips. The look of mute apology was struggling to her eyes, when to her astonishment the praefect, without a word, was down on his knees before her. "Nay," she said, "I did but jest." "The honour," he said quietly, "is too great." O daughter of Cæsar, that I should forego it now." His powerful shoulders were bent almost to the level of the ground, and she looked down on him, more puzzled than ever at this stranger whose every action seemed different from those of his fellow men. She put her little foot slightly forward, and as he tied the string of her shoe, she saw how slender was his hand, firm yet tapering down slightly to the elegant finger-tips, the hand of a patrician even though he hailed from the barbaric north. Suddenly she smiled, but this he did not see, for he was still intent upon the shoe. But she felt that those slender hands of his were singularly clumsy, and she smiled because she had recollected how like his fellow men he really was, how he evidently forgot his wrath and sank his pride for the pleasure of kneeling at her feet. To this homage she was well accustomed. Many there were in Rome who at this moment would gladly have changed places with the praefect. More than one great patrician had craved the honour of tying her shoe. More than one patrician hand had trembled whilst performing this service. And Dea Flavia smiled because already she guessed, or thought she had guessed, what would follow the tying of her shoe. A humble kiss upon her foot, the natural homage of a man to her beauty and to her power. The daughter of Cæsar smiled because the spirit of childlike waywardness was in her, and she thought that she would like this slave-like homage from this man whom her wrath and threats had left impassive, but whom her beauty had at last brought down to his knees. And thus smiling she waited patiently, content that he should be clumsy, glad that in a distance, under the arcade of the tabernae, she had spied Hortensius Martius, watching with wrathful eyes every movement of the praefect. She wondered if the young exquisite had heard the wordy warfare between herself and the proud man who now knelt quite awkwardly at her feet. And she guessed that what Hortensius had seen and heard, that he would retail at full length to his friends in the course of the banquet given by Cassius Nepos tomorrow night. For the moment she felt almost sorry for the giant brought down to his knees. The kiss which she so confidently anticipated would of truth completed his surrender, since she had resolved to make him kiss the dust by suddenly withdrawing her foot from under his lips, and then to laugh at him, and to allow her slaves to laugh and jeer at him as he lay sprawling in the dust, his huge arms lying crosswise on the flagstones before her. The spirit of mischief was in her, the love to tease a helpless giant. So for the nonce anger almost died out within her, and her eyes looked clear and blue as triumph and joy danced within their depths. But now Taurus Antinor had finished tying her shoe. He did not stoop further, nor did he embrace the dust, but he straightened his broad shoulders and raised himself from his knees, without rendering that homage which was expected of him. "Hast further commands for thy servant, O daughter of Cæsar?" he asked calmly. "None," she replied curtly, and calling her slaves to her, she entered her litter, and drew its curtains closely round her so that she should no longer be offended by his sight. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 7. The fool hath said in his heart, There is no God. Psalm 14, verse 1. And late that day, when Dea Flavia was preparing for rest, she dismissed her tirewomen, keeping only her young slaves round her, and then ordered Licinia to attend on her this night. Licinia was highly privileged in the house of Dea Flavia. She had nursed the daughter of proud Claudius Octavius at her breast, and between the wizened old woman and the fresh young girl there existed perfect friendship and the confidence born of years. Dea's first tooth was in Licinia's keeping, and so was the first lock of her hair cut from Dea's head. Licinia had been the confidant of Dea's first childish sorrow, and was the first to hear the tales of the young girl's social triumphs. No one but Licinia was allowed to handle Dea's hair. It was her shrivelled fingers that plaited every night the living stream of gold into the innumerable little plaits, so that the ripple in it might continue to live again on the morrow. It was Licinia who rubbed Dea's exquisite limbs with unguents after the bath, and she who trimmed the rose-tinted nails into their perfect pointed shape. To-night Dea Flavia was lying on the couch, covered with crimson silk. Her elbows were buried in the cushion stuffed with eiderdown. Her chin rested in her two hands, and her eyes were fixed on the mirror of polished bronze, held up by one of her younger slaves. Licinia, stooping over the reclining body of her mistress, was gently rubbing the white shoulders and spine with sweet scented oil. "And didst see it all, Licinia?" asked Dea Flavia, as with a lazy stretch of her graceful arms she suddenly swung herself round onto her back and looked straight up at the wrinkled old face bending tenderly over her. "Ay, my precious," replied Licinia eagerly. "Everything did I see, for thou didst draw the curtains of thy litter together so quickly, I had no time to take my place by thy side. I meant to follow immediately, and was only waiting there for a moment or two, until the crowd of thy retinue had dispersed along the various streets. Then it was that I spied my lord Hortensius, and something in the expression of his face made me pause then and there to see if there was aught amiss." "And was aught amiss with my lord Hortensius?" asked Dea Flavia with studied indifference. "He looked wrathful as a tiger in the arena when the guards come and snatch his prey from him. There was a frown on his face darker than that which usually sits on Taurus Antinor's brow." "He was angered?" "Ay, at the praefect," rejoined Licinia. "He strode forward from under the arcades directly after the crowd of thy slaves had disappeared, and the forum was all deserted save for Taurus Antinor standing there as if he had been carved in marble and in bronze and rooted there to the spot. My lord Hortensius came close up to the praefect and greeted him curtly. I dared no longer move away lest I should be seen, so I hid in the deep shadows behind the rostrum, and I heard Taurus Antinor's response to my lord Hortensius." "Yes, yes," said Dea Flavia impatiently. "Of course they greeted one another ere they came to blows, but 'tis of the blows I would like to hear, and what my lord Hortensius said to the praefect. He spoke to him of thee, my child, and taunted him with having angered thee," said Licinia. "The praefect is so proud and so impatient. I marvelled then that he did not hit my lord Hortensius in the face at once. He looked so huge. I bethought me of a giant, and his head looked dark like the bronze head of Jupiter, for his face had flushed a deep and angry crimson, whilst his mighty fists were clenched as if ready to strike. What caused them to strike then? My lord Hortensius called him a stranger, and this the praefect did not seem to resent. There are other lands than Rome, he said, and one of these gave my ancestors birth. Proud am I of my distant land, and proud now to be a patrician of Rome. Then didst my lord Hortensius break into loud laughter, which to mine ears sounded mirthless and forced. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at the praefect, and shouted, still laughing, Thou a patrician of Rome? Thou a tyrant's minion, slave and son of a slave? Nay, if the patriciate of Rome had its will with thee, it would have thee publicly whipped and branded like an arrogant menial that thou art. This and more did my lord Hortensius say, continued Licinia, whose voice now had sunk to an awed whisper at the recollection of the sacrilege. I hardly dared to breathe, for I could see the praefect's face, and could think of naught save the wrath of Jupiter, when on a sultry evening the thunder crowds are gathering in the wake of the setting sun. But Dea Flavia's interest in the narrative seemed suddenly to have flagged. She stretched her arms, yawned ostentatiously, and with the movement of a fretful child she threw herself once more flat upon the couch, with her elbows in the cushions and her face buried in her hands. With some impatience she snatched the mirror from the young slave's hand, and then she put it on the pillow and looked straight down into it, whilst her hair fell like golden curtains down each side of her face. Go on, Licinia, she said with curt indifference. There is but little more to tell, said the old woman, who with stolid placidness had resumed her former occupation, and once more rubbed the white shoulders with the sweet-smelling unguent. Nor could I tell thee how it all happened. A sort of tempestuous whirlwind seemed to sweep before my eyes, and the next thing that I saw clearly was the enormous figure clad in a gorgeous tunic, and standing high above me on the very top of the marble rostrum, beside the bronze figure of the god. It was the praefect. From where I stood, palsied with fear, I could see his face, dark now as the very thunders of Jupiter. His hair around his head gleamed like copper in the sun. But what caused my very blood to freeze and the marrow to stiffen in my bones was to see his two mighty arms high above his head, holding the body of my lord Hortensius. He looked up there like some godlike giant about to hurl an enemy down from the mountains of Olympus. The rostrum stands a terrific height above the pavement of the forum. The marble balustrades, the outstanding gradients, the carvings along its sides, all stood between that inert body held up aloft by those gigantic arms, and the flagstones below where death, hideous and yawning, seemed to be waiting for its prey. And still the praefect did not move, and I could see the muscles of his arms swollen like cords, and the sinews of his hands almost cracking between the weight of my lord Hortensius's body. Licinia paused and passed a wrinkled hand over her moist forehead. She was trembling even now at the recollection of what she had seen. The beautiful figure lying stretched out upon the couch had not moved in a single one of its graceful lines. The tiny head beneath its crown of gold was bent down upon the mirror. Couldst see my lord Hortensius's face? Came in the same cold tones of indifference from behind the veil of wavy hair. No, said Licinia, I thank the gods that I could not. One cry for mercy did he utter, one cry of horror, when first he felt himself uplifted and looked down into the awful face of death which awaited him below. Then mayhap he lost consciousness, for I heard not a sound, and the whole city lay still in the hush of the noonday sleep. Less than 1 minute had intervened since first I saw that avenging figure outlined against the blue curtain of the sky. Less than 1 minute even whilst my heart had ceased to beat. And then did a cry of horror escape my lips, and the praefect looked down into my face. Nor did he move as yet, but slowly meseems as if the ruddy glow died from out of his cheeks and brow, and after a while the tension on the mighty arms relaxed, and slowly were they lowered from above his head. He no longer was looking at me now, for his eyes were fixed upon the distant sky, as if they saw there something that called with irresistible power. And upon the heat-laden air there trembled a long sigh, as of infinite longing. Then the praefect gathered my lord Hortensius's inanimate body in his arms as a mother would her own child, and with slow and steady steps he descended the gradients of the rostrum. At its foot he caught sight of me, and called me to him. My lord hath only fainted, he said to me. Do thou chafe his hands and soothe his forehead, whilst I send his slaves to him. He laid the precious burden down in the cool shadow, taking off his own cloak and making it a pillow for my lord Hortensius's head. Then he went from me, and as he went I could hear him murmur, In thy service, O man of Galilee. Even as these last words still trembled on Licinia's lips, there came a sharp cry of rage, followed by one of terror, as with quick and almost savage movement Dea Flavia picked up the heavy mirror of bronze and hurled it across the chamber. It fell with a loud crash against the delicate mosaic of the floor, but as it swung through the air its sharp metal edge hit a young slave girl on the shoulder. A few drops of blood trickled down her breast, and she began to whimper in her fright. It had all happened so suddenly that no one, least of all Licinia, could guess what it was that had so angered my lady. Dea Flavia had raised herself to a sitting posture, and thrown her hair back, away from her face, which looked flushed and wrathful, whilst two sharp furrows appeared between her brows. The women were silent, feeling awed and not a little frightened. The girl, whose shoulder was now bleeding profusely, continued her whimpering. Get up, girl, said Licinia roughly, and staunch thy scratch elsewhere, away from my lady's sight. Hark at the baggage. One would think she is really hurt. Get thee gone, I say, ere I give thee better cause for whining. But in a moment Dea Flavia was on her feet. With a quick cry of pity she ran to her slave, kneeled beside her, and with a fine white cloth herself tried to staunch the wound. Art hurt? She said gently. Art hurt, child? I did not wish to hurt thee. Stop thy weeping, and I'll give thee that amber locket which thou dost covet so. Stop thy weeping, I say. It is my white rabbit thou dost hanker after. Thou shalt have it for thine own. Or, the woollen tunic with the embroidered bands. Or, stop whining, girl, she added impatiently, seeing that the girl, more frightened than hurt, was sobbing louder than before. Licinia, make her stop. She angers me with all this whining. Stop, I tell thee. Oh, Licinia, where is thy whip? I vow I'll have the girl whipped if she does not stop. But Licinia, accustomed to her mistress' quick changing moods, had in her turn knelt beside the girl, and was busy now with deft hands in staunching the blood and tying up the wound. This done, she dragged the child up roughly, though not unkindly, from the ground. Get thee gone and lie down on thy bed, she said. Shame on thee for making such a to-do. My lady hath no wish to hurt thee, and thou hast upset her with all this senseless weeping. Get thee gone now ere I do give thee that whipping which thou dost well deserve. She contrived to push the girl out of the chamber, and ordered 2 others to follow and look after her. Then once more she turned to her mistress, ready to tender fond apologies, since what she had said had so angered her beloved. Dea Flavia had thrown herself on the couch on her back. Her arms were folded behind her head. Her fair hair lay in heavy masses on the embroidered coverlet. She was staring straight up at the ceiling, her blue eyes wide open, and a puzzled frown across her brow. "My precious one," murmured Licinia. But Dea Flavia apparently did not hear. It seemed as if she were grappling in her mind with some worrying puzzle, the solution of which lay hidden up there behind that brilliant bit of blue sky which glimmered through the square opening in the roof. "My precious one," reiterated the old woman appealingly. "Tell me, Dea, was it aught that I said which angered thee?" Dea Flavia turned large wondering eyes to her old nurse. "Licinia," she said slowly. "Yes, my goddess. If a man saith that there is one greater, mightier than Cæsar, he is a traitor, is he not?" "A black and villainous traitor, Augusta," said Licinia, whose voice at the mere suggestion had become hoarse with awe. "And what in Rome is the punishment for such traitors?" Licinia asked the young girl, still speaking slowly and measuredly. "Death, my child," replied the old woman. "Only death?" insisted Dea, whilst the puzzled look in her eyes became more marked, and the frown between her brows more deep. "I do not understand thee, my precious one," said Licinia, whose turn it was now to be deeply puzzled. "What greater punishment could there be for a traitor than that of death? They torture slaves for lesser offences than that. Ay, and for sedition there is always the cross." "The cross?" she murmured. "Yes. Dost remember 7 years ago in Judæa there was a man who raised sedition among the Jews, and called himself their king, settling himself above Cæsar and above the might of Cæsar. They crucified him. Dost remember?" "I have heard of him," she said curtly. "What was his name?" "Nay, I have forgot. Methinks that he came from Galilee. They did crucify him because of sedition, and because he set himself to be above Cæsar." "And above the house of Cæsar?" "Ay, above the house of Cæsar too." "And they crucified him?" "Ay, like a common thief. 'Twas right and just, since he rebelled against Cæsar. And yet, Licinia, there are those in Rome who do him service even now." "The gods forbid!" exclaimed Licinia in horror. "And how could that be?" she added, with a shrug of the shoulders, "seeing that he died such a shameful death." "I marvel on that also," said the young girl, whose wide open blue eyes once more assumed their strangely puzzled expression. "Nay, I'll not believe it," rejoined the old woman haughtily. "Do that man service, a common traitor who died upon the cross? Who did stuff thine ears, my goddess, with such foolish tales?" "No one told me foolish tales, Licinia. But this I do know, that there are some in Rome who set that Galilean above the majesty of Cæsar, and in his name do defy Cæsar's might." "They are madmen then," said the slave curtly. "Or traitors," added Dea Flavia. "Thou sayest it. They are traitors and rebels, and never fear, they'll be punished. Sooner or later, they will be punished. Defy the might of Cæsar? Great gods above! The impious wretches! Thou wert right, my princess. Death alone were too merciful for them. The scourge first, and then the cross. That will teach them the might of thy house, O daughter of Cæsar. I would have no mercy with them. Throw them to the beasts, say I. Brand them, scorch them, wring their hearts' blood until they cry for death. The old pagan looked evil and cruel in her fury of loyalty to that house which begat her beloved Dea. Her eyes glistened as those of a cat waiting to fall upon its prey. Her wrinkled hands looked like claws that were ready to tear the very flesh and sinew from the traitor's breast. Her voice, always hoarse and trembling, had risen to a savage shriek which died away as in a passionate outburst of love she threw herself down on the floor beside the couch, and taking Dea's tiny feet between her hands, she covered them with kisses and with tears. But Dea Flavia once more lay back on the coverlet of crimson silk, and her blue eyes once more were fixed upward to the sky. Above her the glint of blue was now suffused with tones of pink merging into mauve. Somewhere out west the sun was slowly sinking into rest. Tiny golden clouds flitted swiftly across that patch of sky on which Dea Flavia gazed so intently. "Come, kiss me, Licinia," she said slowly after a while. "I'll to rest now. Tomorrow I shall see my kinsman, the Cæsar, again, after a year's absence from him. I desire to be very beautiful tomorrow, Licinia, for mayhap I'll to the games with him. The new tunic worked with purple and gold. I'll wear that and my new shoes of antelope skin. In my hair the circlet of turquoise and pearls. Dost think it'll become me, Licinia? Thou wilt be more beautiful, my precious one, than men's eyes can conveniently endure," said Licinia, whose whole face became radiant with the joy of her perfect love for the girl. "Ah, thou hast soothed my heart and mind, Licinia. I feel that I shall sleep well to-night." She allowed the old woman to lead her gently to her bedchamber, where within the narrow alcove she lay all that night, tossing upon the silken mattress that was stuffed with eiderdown. Sleep would not come to her, and hour after hour she lay there, her eyes fixed into the darkness on which at times her fervid fancy traced a glowing cross. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea. Unto Cæsar, Chapter 8. The lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is of the Lord. Proverbs 16:33. And even thus did the mighty empire hurry headlong to its fall, with shouts of joy and cries of exultation, with triumphal processions, with music, with games, and with flowers. The Cæsar had returned from Germany, and Gaul, having played his part of mountebank upon the arena of the world, eaten up with senseless and cynical vanity, Caius Julius Cæsar Caligula desired to be the Cæsar of his army, as he was princeps and imperator, high pontiff and supreme dictator of the empire. But as there was no war to conduct, no rebellion to subdue, he had invented a war and harassed some barbarians who had no thought save that of peace. He stage-managed conspiracies and midnight attacks, drilling his own soldiers into acting the parts of malcontents, of escaped prisoners, of bloodthirsty barbarians, while he himself, as chief actor in the play, vanquished the mock foes and took from them mock spoils of war. Then he upbraided Rome for her inertia, while at sea the emperor confronted dangers and endured hardships for her sake. His letters, full of glowing accounts of his supposed prowess, of the ferocity of the enemy, of the fruits of victory snatched at the cost of innumerable sacrifices, were solemnly read to the assembled senators in the temple of Mars, and to a vast concourse of people gathered in the forum. They listened to these letters with awe and reverence, proud of the valour of their Cæsar, rejoicing in the continued glory of the mightiest empire of the world, their own empire, which they, the masters of the earth and of the sea, had made under the guidance of rulers such as he who even now was returning laurel-laden and victory-crowned from Germany. And the triumphal procession was begun. First came the galley in which Caligula was said to have crossed the ocean for the purpose of subduing some rebel British princes, but in which he in verity had spent some pleasant days fishing in a bay. It was brought back to Rome in the solemn state by land, right across the country of the Alemanni, and carried the whole of the way by 16 stalwart barbarians, supposed prisoners of war. The galley was received with imperial honours, as if it had been a human creature, the very person of the Cæsar. In the presence of a huge and enthusiastic crowd it was taken to the temple of Mars, when the pontiffs, attired in their festal robes, dedicated it with solemn ritual to the god of war, and finally deposited it in a specially constructed cradle fashioned of citrus wood, with elaborate carvings and touches of gilding thereon, the whole resting upon a pedestal of African marble. Upon the next day a procession of Gauls entered the city carrying helmets which were filled with seashells. The men wore their hair long and unkempt. They were naked save for a goatskin tied across the torso with a hempen rope, and their shins were encircled with leather bands. The helmets were said to have belonged to those of Cæsar's soldiers who had lost their lives in an expedition against the Germans, and the seashells were a special tribute from the ocean to the gods of the capital. By Cæsar's orders the helmets were to be the objects of semi-divine honours in the memory of the illustrious dead. Thus the tragi-comedy went on day after day, the plebes enjoying the pageants because they did not know that they were being fooled, the patricians looking on because they did not care. And now the imperial mountebank was coming home himself, having ordered his triumph as he had stage-managed his deeds of valour. Triumphal arches and street decorations, flowers and processions, he had ordained everything just as he wished it to be, from the statue of every god in the temples of the capital and of the Forum. The bronze head had been knocked off by his orders, and a likeness of his own head placed in substitution. His intention was to receive divine homage, and this the plebes, who had been promised a succession of holidays, with races, games, and combats, was over ready to grant him. The vestibule connecting his palace with the temple of Castor had been completed in his absence, and he wished to pass surreptitiously from his own apartments to the very niche of the idol which was in full view of the Forum, and there to show himself to the people, even whilst a sacrifice was offered to him as to a god. To all this senseless display of egregious vanity, the obsequiousness of the senators and the careless frivolity of the plebes easily lent itself, nor did anyone demur at the decree which came from the absent hero that he should in the future be styled the father of the armies, the greatest and best of Cæsars. All thought of dignity was dead in these descendants of the great people who had made the empire. They had long ago sold their birthright of valour and of honour for the pottage of luxury and the favours of a tyrannical madman. What cared they if after they had feasted and shouted themselves hoarse in praise of a deified brute, the ruins of Rome came crashing down over their graves? What cared they if in far-off barbaric lands the Goths and Huns were already whetting their steel? Only a few among the more dignified senators, a few among the more sober praetorian tribunes, revolted in their heart at this insane exhibition of egoism, these perpetual outrages on common sense and dignity. But they were few and the influence small, and they were really too indolent, too comfortable in their luxurious homes to do aught but accept what they had deemed inevitable. The only men in Rome who cared were the ambitious and the self-seekers, and they cared not because of Rome, not because of the glory of the empire, or the welfare of the land, but because they saw in the very excess of the tyrant's misrule the best chance for their own supremacy and power. Foremost among these was Caius Nepos, the praetorian praefect, all-powerful in the absence of the Cæsar, well liked by the army, so 'twas said. Some influential friends clung around him, and also some malcontents, those who are ever on the spot when destruction is to be accomplished, ever ready to overthrow any government which does not happen to further their ambitions. Most of these men were assembled this night beneath the gilded roof of Caius Nepos' house. He had gathered all his friends round him, had feasted them with good viands and costly wines, with roasted peacocks from Gaul and mullets come straight from the sea, He had amused them with oriental dancers and Egyptian acrobats, and when they had eaten and drunk their fill, he bade them good night and sent them home laden with gifts. But his intimates remained behind, pretending to leave with the others. They lingered on in the atrium, chatting of indifferent topics amongst themselves, until all had gone whose presence would not be wanted in the conclave that was to take place. There were now some 40 of them in number, rich patricians all of them, their ages ranging from that of young Aeschines, who was just 20 years old, to that of Marcus Ancreus, the elder, who had turned 60. Their combined wealth mayhap would have purchased every inhabited house in the entire civilized world, or every slave who was ever put up in the market. Marcus Ancreus, they say, could have pulled down every temple in the Forum and rebuilt it at his own cost, and Philippus Decius, who was there, had recently spent the sum of 50 million sesterces upon the building and equipment of his new villa at Herculaneum. Young Hortensius Martius was there too, he who was said to own more slaves than anyone else in Rome, and Augustus Philario of the household of Cæsar, who had once declared that he would give 100,000 aurei for a secret poison that would defy detection. "Why is not Taurus Antinor here this evening?" asked Marcus Ancreus, when this little group of privileged guests once more turned back toward the triclinium. "I think that he will be here anon," replied the host. "I have sent him word that I desired speech with him on business of the state, and that I craved the honour of his company." They all assembled at the head of the now deserted tables. The few slaves who had remained at the bidding of their master had redraped the couches and reset the crystal goblets of wine and the gold dishes with fresh fruit. The long narrow hall looked strangely mournful now that the noisy guests had departed, and the sweet scented oil in the lamps had begun to burn low. The table, laden with empty jars, with broken goblets, and remnants of fruits and cakes, looked uninviting and even weird in its aspect of departed cheer. The couches beneath their tumbled draperies of richly dyed silk looked bedraggled and forlorn, whilst the stains of wine upon the fine white cloths looked like widening streams of blood. Under the shadows of elaborate carvings in the marble of the walls, ghost-like shadows flickered and danced as the smoke from the oil lamp wound its spiral curves upwards towards the gilded ceiling above. And in the great vases of priceless myrrh roses and lilies and white tuberoses, the spoils of costly glass houses were slowly drooping in the heavy atmosphere. The whole room, despite its rich hangings and gilded pillars, wore a curious air of desolation and of gloom. Mayhap Caius Nepos himself was conscious of this, for as he followed his guests from out the atrium he gave 3 loud claps with his hands, and a troop of young girls came in carrying bunches of fresh flowers and some newly filled lamps. These they placed at the head of the table, there where the couches surrounding it were draped with crimson silk, and soft downy cushions, well shaken up, once more called to rest and good cheer. "I pray you all take your places," said the host pleasantly, "and let us resume our supper." He gave a sign to a swarthy-looking slave who, clad all in white, was presiding at a gorgeous buffet carved of solid citrus wood, which, despite the fact that supper had just been served to 200 guests, was once more groaning under the weight of mammoth dishes filled with the most complicated products of culinary art. The slave, at his master's sign, touched a silver gong, and 6 henchmen in linen tunics brought in the steaming dishes fresh from the kitchens. The carver set to and attacked with long sharp knife the gigantic capons which one of the bearers had placed before him. He carved with quickness and dexterity, placing well-chosen morsels on the plates of massive gold which young waiting-maids then carried to the guests. "Wilt dismiss thy slaves before we talk?" asked Marcus Ancreus, the veteran in this small crowd. He himself had been silent for the past 10 minutes, doing full justice to the second relay of Caius Nepos' hospitality. The waiting-maids were going round now, with gilt basins and cloths of fine white linen for the cleansing and drying of fingers between the courses. Others, in the meanwhile, filled the crystal goblets with red or white wine, as the guests desired. "We can talk now," said the host. "These slaves will not heed us. They," he added, nodding in the direction of the carver and his 6 henchmen, "are all deaf as well as mute, so we need have no fear of them." "What treasures!" ejaculated young Aeschines, with wondering eyes fixed upon his lucky host. "Where didst thou get them, Caius Nepos? By the gods, I would I could get an army of deaf-mute slaves." "They are not easy to get," rejoined the other, "but I was mightily lucky in my find. I was at Cirta, in Numidia, at the time when the dusky chief there, one named Hazim Ran, had made a haul of 6 malcontents who I understood had conspired against his authority. It seems that these rebels had a leader who had succeeded in escaping to his desert fastness, and whom Hazim Ran greatly desired to capture. To gain this object he commanded the 6 prisoners to betray their leader. This they refused to do, whereupon the dusky prince ordered their ears to be cut off, and threatened them that unless they spoke on the morrow, their tongues would be cut off the next day. And if after that they still remained obdurate, their heads would go the way of their tongues and ears." Exclamations of horror greeted this gruesome tale, the relevancy of which no one had as yet perceived. But Caius Nepos, having pledged his friends in a draught of Sicilian wine, resumed. "I, as an idle traveller from Rome, had been received by the dusky chieftain with marked deference, and I was greatly interested in the fate of the 6 men who proved so loyal to their leader. So I waited 3 days, and when their tongues and ears had been cut off and their heads were finally threatened, I offered to buy them for a sum sufficiently large to tempt the cupidity of Hazim Ran. And thus I had in my possession 6 men whose sense of loyalty had been splendidly proved, and whose discretion henceforth would necessarily be absolute." This time a chorus of praise greeted the conclusion of the tale. The cynical calm with which it had been told, and the ferocious selfishness which it revealed, seemed in no way repellent to Caius Nepos' guests. A few pairs of indifferent eyes were levelled at the slaves, and that was all. And then Philippus Decius remarked coolly, "So much for thy carvers and henchmen, O Caius Nepos. But thy waiting maids, are they deaf and dumb too?" "No," replied the host, "but they come from foreign lands and do not understand our tongue." "Then you all think that the next few days will be propitious for our schemes?" here broke in young Escanes, who seemed the most eager amongst them all. "Ay," said Caius Nepos, "with a little good luck even to-morrow night might prove the best day. The Cæsar is half frenzied now, gorged with his triumph, the mockery of which he does not seem to understand. He is more like a raving madman than ever, much more feeble in mind and body than before this insensate expedition to Germany." "I suppose that there is no doubt as to the truth of the tales which are current about the expedition?" quoth Marcus Ancreus, whose years rendered him more cautious than the others. "No doubt whatever," rejoined the host, "and some of the tales fall far short of the truth. There never was a real blow struck during the whole time that madman was away. He travelled from place to place in his litter, borne by 8 men, and sent his soldiers ahead of him with sprays and buckets of water, that they should lay the dust along the road on which he would travel. At Trevororium, on the banks of the Rhine, he caused 200 of his picked guard to dress up as barbarians, and to make feint to attack the camp at midnight. This they did with necessary shoutings and clashings of steel against steel. Then did the greatest and best of Cæsars sally forth in full battle array, followed by a few of his most trusted men, and in the darkness there was heard more shouting and more clashings of steel, until Caligula returned in triumph at sunrise to his camp. He had passed hempen ropes round the necks of the mock barbarians, and ever after had them dragged in the wake of his litter, even as if they were prisoners of war. No doubt he had paid them well for acting such a farce. But was the army blind to all this folly? The Cæsar only kept some 500 picked men round him in his camp. These he bribed into acquiescence of all his mad pranks. The rest of the legions were some distance away all the time. They believed all that they were told. Mayhap they thought it wisest to believe. "I know that in Belgica, on the shores of the ocean," began Augustus Philario after a while, but he was not allowed to proceed. Shouts of derision broke in upon the tale, followed by expressions of rage. "What is the good of retailing further follies?" said Caius Nepos at last. "We all know that a madman, a vain, besotted fool, wields now the sceptre of Julius Cæsar and of great Augustus. The numbers of his misdeeds are like the grains of sand on the seashore. His orgies have shamed our generation, his debauches are a disgrace upon the fame of Rome. Patricians, awake! The day hath come, the hour is close at hand. To-morrow, mayhap, at the public games, a tumult amongst the people, It should be easy to rouse that. Then a well-edged dagger, and the Empire is rid of the most hideous and loathsome tyrant that ever brutalised a nation and shamed an empire." Even as he spoke, and despite the deaf-mute slaves and the foreign girls, he lowered his voice until it sank to the merest whisper. Reclining upon the couches, with elbows buried in silken cushions, the others all stretched forward now, until 20 of heads met in one continued circle, forehead to forehead, and ear to ear, whilst in the midst of them an oil lamp flickered low and lit up at fitful intervals the sober, callous faces, with the hard mouths and cruel, steely eyes. The slaves, those who had lost ears and tongue, and those who spoke no language save their own foreign one, had retreated to the far corners of the room, up against the columns of Phrygian marble or the hangings of Tyrian tapestries. Their great uncomprehending eyes were fixed on that compact group at the head of the table, where round the bowls of roses and of lilies, and the goblets of wine, the future of the Empire of Rome was even now being discussed. "The tumult can be easily provoked," said one of the guests presently, a young man whose black hair and dark eyes bespoke his oriental blood. "The Cæsar is certain to provoke it himself by some insane act of tyrannical folly. You must all remember how, 2 years ago, during the Megalesian games, he ordered the women of his retinue to descend into the arena and to engage the gladiators in combat. At this outrage the discontent among the people nearly broke out into open revolt. It was thou, Caius Nepos, who checked the tumult then." "The hour was not ripe," said the latter, "and we were not allied. It will be different tomorrow." "How will it be tomorrow?" "When the tumult is at its highest, he who has the surest hand shall strike the Cæsar down, I in the meanwhile." "Then thou, Caius Nepos, art not certain of the sureness of thy hand?" interposed Hortensius Martius, who hitherto had taken no active part in the discussion. He lay on a couch at some distance from his host, and had declined every morsel offered to him by the waiting maids, but he had drunk over freely, and his good-looking young face looked flushed and dark beneath its wealth of curls. Unlike his usual self, he was ill-humoured and almost morose to-night, and there was a dark, glowering look in his eyes, as from time to time he cast furtive glances towards the door. "Nay, good Hortensius," said the host loftily, "mine will be the greater part. The praetorian guard know and trust me. It will be my duty when the Cæsar is attacked to keep them from rushing to his aid. The army is apt to forget a tyrant's crime, and to think of him only as a leader to be obeyed. But when the guard hear my voice, they will understand and will be true to me." "'Tis I will strike," now broke in young Escanes, with all the enthusiasm of his years. The ardour of leadership glowed upon his face, and he seemed to challenge this small assembly to dispute his right to the foremost place in the great event of the morrow. But his challenge was not taken up. No one else seemed eager to dispute his wish. Somewhat sobered, he resumed more calmly. "The Cæsar hath much affection for me. I oft sat beside him in the circus or at the games last year. The Augustas too like to have me beside them, to talk pleasing gossip in their ears. 'Twill be easiest for me, at a signal given, to strike with my dagger in the Cæsar's throat." "Thine shall be that glory, O Escanes, since thou dost will it so," said Caius Nepos, not without a touch of irony. "Directly the deed is done, the praetorian guard shall raise the cry, 'The Cæsar is dead!'" "And it should be at once followed by another," said Marcus Ancreus the elder, "by 'Hail to thee, O mighty Cæsar!'" "'Tis thou should raise that cry, O Caius Nepos," said Hortensius with a sarcastic curl of his lip. "Oh, as to that," began the other with some hesitation. "Ay, as to that," said Escanes hotly. "If I slay the tyrant to-morrow with mine own hand, then I must know at least for whom I do the deed." There was silence after that. Everyone seemed absorbed in his own thoughts. Dreamy eyes gazed abstractedly in the crystal goblets, as if vainly trying to trace in its crimson depths the outline of an imperial sceptre. At last Caius Nepos spoke. "Let us be rid of the tyrant first. The army will soon elect its new chief." "And is it on the support of the army, O praefect, that thou dost base thine own hopes of supreme power?" asked Hortensius, whose ill humour seemed to grow on him more and more. "Nay," retorted Caius Nepos, "I did not know that by so doing I was dashing thine." "Silence," admonished Marcus Ancreus the elder. "Are we children or slaves that we should wrangle thus? Have we met here in order to rid the empire of an abominable and bloodthirsty tyrant, or are we mere vulgar conspirators, pursuing our own ends? There was no thought in our host's mind of supreme power, O Hortensius, nor in thine, I'll vow. As for me, I care not for the imperium," he added naively. "It is difficult to content every one, and a permanent consulship under our chosen Cæsar were more to my liking. Bring forth thy tablets, O Caius Nepos, and we'll put the matter to the vote. There are not many of the house of Cæsar fit to succeed the present madman, and our choice there will be limited." "There is but Claudius, the brother of Germanicus," interposed the host curtly. "Germanicus's brother to succeed Germanicus's son," said another with a contemptuous shrug of the shoulders. "And he is as crazy as his nephew," added Caius Nepos. He had not assembled his friends here to-night. He had not feasted them and loaded them with gifts with a view to passing the imperium merely from one head to another. He was fairly sure of the support of the Praetorian Guard, whose praefect he was, and had counted on the adherence of these malcontents, who he hoped would look to him for future favours, whilst raising him to supreme dignity. He liked not this talk of the family of Cæsar, which took the attention of his closest adherents away from his own claim. "The entire house of Cæsar," he said, "is rotten to the core. There is not one member of it fit to rule." "But of a truth," said prudent Ancreus, "they have the foremost claim." "Then if that be the case," broke in young Hortensius Martius suddenly, "let us turn to the one member of the house of Cæsar who is noble and pure, exalted above all." "There is none such," said Caius Nepos hotly. "Aye, there is one," retorted the younger man. "His name?" came loudly from every side. "I spoke of a woman." "A woman!" and shouts of derisive laughter broke from every lip. Only Marcus Ancreus remained grave and thoughtful, and now he said, "Dost perchance speak of Dea Flavia Augusta?" "Even of her," replied Hortensius. Involuntarily at the name, the voice of the older man had assumed a respectful tone, and all around the vulgar sneers and bitter mockery had died away as if by magic contact with something hallowed and pure. Even Caius Nepos thought it wise to subdue his tone of contempt, and merely said curtly, "A goddess of truth, but a woman cannot lead an army or rule an empire." "No," rejoined Hortensius Martius, "but a wise and virtuous woman can rule wisely and virtuously over the man whom she will choose for mate." There was silence for a moment or two, whilst young Hortensius's glowing eyes swept questioningly over the assembly. Every one there knew of his passion for the Augusta, a passion, in truth, shared by many of those who had the privilege of knowing her intimately, and strangely enough, though the proposal had so much daring in it, it met with but little opposition. "Wouldst thou then suggest, O Hortensius Martius," quoth Marcus Ancreus, the elder, after a slight pause, "that the Augusta's husband be made Emperor of Rome?" "Why not?" retorted the other simply. "It is not a bad notion," mused young Escanes, who thought himself high in the favour of Dea Flavia. "An admirable one," assented Ancreus, "for we must remember that Dea Flavia Augusta is of the true blood of the Cæsars, the blood of the great Augustus, and there is none better. Since she, as a woman, cannot rule men or lead an army, what more fitting than that her lord, whoever he might be, should receive the imperium through her hands?" "He might prove to be a more miserable creature than the Caligula himself," suggested Philario, who was too ill-favoured to have the hopes of winning the proud and imperious beauty for himself. "Nay, that were impossible," asserted Hortensius hotly. "The man whom Dea Flavia will favour will be a brave man, else he would not dare to woo her. He will be honourable and noble, else he could never win her." "Methinks that thou art right, O Hortensius," added Ancreus, who had taken upon himself the role of a wise and prudent counsellor, "and moreover, he will be rich by virtue of the wealth which the Augusta will have as a marriage portion. Her money, merged with the state funds, would be of vast benefit to the land. And on his death and his sons and hers, a direct descendant of great Augustus would be the only fitting heir," concluded another. "Meseems now," said Ancreus decisively, "that we would solve a grave difficulty by accepting the suggestion made by Hortensius Martius. The imperium, as is only just, would remain in the family of the great Augustus. We should have a brave, noble, and rich Cæsar, whose virtuous and beautiful wife would wield beneficial influence over him, and for the present we should all be working for unselfish ends. Not one of us here present can say for a certainty whom the Augusta will choose for mate. Directly the tyrant is swept out of the way, we, who have brought about the great end, will ask her to make her choice. Thus our aims will have been pure and selfless. Each one of us here will have risked all for the sake of the unknown. What say you, friends? Shall we pledge our loyalty to the man whom not one of us here can name this day, a man mayhap still unknown to us, the future lord of Dea Flavia Augusta, of the house of Cæsar? The peroration seemed greatly to the liking of the assembled company. The thought that they would all be working with pure and selfless motives flattered these men egregious vanity. Vaguely every one of them hoped that all the others would believe in his unselfish aims, even whilst every one meant to work solely for his own ends. Hortensius Martius's proposal pleased because it opened out such magnificent possibilities. The Imperium itself, which had seemed infinitely remote from so many, now appeared within reach of all. Anyone who was young, well favoured, and of patrician birth might aspire to the hand of the Augusta, and not one of those who possessed at least two of those qualifications doubted his own ability to win. Raising himself to a more upright position, Marcus Ancreus the elder, goblet in hand, looked round for approval on all the guests. The murmur of acquiescence was well nigh general, and many there were who held their goblets to the waiting maids in order to have them filled and then drain them to the last dregs. But there were a few dissentient voices, chiefly among the less favoured who, like Philario, could hardly dare approach a beautiful woman with thoughts of wooing her. Caius Nepos had not taken up the pledge, nor had he taken any part in the discussion since Dea Flavia's name first passed the lips of young Hortensius. Indeed, as the latter seemed to lose his ill humour and become flushed and excited with the approval of his friends, so did the host gradually become more and more morose and silent. Clearly the proposal to leave the matter of the choice of a Cæsar in the hands of a woman was not to his liking. Though good-looking and still in the prime of life, he had never found favour with women, and Dea Flavia had often shown open contempt for him, and for the selfish ambition which moved his every action, and which he was at no pains to conceal. It was easy to see by the glowering look on his face that the meeting this night had not turned out as he had wished. "We cannot decide this matter otherwise than by vote," said one of the guests when the murmurs of approval and those of dissent had equally died down. "Thou art right, O friend," assented Ancreus, "and I pray thee, Caius Nepos, order thy slaves to bring us the tablets, and let each man record his vote according to his will." Caius Nepos could find no objection to this, even though the question of voting was in no way to his liking. He had a vague hope, mayhap, that by gaining time he might succeed in sowing seeds of discord amongst those who had been so ready to accede to the new proposal. Any moment, even now, a chance word spoken, a trifling incident, an incipient quarrel might sway these men and bring them back to their allegiance to himself. He had been so sure of their support. The banquet this night had been destined to set the seal to their fealty and to cement their friendship. It was more than exasperating that the suggestion of a young fool should have caused them to swerve from their promised adherence. For the moment, however, he could not help but acquiesce outwardly in the wish of the majority. After an imperceptible moment of hesitation, he called to one of his deaf-mute slaves, and made him understand by signs that he wanted 40 wax tablets prepared and brought hither, with 40 stylets, wherewith to write. Then he cheerily bade his guests once more to eat and drink and to make merry. And it was characteristic of these strange products of a decadent age, that in the midst of grave discussions wherein their own lives and their future aggrandizement were at stake, these men were quite ready to respond to their host's invitation, and momentarily to forget their own ambitious schemes in the enjoyment of Epicurean delights. Wine and fruit were once more handed round. Both were excellent, and during a brief interval mighty issues were set aside, and conversation became more general and more free. The pageant of games and combats, which was to last for over 30 days in honour of the deification of Caligula and his safe return from Germany, became the subject of eager talk. There had been rumours of a remarkable load of African lions arrived in the Tiber a day or two ago, which were to make a gorgeous spectacle in the arena pitted against some tigers from Numidia. There was also talk of a novelty in the shape of crocodiles, who were said to fight with great cunning and power against a pack of hyenas from the desert. Then there would be the chariot races and gladiatorial combats. Heavy betting on these events had been in progress for some time, all over the city amongst the wealthy patricians as well as among the impoverished plebs. The respective merits of the blues, the greens, the reds, and the yellows were the subject of heated discussions, and Caius Nepos was glad to note that more than a suspicion of antagonism was aroused between his guests in the deference of their respective choice. He only took a very cursory part in the discussion, putting in a word here and there where contradiction or approval might further inflame overheated tempers, and he ordered his slaves to pour the wine with a free hand, and himself was ready to pledge every one of his guests over and over again for as long as they were ready to drink. Inside the room the heat had become excessive, the evening air only entered through narrow windows, and the gentle breeze did no more than fan the flames of the oil lamps, or make the petals of dying roses tremble and fall. The noise grew louder and louder as the fumes of heady wines obscured the brains of these makers of future empires. Slaves were called for loudly to undo the tunics and to help cast off all but the necessary garments. Every face round the table now was flushed and moist, every forehead streaming with perspiration. Escanes, goblet in hand, was singing a ribald song, the chorus of which was taken up by the group of young men nearest to him. The older ones were making insane bets and driving preposterous bargains over horses and slaves. By the time that the slaves had returned with the tablets, the praetorian praefect had cause to be satisfied with the temper of his guests. Coarse jests and drunken oaths were heard more often than whispered serious talk. The names of popular gladiators seemed of more account than those of future Cæsars. Curls were dishevelled and laurel crowns awry. The silken draperies on the couches had become tattered rags, and the cushions were scattered all about the floor. Debris of crystal vases littered the table, and bunches of dying flowers were tossed about by unsteady hands. Given a little more time, a few more draughts of Sicilian wine, and all thoughts of voting for a future Cæsar would be beyond the mental power of these degenerates, and drunken quarrels would turn to violent enmity. This Caius Nepos had in mind when he took the tablets from the slaves, and threw them down with affected carelessness on the table before him. "We cannot vote," he said loudly, "whilst Taurus Antinor is not here." His words were even more potent than he had hoped. All that he had wanted was further delay, and most of his guests nodded approval with drunken solemnity, and then called for more wine. But Hortensius Martius, who, though he had drunk as heavily as others, had not joined in the ribald songs or the senseless orgy of shouts and of laughter, now jumped up with a violent oath. "What hath Taurus Antinor to do with us?" he shouted at the top of his voice. "Or we with Taurus Antinor? You do not intend, I trust, to raise a freed man to the imperium and place the sceptre of Cæsar in the hands of a descendant of slaves." He was trembling with such unbridled fury, his eyes glowed with the lust of such deadly hate, that instinctively the ribald songs and immoderate laughter were hushed, and eyes, veiled with the film of intoxication, were turned wonderingly upon him. But Caius Nepos was smiling blandly. The ire of Hortensius pleased him even though he did not understand its cause. "Nay, as to that," he said, "are we not all descended from slaves? Taurus Antinor hath the ear of the plebs. Doth suggest, O Hortensius, that he also hath the ear of Dea Flavia Augusta?" He had shot this arrow into the air, little guessing how hard and truly it would hit. Hortensius was making vigorous efforts to curb his temper, biting his lips until tiny drops of blood slowly trickled down his chin, but he felt that the mocking eyes of his host were upon him, and had just a sufficiency of reason left in him to see through the machinations of Caius Nepos. He would not hold himself up to ridicule now before those who should prove his strong supporters in the future. His proposal had not yet been put to the vote, and he did not mean to alienate his adherents by an insane show of maniacal rage. "Of that," he said in response to his host's taunt, in a voice quivering with the mighty effort of control, "of that there is but little fear. The Augusta is too proud to look with favour on a stranger. As for me, I would sooner ask Escanes to plunge his dagger in my throat than I would serve the empire under the Cæsarship of Taurus Antinor." "Thou canst record thy vote as thou thinkest best," said Caius Nepos with calm urbanity, and those who were sufficiently sober nodded approval with solemn gravity. "Nay," here interposed Marcus Ancreus with stern reproof, "before we begin to vote, let us be agreed on one point. Let us be prepared to swear by the gods that we will adhere truly and loyally to the choice of the majority. And if, as meseems is likely, we agree that the unknown future husband of Dea Flavia Augusta become the ruler of us all, then we must swear to proclaim him the Cæsar with one accord. Else doth our voting become a mere farce. Friends, before ye vote, are you ready to take this oath?" "Aye, aye," came from almost every mouth round the table, but they nodded like automatons, with heavy heads that rolled on bowed shoulders and blurred eyes half hidden behind closing lids. "I'll not swear allegiance to Taurus Antinor," persisted Hortensius obstinately. "Dost think it likely that Augusta favours him?" asked the host ironically. "No, but—" "Then what hast thou to fear?" "As for me," interposed young Escanes in a thick voice broken by hiccoughs, "I am ready to swear as Marcus Ancreus directs. If we are not satisfied with the new Cæsar, whoever he may be, my dagger will not rust in the meanwhile. I can easily whet it again." Even as these last cynical words left the young man's lips, there came from outside a noise of much shouting and shuffling of naked feet, and anon the sound of a voice, loud and harsh, asking for leave to speak with the praetorian praefect. Caius Nepos paused, tablets in hand. Strangely enough the voice, though well known, seemed to have a sobering effect on all these ebullient tempers. Marcus Ancreus, who was the most calm among them all, threw a quick glance of inquiry on his host. One or two furtive glances were exchanged. A look that was half ashamed crept into some of the faces, and there were hurried, whispered calls to the slaves to bring the bags of ice. Quickly the tunics were readjusted, and an attempt made at re-establishing some semblance of decorum round the table. Caius Nepos was giving hastily whispered directions to the waiting maids. "Pull that coverlet straight, quick," he ordered, "and those cushions. Pick them off the ground. That broken vase. Set it aside. There. Try and hide that wine stain with the fresh cloth." And all the while rapid, eager questions flew from mouth to mouth. "Wilt tell him at once, O Caius Nepos? Or, wilt ply him with wine first? 'Twere safer." "Nay, nay," said Escanes, whose wrists and ankles were being bathed. "That would take too long. Taurus Antinor hath a strong head, and I for one could not keep sober another half hour." "Dost know if he is one with us?" was the query that came from every side. Hortensius Martius alone had remained silent. He did not call either for water or for ice. It was his hatred that had sobered him, making the lines of his face set and hard, causing the flush to die from his cheeks and leaving them ashy pale. "Dost know if he is at one with us?" reiterated Augustus Philario impatiently. He had ordered a slave to hold lumps of ice to his forehead, whilst Philippus Decius, lying next to him, was having perfume rubbed into the back of his neck. "We must look stern and deliberate," said Ancreus. "Dost know, O Caius Nepos, if he is at one with us?" "We must enlist him," rejoined the latter hurriedly. "He holds the plebs, and without his help opposition might become difficult. A word from him to the crowd, and the new Cæsar is assured of peace within the city." "Then do thou tell him what has been decided," said one of the others, who was busy smoothing his tangled hair. "No, no," whispered cautious Ancreus the elder. "Have a care, thou. Caius Nepos must probe him ere thou speakest." "Tell him naught of Escanes' dagger," added another hurriedly. "Speak of abdication," said the older man, "of anything that comes in thy mind. Some men there are who—" But he had no time to explain his meaning further, for the next moment Taurus Antinor stepped into the room. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 9. There is a lion in the way, a lion is in the streets. Proverbs 26:13. He had exchanged his embroidered tunic for a gorgeous synthesis of crimson embroidered with gold, which set off to perfection the somewhat barbaric splendour of his personality. And as he stood there massive and erect, beneath the gilded beams of Caius Nepos' dining hall, with the slaves at his feet undoing the strings of his shoes, he looked every inch the ruler for whom all these men here were blindly and senselessly seeking. His deep-set eyes, beneath that stern frown, had swept quickly over the assembly as he entered, and though now comparative order had been restored and a semblance of calm reigned around the table, Taurus Antinor did not fail to note the flushed faces and glowing eyes, the broken goblets and stained and tattered cloths which gave ugly evidence of the riotous orgy that had gone before. But though 40 pairs of eyes were fixed upon his face, none could boast that they had perceived any change in its somewhat severe impassiveness as he now advanced towards his host.
"Greetings to thee, O Caius Nepos," he said. "I crave thy pardon for my coming late, but I had other duties to which to attend." "Duties?" said Caius Nepos lightly. "Nay, Taurus Antinor, there are just now duties so high and sacred that others must of necessity stand aside for these. But of this more anon. Wilt rest now and partake of wine?" "I thank thee, good Caius," replied the praefect, "but I have supped, and only came at thy bidding, because thou didst say that affairs of state would claim our attention this night." To all those present he gave courteous if not very hearty greeting. Then did his glance encounter that of Hortensius Martius, who alone had said no word or made a movement to welcome him. There was a vacant place beside young Hortensius, and Taurus Antinor took it, but he did not lie along the cushions as the others did, but half sat, half leaned on the couch, and turning to the young man said simply, "I give thee greeting, O Hortensius. I had no thought of meeting thee here." "I told thee yesterday that I would be present," said the other curtly. "I remember now, and am proud and honoured to sit by thy side. Wilt pledge me in a goblet of wine?" He had forced his rough voice to tones of gentleness. Hortensius Martius raised his glowering eyes with some curiosity on his face. But a day and night had elapsed since his life had lain wholly at the mercy of this powerful giant whom he had insulted, and who had been on the point of punishing that insult with death. Young Hortensius, held aloft in the mighty grip of the praefect 20 feet above the flagstones of the forum, seeing a hideous death waiting for him below, did not even now realise how it came to pass that, when he recovered from the swoon into which horror and fear had thrown him, he found himself being tended by an old woman, and anon delivered safe and sound into the keeping of his slaves. He had entered his litter and been borne to his home still marvelling, but of the praefect of Rome he had not since then seen a trace. He had questioned his slaves, who swore that from the arcades of the tabernae, where they had been waiting, they had seen nothing of what went on around the rostra. Hortensius knew that they lied. They must have seen something of the quarrel. They must have seen him being carried like a recalcitrant child up to the top of the highest rostrum, and threatened with awful punishment by the very man whom he had affected to despise. They must also have seen the praefect relenting, carrying him down again, content apparently with the fright which he had given him. His slaves must have been witnesses to his humiliation, and now were afraid to tell him what they had seen, and for the first time in his life Hortensius Martius felt a wave of cruelty pass over him, an insensate desire to make those slaves speak under pressure of torture. At the time he was ashamed to seem too eager, and had forborne to question further, but he allowed his humiliation to breed the quick-growing weed of hate. When first the name of Taurus Antinor was mentioned, he realised how that weed had grown apace, and now that he sat beside him, and felt the inquisitive eyes of his host fixed with ill-concealed mockery upon him, he knew in his innermost heart that after this day there would no longer be room in the city of Rome for himself, as well as for this man who had vanquished and humiliated him. For the moment, however, he did not care to proclaim before all these men the hatred which he felt for Taurus Antinor. Thoughts of supreme grandeur were coursing through his brain. He knew that no one stood so high in Dea Flavia's graces as he himself had done this year past, and that no one was so like to win her for wife, since she had in her own proud and aloof way already accepted his respectful wooing. Therefore, putting a rein upon his jealousy and upon his unruly tongue, he took up a goblet and responded to the pledge of the man whom he hated. But whilst Antinor drained the crystal cup to the dregs, young Hortensius scarcely wetted his lips, and pretending to drink deeply, he kept his eyes fixed upon the praefect of Rome. It seemed to him as if he had never really seen him before. So sharp are the eyes of hate, that they see much that is usually hidden to those of indifference. Young Hortensius, over the edge of his goblet, embraced with a steady glance the whole person of his enemy, the massive frame, the strong limbs, the hands and feet slender and strong. He looked straight into those deep-set eyes over which a perpetual frown always cast a shadow, and saw that they were of an intense shade of blue, and with a strange look in them of kindliness and of peace, which belied the stern fierceness of the face and the wilful obstinacy of the massive jaw. But now Caius Nepos began to speak. Taking the advice of Marcus Ancreus the elder, he spoke vaguely, trying to probe the thoughts that lay hidden behind the Anglicanus's furrowed brow. He had received advice, He said that the Cæsar was tired of government and wished to spend some quiet days in the palace of Tiberius, on the island of Caprea. All this cleverly interwoven with sighs of hope as to what a happier future might bring if the empire were rid, quite peaceably of course, of the tyranny of a semi-brutish despot. Then, as Taurus Antinor made no comment on his peroration, he recalled in impassioned language all that Rome had witnessed in the past 3 years of depravity, of turpitude, of senselessness, and maniacal orgies, and of bestial cruelty, all perpetrated by the one man to whom blind fate had given supreme power. "And to whom, alas," said Taurus Antinor in calm response to the glowing speech, "we have all of us here sworn loyalty and obedience." There was silence after this. Despite the lingering fumes of wine that obscured the brain, everyone felt that with these few words the praefect of Rome had already given an answer, and that nothing that could be said after this would have the power of making him alter his decision. But Marcus Ancreus, conscious of his own powers of diplomacy, took up the thread of his host's peroration. "Ay, but we should be obeying him," he said simply, "if we accept his abdication." "There is no disloyalty," asserted Aeschines, "in rejoicing at such an issue, if the Cæsar himself doth will it so." "None," admitted the praefect, "but there would be grave difficulty in choosing a successor." "To this," said the host, "we have given grave consideration." "Indeed." "And have come to a decision which we all think would best serve the welfare of the state." "May I hear this decision?" "It means just this, O praefect, that since the sceptre of Cæsar must, if possible, remain in the house of Cæsar, and since no man of that house is worthy to wield it, we would ask that the Augusta Dea Flavia to take to herself a lord and husband on whom, by virtue of his marriage, the imperium would rest for his life, and after his death fall on the direct descendant of the great Augustus himself." Taurus Antinor had not made a sign whilst Caius Nepos thus briefly put before him the main outline of the daring project, and Hortensius Martius, who was watching him closely, could not detect the slightest change in the earnest face even when Dea Flavia's name was spoken. Now, when Caius Nepos paused, as if waiting for comment, Antinor said gravely, "You must pardon me, but I am a stranger to the social life in Rome. Will you tell me who this man is, whom the Augusta will so highly favour?" "Nay, as to that," said Caius Nepos, "we none of us know it as yet. Dea Flavia has smiled on many, but up to now hath made no choice." "Then 'tis to an unknown man you would all pledge your loyalty?" "Unknown? Yet vaguely guessed at, O praefect," here broke in Aeschines with his usual breezy cheerfulness. "We all feel that Dea Flavia's choice can but fall on an honourable man." "Thou speakest truly," rejoined Taurus Antinor earnestly, "but I fear that for the present your schemes are too vague. The Augusta has made no choice of a husband as yet, and the Cæsar is still your chosen lord." "A brutish madman who—" "You chose him. Since then he hath become a besotted despot. Still your emperor, to whom you owe your dignities, your power, your rank." "Thou dost defend him warmly, O praefect of Rome," suddenly interposed Hortensius Martius, who had followed every phase of the discussion with heated brow and eyes alert and glowing. "Thou art ready to continue this life of submission to a maniacal tyrant, to a semi-bestial mountebank?" "The life which I lead is of my own making," rejoined Taurus Antinor proudly. "The life ye lead is the one ye have chosen." And with significant glance his dark eyes took in every detail of the disordered room, the littered table, the luxurious couches, the numberless empty dishes and broken goblets, as well as the flushed faces and the trembling hands, and involuntarily, perhaps, a look of harsh contempt spread over his face. Hortensius caught the look and winced under it. The words that had accompanied it had struck him as with a lash, and further whipped up his already violent rage. "And," he retorted with an evil sneer, "to the Cæsar thou wilt render homage even in his most degraded orgies, and wilt lick the dust from off his shoes when he hath kicked thee in the mouth." Slowly Taurus Antinor turned to him, and Hortensius Martius appeared just then so like a naughty child that the look of harshness died out of the praefect's eyes, and a smile almost of amusement, certainly of indulgence, lit up for a moment the habitual sternness of his face. "Loyalty to Cæsar," he said simply, "doth not mean obsequiousness, as all Roman patricians should know. "Oh, Hortensius!" "Ay, but meseems," rejoined the young man, whose voice had become harsher and more loud as that of Taurus Antinor became more subdued and low, "meseems that at the cost of thy manhood thou at least art prepared to render unto Cæsar." But even as these words escaped his lips, the praefect, with a quick peremptory gesture, placed one slim, strong hand on Hortensius's wrist. It seemed as if in a moment, and because of those words, a strange power had gone forth from the soul within, right down to the tips of the slender fingers that closed on those of the younger man with a grip of steel. He had raised himself wholly upright on the couch, his massive figure, in the gorgeous crimson tunic, standing out clear and trenchant against the shadowy whiteness of the marble walls behind him. His head, with the ruddy mass of hair on which the flickering lamps threw brilliant golden lights, was thrown back, and the eyes, deep, intent, and glowing with the unrevealed ardour, looked straight out before him into the shadows. "Render unto Cæsar," he said slowly, "the things which are Cæsar's, and unto God the things that are God's." His voice was low and unmodulated, as of one who repeats something that he has heard before, whilst the eyes suddenly shone as if with a fleeting memory of an exquisite vision. The action, the words, were but momentary, but for that brief moment the angry retort was checked on Hortensius's lips, even as were the sneers and the bibulous scowls on the faces of those around. Taurus Antinor, towering above them all, and imbued with a strange dignity, seemed to be gazing into a space beyond the walls of the gorgeous dining hall, into a space hidden from their understanding, but peopled with the sweet memory of a sacred past. And even as he gazed, a strange spell fell over these voluptuaries, a spell which they were unable to withstand. Whilst it lasted, every ribald word was stilled, and every drunken oath lulled to silence. The very air seemed hushed, and only from a bunch of dying roses the withered petals were heard to fall one by one. Then the grasp on Hortensius's wrist relaxed. The dark head was lowered, the falling lids once more hid the mysterious radiance of the eyes. The spell was broken as Taurus Antinor resumed quietly. "The Cæsar," he said, "hath not yet abdicated. He is still our chosen ruler and emperor. To speak of his successor now savours of treachery and—" "And what thou sayest stinks of treachery," broke in Hortensius Martius with redoubled wrath, and shaking himself free from the brief spell of superstitious awe which Antinor's words and Antinor's grip on his arm had momentarily cast over him. "Hast come here, O praefect, but to spy on us, to probe our souls and use them for thine own selfish ends?" "Silence, Hortensius," admonished Ancreus the elder. "Nay, I'll not be silent," retorted the young man, who seemed at last to have lost all control over his jealous passion. His eyes, in which gleamed the fire of intense hate, swept from the face of his enemy to that of his friends whom they challenged. His voice had become raucous and hoarse, and his tongue refused him service, making his words sound inarticulate. "Do you not see," he shouted, turning his flushed face towards the others, "do you not see how you are being fooled? The praefect stands high in the Cæsar's favour. He has the Cæsar's ear." "Silence!" broke in the peremptory accents the voice of Caius Nepos, the host. "Silence!" cried some of the younger men. "No, no, I'll shout, persisted Hortensius, with the crazy obstinacy of one whose mind is obscured with liquor and with passion. "I'll shout until you understand. Fools, I tell you, fools are you all. You tell this man of your schemes, of your plans. He listens blandly to you. You fools, not to have suspected ere that this his so-called loyalty to Cæsar masks his treachery to us." He was kneeling now upon his couch, and with clenched hands was pounding against the cushions like an angry child. The tumult became general, everyone was shouting. Those who were nearest to this raving young maniac were trying to seize him, but he waved his arms about like the wings of a night bird, and anon he seized a goblet of heavy solid metal, and struck out with it to the right and left of him, so that none dared come nigh. But the praefect stood quietly beside him, with arms held very tightly across his mighty chest, his dark eyes fixed upon the raving figure on the couch. No one had ventured to approach him, for the feeling of superstitious awe which he had roused in them a while ago had not wholly died down, and now there was such a look of contempt and of wrath in his face that instinctively the most sober drew away from him, and those whose minds were obscured with wine looked upon him in ever-growing terror. Suddenly Hortensius, brandishing the heavy goblet, raised it high above his head, and with a drunken and desperate gesture he flung it in the direction of the praefect. But his hand had trembled, and his arm was unsteady. The goblet missed the head of Taurus Antinor and fell crashing along the marble-topped table, bringing a quantity of crystal down with it in its fall. A few drops of the wine from the goblet had fallen on Taurus Antinor's tunic, and from the parched throat of the young Hortensius there rose a hoarse and immoderate laugh and a string of violent oaths. But even before these had fully escaped his lips, he saw the praefect's dark face quite close to his, and felt a grip as of double vice of steel fastening on both his shoulders. He knew the grip, and had felt it before. No claw of desert beast was firmer or more unrelenting. Young Hortensius felt his whole body give way, his very bones crack beneath that mighty grip. His head, overheated with wine, fell back against the cushions of his couch, and he felt as if the last breath in him was leaving his enfeebled body. "Thou art a fool indeed, Hortensius," murmured a harsh voice close to his ear. "A fool, to provoke a man beyond the power of his control." Then, as at a word from the host, the other men, those who were steady on their feet, tried to interpose. Taurus Antinor turned his face to them. "Have no fear," he said quite calmly, "for this man, he shall come to no harm. Twice hath he insulted me, and twice have I held his life in my hands." Then, as Hortensius uttered an involuntary cry of rage or of pain, Taurus Antinor spoke once more to him. "Thy life is in my hands, yet will I not kill thee, even though I could do it with just the tightening of my fingers round thy throat. But provoke me not a third time, O Hortensius, for I have in my possession a heavy thonged whip, and this would I use on thee even as I order it to be used on the miscreant thieves that are brought to my tribunal. So cross not my path again, dost understand? I am but a man, and have not an inexhaustible stock of patience." Whilst he spoke, he still held young Hortensius down, pinioned amongst the cushions. No one interfered, for it had dawned on every blurred mind there that here lay a deeper cause for quarrel than mere political conflict. Hortensius, though vanquished now, had been like a madman. His unprovoked insults had come from a heart overburdened with jealousy and with hate. Now when the praefect relaxed his grip upon him, he lay for a while quite still, and anon Caius Nepos beckoned to his slaves, and they it was who ministered to him, bathing his forehead with water and holding lumps of ice to the palms of his hands. Taurus Antinor had straightened out his tall figure. For a moment he looked down with bitter scorn on the prostrate figure of his vanquished foe. The awed silence which his strange words of a while ago had imposed upon others still hung upon them all. They stood about in groups, whispering below their breath, and the slaves were huddled up one against the other in the distant corners of the room. An air of mystery still hung over the magnificent triclinium, its convivial board, its abandoned couches, over the vases of myrrh and crystal and the fast-dying roses. It seemed as if some personality, great, majestic, divine, had passed through the marble hall, and that the sound of sacred feet still echoed softly along its walls. It almost seemed as if there clung a radiance in that shadowy corner where the eyes of an enthusiast had sought and found the memory of the divine teacher, and that in the fume-laden air there lingered the odour of the sacrifice offered by a rough, untutored heart to the man who had spoken unforgettable words 7 years ago in Galilee. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrea. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 10. That the world through him might be saved. St. John 3:17. Taurus Antinor had bidden farewell to his host, and to the other guests, and then departed. Not another word had been spoken on the subject of the Cæsar, or of his probable successor. The conspirators, somewhat sobered, had allowed the praefect to go without attempting further effort to gain him to their cause. They had had their answer, though many of them did not quite understand the full depth of its meaning, yet were they satisfied that it was final. They bade him farewell quietly and without enmity. Somehow the thought of their murderous plan had momentarily fled from their mind, and the quarrel between Hortensius Martius and the praefect of Rome seemed to have been the most important event of the day. Taurus Antinor emerged alone from the peristyle of Caius Nepos' house,
An army of slaves belonging to the various guests were hanging about the vestibule, talking and laughing amongst themselves, and feasting on the debris from the patricians' table, brought out to them by servitors from within. Some 40 litters encumbered the floor, but Antinor, paying no heed to these, passed through the crowd of jabbering men and women and made his way across to the steps which led upward to the street. The day was done, had been done long ago. Already the canopy of stars was stretched above the sleeping city, and far away to the east, beyond the gilded roof of the Augustus's palace, the waning moon, radiant and serene, outlined the carvings on every temple with a thin band of gold, and put patches of luminous sapphires and emeralds on the bronze figures that crowned the Capitol. Taurus Antinor paused a while, enjoying the restfulness of the night. From his broad chest came a long-drawn breath of voluptuous delight at the exquisite sweetness of the air. How far away now seemed that long, luxurious room, with its stained cloths and crumpled cushions, with the low tables groaning under the debris of past repasts, and the rows of couches luring to sensuous repose. For the moment, even the wranglings of Caius Nepos's guests seemed remote, their selfish aims and their lying tongues. Here, beneath the stars, there was stillness and peace. A gentle breeze from over the distant hills blew on the dreamer's forehead, and eased the wild throbbings of his temples. From somewhere near, tiny petals of heliotrope, chased by the breeze, brought sweet-scented powder to his nostrils. He looked around him, gazing with wondering eyes on the mighty city, sleeping upon her 7 hills, on the gorgeous palaces of Tiberius and Caligula, and the squalid huts far away on the Aventine hill, on the mighty temples with their roofs of gold, and the yawning arena down below, desolate and silent now, but where on the morrow men and beasts would tear one another to pieces to make holiday for the masters of the world. And even as his restless eyes swept over the surrounding landscape, they turned to where, in the shadow of the stately palaces of Tiberius and of Augustus, lay the house of Dea Flavia. Its gilded portals threw back with brilliant intensity the weird and elusive light of the waning moon, and high above, upon the balustrade of the roof, gigantic bronze groups of quaint and misshapen beasts looked ghoul-like against the canopy of the sky. All within the massive walls was dark and still. Near to the vestibule a couple of ancient cypresses made a natural arch overhead, and in the tender branches of a group of acacias close by, the evening breeze sighed with gentle melancholy murmurings amongst the leaves. Instinctively Taurus Antinor turned to walk a few steps towards the house, and soon reached a spot from whence his gaze could command the colonnaded vestibule, with its mosaic pavement sunk a few steps below the level of the street. Somewhere near him, though he could not see it, a bosquet of heliotrope and white lilies sent an intoxicating fragrance into the air. From far away, where the marshes stretched their limitless expanse towards the sea, came the melancholy cry of a bittern calling to his absent mate. A vague longing surged in the strong man's heart. He stretched out his arms up to the dark, starlit canopy above, and a sigh, half impatient, wholly melancholy, escaped his half-closed lips. His eyes tried to pierce the marble walls, behind which there bloomed, stately and proud, a beautiful white lily. Wholly against his will, the man's thoughts flew back to that midday hour in the Forum, when Dea Flavia had stood before him in all the exquisite glory of her youth and her loveliness, with that wilful curl around her chiselled lips, and the delicate brows drawn together in a frown of childlike obstinacy. How beautiful she was, and how strangely pathetic had been her isolation in the midst of so much grandeur. Even now he thought of her, asleep possibly somewhere in this gorgeous palace, all alone, despite the thousands of slaves around her, friendless, despite the might of the house of Cæsar of which she was so proud. Through one of the tiny windows there peeped a flickering light. Taurus Antinor marvelled if that were her sleeping room, and closing his eyes, pictured her there, resting on embroidered coverlets and cushions, her hair falling in waves around her face at rest, and he wondered whether in sleep a dewy tear had perchance put a priceless diamond on her golden lashes. Bitter thoughts of the men whom he had just quitted surged back into his heart. They wished to make of this young girl a tool for the fashioning of their own ambitious schemes. The Augusta shall choose one of us for mate, and him we shall ask to hold the sceptre of Cæsar. One of them for mate! one of those sensuous self-seekers who would use her as a stepping-stone and, having obtained supreme power through her dainty hands, would cast her aside as a useless tool and break her heart ere she realised that she even had one. And from the thoughts of the beautiful girl his mind flew back, as if instinctively, to that strange phase of his life, those unforgettable days in Judea, which had seemed like unto the turning point of his whole existence. He recalled every moment of that memorable day, when he had stood among a multitude on the barren wastes of Galilee and, wrapped in a dark cloak, had listened in solitary silence to words and teachings such as he had never dreamed of before. "If only I could have understood thee better then," he murmured. "If more of thy precious words had fallen on my ear, I might have told her then something of what thou didst say. I could have found the words to make her understand. But now I am ignorant and forlorn. O man of Galilee, thou didst die so soon, and left so many of us groping in the darkness. Thou Son of God, come back to me, if only in a dream. Show me the way, the truth, the light. Show me the star which they say guided the shepherds to thy cradle. Give me thy cross, and let me walk once more on Golgotha to thee." And even as these words of passionate longing escaped half audibly from his lips, his eyes wandered round the 7 hills of Rome, and suddenly the highest peak beyond the Forum appeared to him transfigured in the night. Memory with a swift hand drew aside the veil of the present, and in a vision showed him a picture of the past. The marble temples of pagan gods disappeared, the hill became bleak and precipitous and dark. Great stillness reigned around, save where from afar there came at times the distant roll of thunder. The sky was overcast, great banks of cloud, the colour of lead, with blood-red lights within their massive bosoms, swept storm-tossed across the firmament. Then from the valley below there came, vaguely remote at first, then rising louder and louder, a sound as when a mighty torrent rushes onwards in its course. And as Taurus Antinor gazed now on that dream hill, memory showed him, surging like a tempestuous sea, thousands upon thousands of human heads, all tending upwards to the summit of the hill. They came, the great multitude, they came, and still they came, and like gigantic breakers on a smooth shore, waves of human beings scattered themselves and dispersed upon that hill. And amongst them all, isolated, walking with bent back and thorn-crowned head well nigh bowed to the dust, came a man bearing a cross. Taurus Antinor saw him even now as he had seen him then, with blood and sweat dripping from his brow, the pale, patient face serene and set, the eyes half closed in agony, still glowing with unutterable love and with the perfect peace of complete sacrifice. And among the sea of faces that gazed on that solitary figure, Taurus Antinor had recognised himself. He saw himself as he was then, a rough voluptuary, a thoughtless, sentient beast, who up to that time had lived a life of emptiness and of mockery, eating and drinking and sleeping and waking again day after day, year after year. And he saw himself as he was on that day, he, one of thousands and thousands of lookers-on, gazing on the 3 hours' agony of a just man upon the cross. He remembered every minute of those 3 hours, which the hill of imperial Rome now pictured back to him as in a dream. He had stood there a mere unit amongst the crowd, wrapped in a dark cloak, unrecognised and unknown, but with every nerve strained to catch the words that fell from those dying lips. He had heard the cry of bitterness, "Lord, Lord, why hast thou forsaken me?" and that of infinite love and of supreme pardon. "O God, forgive them, for they know not what they do." And above and around the sky grew darker and the air more still, and round that dying figure alone there shone a radiance unseen by most. For had they seen it as Taurus Antinor saw it then surely would they have known, would they have understood. And at the foot of that cross women and men stood weeping, and thoughtless soldiers hurled insults on their dying lord. The lips that had only uttered words of perfect charity thirsted for a drop of water, and a sponge filled with gall was pressed mockingly to them. But the arms were still extended wider and wider, so it seemed, as if in their almighty love they would embrace all that surging humanity, all those that suffered, those that hoped as well as those that doubted, those who mocked him and those who adored. Taurus Antinor's very manhood had cried out to him then to fight the multitude single-handed, to shake the power of Rome and defy the will of the people, and to rush up to that one cross, towering above the others, to pick out with firm fingers every cruel nail, to wrap the sacred body in soft, soothing cloths, and to kiss every wound until it closed in health. Even now, after all these years, the rough soldier's cheeks were burning with the shame of impotence. To look on that sacrifice and be unable to stop it, to look on such a death and to continue to live on, still blind, still ununderstanding, even though the teacher who had come to explain had sighed ere he died, "It is finished." And yet Taurus Antinor, now looking back upon his own past self, knew that at the time, despite the horror, the pity and the sorrow, there was also in his heart a sense of happiness and even a vague feeling of triumph. What he saw there, with eyes that comprehended not, that he knew was because it must be, because it had been preordained and done by one whose will was mightier than death. Though with aching heart and seared eyes he had watched every minute of the supreme agony, yet something within him even then had told him that every minute of that agony was a sacrifice that would not be in vain. And whilst in weakness he groaned with the pathos of it all, yet did his heart thrill with strange exultation, and from the cross, even when all were silent, there rang in his ear the last words of perfect fulfilment, of a perfect sacrifice. "It is finished." And even as the words rang once again in Taurus Antinor's ears, the awful darkness of that momentous hour fell upon the dream hill far away. Golgotha, with its 3 towering crosses, vanished from before the visionary's gaze. Once more there rose before him the marble temples of pagan Rome that crowned the Capitol, the gorgeous idols covered in gold, these gods of mockery before whom the mightiest empire in the world was satisfied to bow the knee. And that same sweet, sad longing rose in the dreamer's heart. "Could I but have heard thee speak more often, could I but have touched thy hands, methinks that I would have understood. But now all is still dark before me, and the way is so difficult." And even as the sigh died upon his lips, there came from behind him the sound of prolonged and hoarse laughter, followed by snatches of a drinking song and loud calls for slaves and litters. Caius Nepos' guests were leaving the hospitable house at last. Drunk with wine, smothered in flowers, replete with every Epicurean delight, they were going home now, having, mayhap, forgotten that they had plotted to murder Cæsar and to raise themselves to power at all costs, even if that cost was to be a sea of blood or the ruins of Rome. The song and laughter soon died away in the distance. Taurus Antinor had distinguished the voice of Hortensius Martius and that of Ancreus the elder. The sigh of sadness turned to one of bitterness. His arms dropped by his side, and a cry of harsh contempt escaped his parched throat. "O man of Galilee," he murmured, "didst die for such as these?" End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Unto Cæsar by Emma ORCZY. Chapter 11. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. St. Matthew 11:28. A timid voice roused Taurus Antinor from his dream. "My gracious lord, thy litter is here." He started as a man suddenly wakened from sleep, and once or twice his eyes closed and opened again, ere they rested finally on the broad back bent in a curve before him. "Methought my gracious lord was waiting," continued the speaker in the same timid voice, "and mayhap did not see the litter among the shadows." "I fear me I was dreaming, my good Fulces," said the praefect with a sigh, "for truly I did know that thou wast here. Is the girl Nola with thee?" "Ay, gracious lord, she waits on thy pleasure, and thy bearers. Nay, did I not tell thee that I would have no bearers? The way is long, gracious lord. I told thee that I would walk. But my lord," "Silence, now," he said with some of his habitual impatience. "Send my litter and bearers home. Bring me the mantle I required, and do thou and Nola follow me." Reluctantly the old man obeyed. "My gracious lord will be footsore. The way is long and ill paved," he muttered, half audibly, even as he made his way to the rear of the basket of lilies where a group of slaves stood waiting desultorily. Anon he returned carrying a mantle of dark woolen stuff, and Taurus Antinor, having wrapped himself in this, slowly turned to walk down the hill. Leaving the imperial palaces behind him, he went rapidly along the silent and deserted street. It wound its tortuous way at first on the crest of the hill, skirting the majestic temple of Magna Mater, with its elevated portico and noble steps that lost themselves in the shadows of labyrinthine colonnades. The street itself, narrow and unpaved, was in places rendered almost impassable by the piles of constructors' materials and rubbish that encumbered it at every step, debris or future requisites of the gigantic and numberless building operations which the mad emperor pursued with that feverish energy and maniacal restlessness that characterized his every action. Palaces here and temples there, a bridge over the forum, a new circus, new baths, the constant pulling down of one edifice to make room for the construction of another. All this work, commenced and still unfinished, had changed the whole aspect of the great city, turning it into a wilderness of enormous beams and huge blocks of uncut marble and stone that littered its every way. But Taurus Antinor paid no heed to the roughness and inaccessibility of the road. Unlike the rich patricians of the time, he hated the drowsy indolence of progress in a litter, and after the fatigues of a nerve-racking day, the difficulties of ill-paved roads were in harmony with his present mood. Assuring himself that old Folces and the girl Nola were close at his heels, he stepped briskly along the now precipitous incline of the hill. The rapid movement did him good. The air came to him from across the gardens of the palaces, sweetly scented by late lilies and clumps of dying roses. Soon he had left the great circus behind him too, and now he started climbing again, for his way led him upwards on the slope of the Aventine hill. The silence here seemed more absolute than among the dwellings of the rich, for there, at times, a night watchman would emerge from a crossroad and give challenge to the belated passer-by, whilst a certain bustle of suspended animation always reigned around the palace of the emperor, even during the hours of sleep. Some of his slaves and guard were always kept awake, ready to minister to any fancy or caprice that might seize the mad Cæsar in the middle of the night. But here, where there were no palaces to guard, no insane ruler to protect, no one came to question the purpose of the benighted wanderers, nor did sudden outbursts of laughter or good cheer pierce the mud walls of the humble abodes that lay scattered on the slope of the hill. The waning moon had hidden her light behind a heavy bank of clouds. A dull grayness pervaded the whole landscape, causing it to look weird and forlorn in the gloom. The few trees dotted about here and there looked starved and gaunt on the barren hillside, with great skeleton-like arms that waved mournfully in the breeze. The ground, uneven and parched after the summer's drought, rose and sank in fantastic mounds and shapes, like tiny fortresses of ghosts or ghouls. The street itself soon became merged in the general surroundings. Only a tiny footway, scarcely discernible in the gathering darkness, wound upwards to the summit of the hill. From time to time a solid block of what appeared only as impenetrable blackness loomed up from out the shadows, with all the grandeur of exaggerated size which the darkness of the night so generously lends. Soon it would reveal itself as a small mud-covered box, with 4 bare walls and a narrow doorway facing toward the south. Herein lived and suffered a family of human beings, freedmen and women, without the stigma of slavery, but with all the misery of destitution, and often of complete starvation. Here and there the little house would be surrounded by a vestibule, a mere projection from the roof supported on a few rough beams, but never a garden, scarcely a tree to cast a cooling shade on hot summer afternoons, or clump of lilies or mimosa to sweeten the air that came dank and fetid from over the marshes beyond the hill. Not a sound now disturbed the stillness of the night, save when a bat fluttered overhead, or when furtive footsteps, on unvowable errand bent, glided softly off the beaten track and quickly died away among the shadows. The praefect walked on, heedless of his surroundings. The mood that had been on him ever since he left Caius Nepos' house still caused his mind to wander restlessly in the illimitable regions of perplexity and doubt. He scarcely looked where he was going, for he kept his eyes fixed upon the starlit canopy above him, and upon the crest of the hill which lost itself in the darkness overhead. Suddenly, out of the gloom, 2 pairs of hands emerged, and without warning fastened themselves on the praefect's throat. Thin, claw-like hands they were, and above them gaunt arms, mere bones covered with wrinkled flesh that proclaimed starvation and misery. The old slave from the rear uttered a cry of terror. Nola clung to him, paralyzed with fear. The slopes of the Aventine were noted for the gangs of malefactors that infested them, and defying the power of the ædils, rendered them unsafe for wayfarers even in the light of day. Taurus Antinor, instantly brought back from the land of dreams, had no great difficulty in freeing himself from the claw-like grasp. With a quick gesture of his own powerful hands, he had in a moment succeeded in dragging the gaunt fingers from off his throat, and, holding the thin wrists with a firm grip, he gave them a sudden sharp twist, which elicited 2 cries of pain, and brought 2 pairs of knees in hard contact with the ground. It had all occurred in the space of a few seconds, and now a bundle of soiled rags seemed to be lying huddled up under the praefect's foot, and he looked like some powerful desert beast that has placed a massive paw on a pair of puny rats. The thin arms wriggled like worms in his mighty grasp. "Pity, my lord, pity!" came in hoarse murmurs from the bundle of rags under his foot. "Pity, of that have I in plenty," he replied gruffly, "but methinks 'twas not pity ye sought by trying to strangle me." "Pity, my lord, my children are starving." "Pity, my lord, I have not tasted food today." "Pity, my lord," retorted the praefect with a grim laugh, and mimicking the wretched man's words, "I would have murdered you had I had the power." Then he relaxed his grip, and with his foot pushed the bundle of dirt further away from him. He groped in his wallet and drew out some silver coins. These he threw, one by one, into the midst of the shapeless rags, and he stooped forward, striving in the darkness to see something of the faces that were wilfully hidden from him, something of the mouths that had uttered the pitiable groans. Vaguely he discerned the outline of cadaverous cheeks, of sunken temples, of furtive eyes veiled by thin lids. He saw the glances, half of fear, wholly of doubt, that were thrown on the silver coins, heard the muttered oaths, the incipient quarrel over the distribution of the unexpected hoard. Then did the strange perplexities which had assailed him throughout this night find expression in bitter words. He threw down a few more coins and said slowly, "These are for pity's sake, and in the name of one whom, mayhap, ye will know one day. He died that ye should live. Bear that in mind and ponder on it. Mayhap ye will find the solution to that riddle, that such as you should live in eternity, therefore did he die. When ye have understood this, and can explain the value of your lives as compared with his, come and tell it to the praefect of Rome, and he will shower on you wealth beyond your dreams." Then, without waiting to hear protestations or heeding the ironical laughter that came from the bewildered night prowlers, he turned on his heels and resumed his interrupted walk along the slope of the hill. The footpath, scarce more than a beaten track, soon disappeared altogether. Presently Taurus Antinor paused and called to Folces to come up to him. "Methinks we must be near the house," he said. "Aye, gracious lord," replied the man, "just on thy right, some 200 steps from here. The way is very dark. Wilt permit me to walk by thy side?" "Walk by my side as thou wilt. Thou canst direct me more easily. But as to the darkness, I can see through it well." But my gracious lord did not see those evil malefactors that set upon him. "No, Folces, I was dreaming as I walked. They came upon me unawares, and my gracious lord allowed them to go. They were notorious miscreants. They were the embodiment of a strange riddle, good Folces. They helped to puzzle me, and heaven knows that I was puzzled enough ere I saw those miserable wretches. Mayhap some day I'll understand the riddle which their abject persons did represent. But now tell me, is this the house?" The wanderers had struck to their right and walked on some 200 paces. Now they paused beside one of those square mud-walled boxes, of which they could only discern the narrow door made of unplaned wood, and through the chinks of which a faint light glimmered weirdly. 2 or 3 steps fashioned in the earth itself led down toward the threshold. Taurus Antinor descended these, and knocked boldly on the door. It was opened from within, and under the rough lintel there appeared the figure of a man of short stature, clad in a long grey tunic. His head, which he held forward in an attempt to peer through the darkness, looked almost unnaturally large, owing to the mass of loose greyish hair that fell away from his forehead like a mane, and the long beard that straggled down upon his breast. "May we enter, friend?" asked Taurus Antinor. At the sound of the voice the man drew aside, and through the narrow doorway was now revealed the interior of the house, a straight, square room, with a few wooden seats disposed about, and at the top end an oblong table covered with a snow-white cloth. An aperture in the wall appeared to lead to an inner chamber, which must indeed have been of diminutive size, for the central room seemed to occupy almost the whole of the interior of the house. Suspended by an iron chain from the ceiling above, there hung a small lamp in which flickered a tiny flame, fed by some sweet-smelling oil. It threw but little light around, and left deep and curious shadows in the angles of the room. From out these, as the praefect entered, there emerged the figure of an old woman with smooth grey hair half hidden beneath a kerchief of strange oriental design, and straight dark robe, foreign in cut and appearance to those usually seen in the streets of Rome. The massive figure of Taurus Antinor seemed almost to fill the entire room, but he stood to one side, now disclosing the old slave and the girl Nola. "This," he said, addressing the woman, "is the child of whom I spoke to thee. She is friendless and motherless, but she is free, and I have brought her so that thou mayest teach her all thou knowest." In the meanwhile, the man with the leonine head had closed the door on the little party. He came forward eagerly, and raising himself on the tips of his toes, he put his hands on Antinor's shoulder, and with gentle pressure forced him to stoop. Then he kissed him on either cheek. "Greeting to thee, dear friend," he said cheerily. "Thou hast done well to bring the girl. My mother and I will take great care of her." "And ye will teach her your religion," said Taurus Antinor earnestly. "Because of that did I bring her. She is young, and will be teachable. She'll understand as a child will that which hardened hearts are unable to grasp." "Nay, friend," said the man simply, "there is not a great deal to teach, nor a great deal to understand. Love and faith, that is sufficient. And as our dear Lord did tell us, love is the greatest of all." For the moment the praefect made no reply. The man had helped him to cast off his heavy mantle, and he stood now in all the splendor of barbaric pomp, a strangely incongruous figure in this tiny bare room, both to his surroundings and to his gentle host and hostess, with their humble garb and simple, timid ways. She, the woman, had drawn Nola with kindly gesture to her. The child was crying softly, for she was half frightened at the strangeness of the place, and also she was tired after her long walk up and down the rough road. The woman, with subtle feminine comprehension, soon realized this, and also understood that the girl, reared in slavery, felt awed in the presence of so great a lord. So, putting a kindly arm round the slender form of the child, she led her gently out of the main room to the tiny cubicle beyond, where she could rest. The three men were now left alone. Folces, squatting in a dark corner, kept his eyes fixed upon his master. He took no interest in what went on around him. He cared nothing about the strangeness of the surroundings. His master was lord and praefect of Rome, and could visit those whom he list. But Folces, like a true watchdog, remained on the alert, silent and ever suspicious, keeping an eye on his master, remaining obedient and silent until told to speak. The man, in the meanwhile, had asked the praefect to sit. "Wilt rest a while, O friend," he said, "whilst I make ready for supper." But Antinor would not sit down. In his habitual way he leaned against the wall, watching with those earnest eyes of his every movement of his host, as the latter first passed a loving hand over the white cloth on the table, and then smoothed out every crease on its satiny surface. Anon he disappeared for a moment in the dark angle of the room, where a rough wooden chest stood propped against the wall. From this he now took out a loaf of fine wheaten bread, also a jar containing wine and some plain earthenware goblets. These things he set upon the table, his big leonine head bent to his simple task, his small grey eyes wandering across from time to time in kindliness on his friend. Intuition, born of intense sympathy, had already told him that something was amiss with the praefect. He knew every line of the rugged face, which many deemed so fierce and callous, but in which he had so often seen the light of an all-embracing charity. When Taurus Antinor used to visit his friend in the olden days, he was wont to shed from him that mantle of rebellious pride with which, during the exercise of his duties in Rome, he always hid his real personality. People said of the praefect that he was sullen and morose, merciless in his judgments in the tribunal where he presided. They said that he was ambitious and intriguing, and that he had gained and held the Cæsar's ear for purposes of his own advancement. But the man and woman who had come recently on the Aventine, and who called the praefect of Rome their friend, knew that his rough exterior hid a heart brimming over with pity, and that his aloofness came from a mind absorbed in thoughts of God. But today the praefect seemed different. The look of joy with which he had greeted his friends had quickly faded away, leaving the face darkened with some hidden care. And as the man watched him across the narrow room, he seemed to see in the strong face something that almost looked like remorse. Therefore, whilst accomplishing the task which he loved so well, he quietly watched his friend, and resolved that he should not recross the threshold of this house without having unburdened his soul. "Friend," he now said abruptly, "I have a curious whim tonight. Wilt indulge it?" "If it be in my power," responded the praefect, rousing himself from his reverie. A look of deep affection softened for the moment the hard look on his face, as his deep-set eyes rested on the quaint figure of the man with the leonine head. "What is thy whim?" he asked. "Over in Judea we were so little alone," rejoined the latter, "and then we had such earnest things to talk about, that I have never heard from thy lips how it came to pass that thou didst hear our dear Lord preach in Galilee." "Yet I did tell thee," said the praefect, "when first thou didst ask my confidence." "Then 'tis my whim to hear thee tell me again," rejoined the man simply. "All that pertains to our dear Lord doth lie so close to my heart, and 'tis long now since I have spoken of him to one who hath seen and heard him. 'Tis great joy to me to hear of every impression which he made on the heart of those whose life was gladdened by a sight of his face." "Whose life was gladdened by a sight of his face," repeated Taurus Antinor gently. "Aye, there dost speak the truth, O friend, for my life too was gladdened by a sight of his face. I was travelling through Judea on my way to Syria, and the Cæsar had desired me to visit the proconsul. Thus did I halt in Jerusalem one day. Having done the emperor's bidding, I had time to kill ere I started further on my journey, so I bethought me that I would like to see something of the man from Nazareth of whom I had heard speak." "And God prompted thee, friend, to go and hear him." "God, sayest thou?" rejoined the praefect slowly. "Aye, mayhap thou'rt right. 'Twas God then that sent me. Disguised in humble raiment, I went forth one day, and made my way to the desert lands of Galilee." "And didst see him there?" "I saw him sitting on a low mound of earth, with a canopy of blue above his head, and all around him a multitude that hung entranced upon his lips. He spoke to them of the kingdom of heaven, a kingdom of whose existence, alas, I had never dreamed. But his words did wring my heart, and the majesty of his presence has ever since been before mine eyes. Today it all came back to me, the gentle face, the perfect mouth, framing exquisite words. Above him a curtain of azure, and far away the illimitable stretch of horizon merging into the water beyond. The very air was still and listening to his words. From under jagged boulders tiny lizards peeped out, and on the branches of starved, gaunt trees the birds had stopped to rest. Then it was that panther-like sleuth hounds hovered round him, trying to entangle him in his talk. They made their way close to him, and with honeyed words and deft insinuations spoke of allegiance and of the tribute due to Cæsar. I stood not far off and could hear what they said. My very heart seemed to still its beating, for did not their questions embrace the whole riddle of mine own life? God and Cæsar, I, the servant of Cæsar, the recipient of rich gifts from his hands, should I forswear the Cæsar and follow Jesus of Nazareth? And didst hear what he answered, friend? Aye, I heard it, and today when traitors spoke, it seemed as if the divine presence stood close to me amongst the shadows. Once more I saw the bleak and arid land, the skeleton arms of the trees, the blue firmament above my head. I saw the multitude of simple folk around him, and the leer in the eyes of the tempters. And above the din of drunken revelries tonight, I heard again the voice that bade me then to render unto Cæsar the things which are Cæsar's, and unto God the things that are God's. The other side, a sigh of glad content. I thank thee, friend, for telling me this. 'Tis a joy to hear thee speak of him. It is so long since we talked of this matter. And tell me yet again, thou wast in Jerusalem when he died? I stood on Golgotha, said the praefect slowly, on that day before the Jewish Passover 7 years ago. Once again, wrapped in a dark cloak, one among a multitude, I gazed with eyes that I felt could never look on anything else again. I saw the patient face smeared with blood, the godlike head crowned with thorns, the eyes still brimming over with love, slowly closing in agony. Overhead the heavens murmured, vivid flashes of lightning rent the canopy of the sky, and men around me mocked and jeered, whilst the divine soul fled upwards back to God. At that moment, O friend, I seemed to lose mine own identity. I, even I alone, became the whole multitude. I was no longer just mine own self, but I was all of us who looked, who heard and saw, and did not yet understand. A multitude was looking through my eyes. A multitude heard through mine ears. I was the crowd of poor, of helpless slaves, and I was the whole of the patriciate of Rome. I was barbarian and Italian. I was British and Roman, all in one, and my voice was the voice of the entire world, as suddenly I cried out to him, "Do not die now, and leave us desolate." His harsh voice broke down in a great sob that came from out of the depths of an overburdened heart. He took a few steps forward and slowly dropped on his knees right against the table, his clasped hands resting on the cloth, his forehead buried in his hands. The man had listened to him silently and patiently, with, in his heart, that subtle understanding for another's sorrow, which his own mission had instilled into him. And thus understanding, he went up to that end of the table where knelt the rich and mighty praefect of Rome, the friend of Cæsar, all-powerful in the land, with burning head buried in his hands, and eyes from which, despite his will, hot tears gushed up that would not be suppressed. He placed a kindly hand on the bowed shoulder of his friend. "Wilt tell me what troubles thee?" he said gently. Taurus Antinor passed his hand across his forehead as if to chase away the brain-searing thoughts. He raised himself from his knees and gratefully pressed the hand that had recalled him to himself. "Nay, friend," he said, "I'll not do that. Thy friendship is too precious a guerdon that I should jeopardize it by showing thee the blackness of my soul." "Dost talk at random," said the other firmly. "My friendship doth not come and go like fleeting sunshine on a winter's day. I gave it thee on that self-same unforgettable day when I saw thee standing alone upon the hill, after the crowd had departed, and we who loved him were lifting him down from his cross. Thou didst take pity then on my loneliness. I saw in thee one who had faith, said the man simply. I grasped thy hand in friendship then, not knowing who thou wast. When I knew, then did I follow thee to Rome, for I needed thy help. My master sent me here. I do his work that he did enjoin on all his disciples. Thy protection and friendship, O mighty praefect of Rome, hath been an infinite help to me. Thy kindness and charity hath saved from want the many humble followers of Christ who have been forced to give up all for his sake. Therefore, whatever doth burden thy soul now, I pray thee share it with me, so that I might bear it with thee, and mayhap ease thy load. May God bless thee for these words. And thy burden, friend? Ask not to share it. 'Tis one of treachery. Of treachery? Whose treachery? Mine. Thine? I'll not believe it. Thou a traitor against Cæsar? No. Against whom then? Against him whose death I witnessed 7 years ago. Then I'll not believe it, and 'tis sacrilege thus to jest. Jest, said Taurus Antinor, with a laugh that rang unnatural and hoarse. Jest, when for a day and a night my soul hath been on the rack, and mocking demons have jeered at my torments? Jest, when... He broke off abruptly, and looked down with an earnest gaze on the upturned face of his friend. If thou wouldst tell me more, it would ease thy heart, said the man simply. For a moment or two the praefect was silent. His hand rested on his friend's shoulder, and his eyes, with their deep furrow between the brows, were fixed on the kind face that invited confidence. For 7 years, he said abruptly, but speaking very slowly, whilst I served the Cæsar, every one of my waking thoughts and many of my dreams tended to that day in Jerusalem and the 3 hours' agony which I had witnessed on Golgotha. Yesterday did a woman cross my path, and now I have thoughts only of her. Who is this woman? Asked the other. She is of the house of Cæsar, pure and chaste as the lilies in my garden at Ostia, proud and unapproachable as the stars. Her heart is a closed book, wherein man hath never read, but since her eyes have mocked me with their smile, my heart is enchained to her service, and I see naught but her loveliness. Look upwards, man. A glowing cross will blind thine eyes to all save to itself. Have I not looked, said the praefect, with a sharp quick sigh, until mine eyes have ached with trying to see that which once was so clear. But now, between me and that sacred memory that methought had been branded into my very soul, there always rises the vision of a girl, tall and slender as the lilies, clad all in white as they. She stands between me and memory, and mine eyes grow weary and dim, trying to see beyond that vision, recalling to my mind the picture of that cross, the thorn-crowned head, the pierced hands and feet. She stands between me and memory, and with laughing eyes defies me not to see her, and I look, and the vision of the cross grows more faint, and she stands there serene and white and silent, with blue eyes smiling on my treachery and scornful voice upraised, denying God and Christ. She is of the house of Cæsar, and she is ignorant, and she laughs at my belief, and scorns all thought of God. And I do find it in my treacherous heart to pity her, and pitying her to kneel at her feet. And all the while 1,000 demons shout mockingly into mine ear, Thou art a traitor to thy God, for were she to beckon, 'tis to her that thou wouldst go, forgetting all, thine immortal soul, thy crucified God? And thus do devils mock me, and my soul grows darker and darker, and greater grows the mystery. For my heart, broken, miserably doubting and weak, cries out not with resignation, not in patience, but in a spirit of angry rebellion. God, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? He raised his arms up to heaven as if in a last desperate appeal. But now he did not kneel. He stood beside his friend, shamed and yet proud, and the look in his eyes was that of one who sees a vision that is exquisitely beautiful and dear. The other saw the look, and with the kind indulgence taught by a sublime teacher, he found it in his heart to pity and to love. Once more he placed his thin, wrinkled hand on the praefect's shoulder, and his small eyes beamed with perfect faith and trust as he said gently, "Do not try and probe any mystery just now. O friend, the day has been long, and thou art weary and sad. Come and sit beside me here at table. My mother will join us, and the girl Nola too, and the man who is thy slave, if thou wilt so allow it. Together we'll think of that day in Judea 7 years ago, and we'll break bread and drink wine, and without trying to understand anything, we'll do it all together in memory of him." For a moment Taurus Antinor was silent. In the strong face every line told of the great storm within the innermost heart. And slowly the man beside him repeated the most exquisite words that have ever been spoken to a troubled soul. "Come unto me, all ye that travail and are heavy laden, and I will refresh you." Taurus Antinor's head fell upon his breast. He closed his eyes, for not even his friend should see that they were wet with tears. But even whilst the heartstrings were torn by the ruthless hand of passion, it seemed as if, when the man had finished speaking, the magic words had already left upon the soul their impress of infinite peace. And without another word, he went slowly forward and took his place at the table. At a call from the man, the old woman entered softly, her woolen shoes making no sound upon the wooden floor. She had Nola by the hand, who seemed comforted and rested. The praefect beckoned to Folces, who silently obeyed and came forward to the table. Then the 5 of them sat down and quietly partook of supper, sitting side by side, the disciple from Judea and his mother, the 2 slaves and the praefect of Rome. The Christians sat beside the pagans, the mighty Lord beside his slave, and they broke bread and drank wine, all in memory of him. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Unto Cæsar by Emma ORCZY. Chapter 12. Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming. Isaiah 14:9. I pray you follow me now to an inner chamber in the palace of the mighty Cæsar, a square room with walls of marble inlaid with precious stones, and with hangings of crimson silk to exclude the searching light of day. The air heavy with the fumes of burning incense that wound in spiral curves upwards to the domed roof, and escaped, ethereal and elusive, through the tiny openings practiced therein. The seats of gilded wood with downy cushions that seemed to melt at a touch, and in a recess a monumental bed of solid and priceless citrus, carved by the hand of a Greek sculptor, with curtains of purple silk wrought all over with stars. In vases of delicate myrrha, Huge bunches of blood-red roses hung their drooping heads, and beneath the feet carpets of heavy silk hid the exquisite beauty of mosaics of lapis lazuli and chrysoprase. And in the midst of all this stately gorgeousness, a creature, hardly human, raging round like a thwarted beast. Caius Julius Caesar Caligula was in one of his maddest moods. His hollow eyes glowed with unnatural fire. His scanty, light-colored hair stood up round his head like the bristly mane of a hyena. Up and down the room he stamped with heavy feet, his robe, weighted with precious stones, striking out around him as he trod the smooth surface of silken carpets or the slippery mosaic of the floor. His thin arms and ankles were covered with numerous bracelets, and on his feet were shoes studded with diamonds. At first sight, it would indeed have been difficult to say if it was a man or a woman who was thus pacing this magnificent cage, with wild gestures of the arms and hoarse cries that seemed to proceed from no human throat. The face, white and puffy, might have been of either sex, and the flowing garment and wealth of jewelry suggested a woman rather than a man. The Cæsar was crazy with rage, and all round the room slaves and attendants cowered, terrified. In his hand he had a short whip with 5 thongs of solid knotted leather, at the end of each of which was an iron hook. From these 5 hooks a few drops of blood were trickling down his white silk tunic. At intervals, at the slightest noise or sound from the cowering slaves, he struck out savagely with the whip, and the thongs with their sharp hooks would descend whizzing on some naked shoulder, and tear out a piece of flesh, and start the flow of a fresh stream of blood. Then the madman would break out into a diabolical fit of laughter, and strike out with his whip again and again all around him, wildly and indiscriminately, until his garments and his face were spattered all over with blood, and to right and left of him shrieking figures fell fainting to the ground. The Cæsar was crazy with rage, and he who had thus angered him reclined on a couch, out of the reach of the shrieking demon, and his thin lips were curled in a smile of satisfaction. It was Caius Nepos who was here that he might betray those of his accomplices who had swerved from their allegiance to himself, and behind him, well hidden by the draperies of the couch, cowered Hun Ravas, the dusky slave of the treasury, he who yesterday had appeared before the tribunal of the praefect of Rome for conspiracy to defraud the state in connection with the sale of the slave girl Nola. The law in such matters was severe. It demanded that a delinquent against the state, if he be a slave, shall lose his right hand, or his tongue, or his ears, that he should moreover forfeit his entire hard-saved belongings to the treasury, and lose all chance of ever obtaining his freedom. But the prefect had been lenient, and though he could not dismiss the offender, he mitigated his punishment. Hun Ravas was publicly scourged and branded, but he lost neither ears, tongue, nor hand, nor was he deprived of the peculium with which ultimately he hoped to purchase his own freedom and that of his children. Yet such was the African's nature, such the result of the training which slavery in the imperial entourage had drilled into him, that Hun Ravas forgot the clemency and only remembered the punishment. With bleeding back and mind saturated with hate, he sought audience of the emperor, and obtained it half an hour after Caius Nepos, the Praetorian prefect, had himself been introduced in the presence of Caligula. The story which Hun Ravas, the paid spy, brought to the ear of Cæsar was but a confirmation of what Caius Nepos had to tell. A conspiracy was on foot to murder the father of the armies, the greatest and best of Cæsars. The flower of the Roman patriciate was wallowing in this monstrous treachery. Hortensius Martius was in it up to the neck. So was Marcus and Cyrus the elder, and Philippus Decius and Philario of the imperial household. Hun Ravus had seen them consorting together and whispering among themselves the day of the sale of the late censor's slaves. He was able to state positively that the praefect of Rome was at one with the band of traitors. This last fact had brought the frenzied Cæsar to the verge of death. He nearly choked with the violence of his rage. He had believed in the honesty of Taurus Antinor, had even looked on him as a lucky fetish. This man's treachery was more infuriating than that of 1,000 others. In the madness of his wrath, he would have killed Hun Ravus with his own hands, had not the latter succeeded in hiding himself out of the raving maniac's reach. Had he dared, Caligula would have tortured Caius Nepos until he too gave him evidence against Taurus Antinor. But on this point the Praetorian praefect was guarded. He had not yet made up his mind whether friendship or enmity with the praefect of Rome would be to his own advantage. All that he wanted at this moment was to be rid of those who had opposed him last night for the sake of their own schemes. Therefore, in measured words, he only spoke of the whisperings which he had overheard in the vestibule of his own house between a certain band headed by Hortensius Martius and Marcus and Cyrus the elder. During the Circensian games, O Cæsar, he explained, they hope to raise a tumult amongst the people, and whilst the attention of thy faithful guard is drawn away from thy sacred person, one of the miscreants is to plunge a dagger in thy throat. Here he was forced to silence by a cry like that of a slaughtered ox, which shook the marble pillars of the hall. Caligula had thrown himself upon the bed, and was writhing there like a mad beast, biting the coverlets, beating with clenched fists against the woodwork, while foam dripped from the corners of his mouth. "Tell me more! Tell me!" he bellowed at last, during an interval between two of these maniacal spasms. The slaves all round the room were trembling with fear. Hun Ravus, huddled under the couch, was shaking like a leaf. But Caius Nepos, calm and dignified, waited in silence until the paroxysm had abated. Then he quietly went on with his tale. "There is but little else to tell, O Cæsar. I came to warn thee, for 'tis easy for thee to wear a shirt of mail to cover thy throat and breast against the dagger of assassins. But the conspirators hushed their talk in my presence. I tried to hear more, and played the spy in thy service, but my heart was burdened with loyalty for thee, so I came thus early to put thee on thy guard." The Cæsar had once more resumed his restless walk up and down the room. He was biting his fists, trying to restrain himself from striking the noble informer as brutally as he did his slaves, for he loathed the bearer of evil tidings almost as much as the secret traitors. He suffered from an overwhelming fury of hatred, and from an unquenchable thirst for blood. But 3 years ago the people and patricians had acclaimed him with shouts and rejoicings. They had feasted in his honor, proclaimed his godhead and his power, and now they were plotting to murder him. The madman threw out his arms in a passionate longing for revenge. "They would kill me," he cried hoarsely, "kill me!" And a demoniacal laugh broke from his swollen throat. He tore the garments from off his chest and buried his nails in his own flesh, whilst roar upon roar of his mad laughter woke the echoes of his stately palace. Then suddenly the paroxysm died completely down. An unnatural calm succeeded the violent outbursts of rage. Caligula, with a corner of his silken robe, wiped the perspiration from his streaming face. He threw himself on a seat, and resting both elbows on his knees and his chin in his hands, he stared contemplatively before him. Of a truth, this calm seemed even more awe-inspiring than the snarls and cries of a while ago. Caius Nepos' sallow cheeks became still more ashen in color as he cast a quick glance round the room, feeling, perhaps, for the first time today, how completely he was at the mercy of a raving lunatic, if the latter should turn against him. But the Cæsar sat there for some time, ruminating, with great hollow eyes fixed on one spot on the ground, and gusts of stertorous breathing escaped from his chest. After a while he spoke. "Thou didst not tell me yet, O kind friend," he said dully, "what the traitors mean to do, once they have murdered their Cæsar. Whom would they set up as his successor? They cannot all be emperors of Rome. For whose sake, then, do they intend to commit this damnable treachery?" "Nay, great Cæsar," replied Caius Nepos dryly, "methinks they all have a desire to become emperor of Rome, and this being impossible, there was a vast deal of wrangling in my vestibule last night. I caught the purport of several words and of several names?" asked Caligula in the same even voice. "I heard one name spoken in particular, O Cæsar." "Tell me." "That of the Augusta, thy kinswoman," said Caius Nepos, after a slight moment of hesitation. "Of Dea Flavia?" "Even hers. But she is a woman and cannot lead an army," said the emperor, whose voice sounded hollow and distant, as if it came from out the depths of a grave. "Nor was that suggested, O Cæsar." "What then?" "The conspirators, methinks, have agreed amongst themselves that the future husband of Dea Flavia Augusta, whoever he might be, should be the successor of the murdered Cæsar." "Whoever he might be," repeated the emperor, mechanically echoing the other's words. "Aye, the Augusta, I understand, favours no one as yet." "She hath made no choice, to thy knowledge?" "No, no. Her choice was to be made afterwards." "Her choice to be made by her or by them?" "That I know not, great Cæsar. The Augusta, I feel sure, was not a consenting party to the treachery. The traitors would use her for their own ends." After this there was silence for a while. Caligula still sat staring with his wide open eyes before him, whilst the slaves held their breath, staring fascinated on that terrible whip, lying momentarily forgotten. Caius Nepos, pale as a withered maple leaf, was from time to time moistening his dry lips with his tongue. The minutes sped on. Who shall say what fiendish thoughts were coursing through the mad tyrant's brain? At last he rose and resumed his walk up and down the room. But no longer did he rave now. No longer did he strike about him like one bereft of reason. His face, though flushed and streaming with perspiration, was set and calm. His footsteps across the carpets were measured and firm. He had cast his whip aside, and his hands were clenched behind his back, and on his brow there had appeared a deep furrow, the sign of concentrated thought. Then at last he paused in his walk and stood in the centre of the room, facing the informer. "I thank thee, good Caius Nepos," he said, "for thy loyalty to me. Tomorrow, mayhap, I shall think of a reward in accordance with thy service, but for the nonce I would wish to be alone. I have much to think of. The present crisis demands of me those qualities of courage and of statesmanship for which the citizens of Rome already know me. Tomorrow I go to the opening of the games in the circus. Mayhap there will be a tumult amongst the people, and mayhap a damnable traitor will make an attempt against the sacred life of one who is God and Cæsar and Emperor all in one. If all this occurs, and I find that thou didst not lie, then will I give thee such reward as even thou dost not at present dream of. But if between now and tomorrow I find that thou didst lie, that thou didst try to gain my favor, and didst rouse my wrath only for the gaining of thine own ends, that thou didst slander Roman patricians with a view to removing thine own personal enemies, then will I devise for thee such punishment that on thy knees wilt beg of death to release thee from torment. And thou didst know, O Caius Nepos, that in the inventing of torture thy Cæsar has a genius of a god. His voice had become perfectly steady and natural in its tones. All his restless, jerky movements had ceased. Outwardly he seemed to be completely master of himself. But of a truth the aspect of the madman now was more terrible than before. His sallow cheeks were the color of lead. His pale eyes had narrowed down till they were mere slits, through which gleams of deadly hate shot mercilessly on the informer. Caius Nepos had great difficulty in keeping up an appearance of dignity. It was obviously in his interest to show neither confusion nor fear just now. Nothing but calm demeanor and a proud show of loyalty would ensure his personal safety at this moment. The Praetorian praefect knew enough of the imperial despot to appreciate the danger of this outwardly quiet mood, which hid the utter callousness of demoniacal cruelty. Therefore, in response to the horrible threat, Caius Nepos merely bent his head as if in humble submission to the will of one who was as a god. He felt his teeth chattering against one another, his limbs trembling, his blood frozen within him, and with it all he had the additional horror of knowing that the brutish tyrant was looking him through and through, that he saw the fear in him and was gloating on it with delight. It was with a feeling of inexpressible relief that he at last understood that he was being dismissed. Steadying his limbs as best he could, he rose from his couch and made obeisance before the Cæsar. Then, almost mechanically and like one in a dream, but holding himself erect and composed, he walked backwards out of the room. The silken curtains, weighted with gold, fell together with a swishing sound behind him, and even as they did so, a loud and prolonged roar of laughter, like that of 100 demons let loose, echoed throughout the length and breadth of marble halls. Caius Nepos took to his heels and fled like one possessed, with hands pressed to his ears, trying to shut out the awful sounds that pursued him all down the corridors, the shrieks of pain, the whizzing of whipcord through the air, and rising above all these, that awful laugh which must have found its origin in hell. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Unto Cæsar by Emma ORCZY. Chapter 13. Can there any good thing come out of Nazareth? St. John 1:46. Dea Flavia was standing beside a tall stool, on the top of which, on a level with her hands, was a shapeless mass of clay. Her fingers buried themselves in the soft substance, or ran along the surface, as the exigencies of her task demanded. Now and then she paused in her work, drew back a step or two from the stool, and with head bent on one side surveyed her work with an anxious frown. Some few paces from her, at the further end of the room, a young girl sat on an elevated platform, with shoulders bare and head straight and rigid, the model for the proposed statue. Dea Flavia, in a simple garment of soft white stuff falling straight from her shoulders, looked peculiarly young and girlish at this moment, when she was free from all the pomp and paraphernalia of attendants that usually surrounded her wherever she went. The room in which she indulged her artistic fancy was large and bare, with stuccoed walls, on which she herself had thrown quaint and fantastic pictures of goddesses and of beasts, and groups of charioteers and gladiators drawn with a skilful hand. The room derived its light solely from above, where, through a wide opening in the ceiling, came a peep of cloud-covered sky. There was little or no furniture about, and the floor of iridescent mosaic was innocent of carpet. Only in the corners against the wall stood tall pots of earthenware filled with flowers, with a profusion of late summer lilies and roses, and with great branches of leaves on which the coming autumn had already planted its first kiss that turns green to gold. "Hold thy head up, girl, a little higher," said Dea Flavia impatiently. "Thou sittest there like a hideous, misshapen bunch of nothing at all. Dost think I've paid a high price for thee, that thou shouldest go to sleep all day upon that trestle?" And the girl, roused from semi-somnolence, would pull herself together with a little jerk, would straighten her shoulders and lift her chin, whilst a quickly smothered sigh of weariness would escape her lips. The air was heavy both within and without, with the presage of a coming storm. It had been terribly hot the last few days. The weather-wise, for there were many such at this time in Rome, had prophesied that Jupiter would send his thunders roaring before very long, and the feeling of thunder in the air caused the model to feel very sleepy, and on the forehead of Dea Flavia beads of perspiration would appear at the roots of tiny, fair curls. She was working with a will, but with strange, fretful movements, like one whose mind seems absent from the present task. Short sighs of impatience escaped her parted lips at intervals, and a frown appeared and disappeared fitfully between her brows. "Chin up, girl! Shoulders straight!" came in curt admonitions once or twice to the drowsy model, whereupon from the furthest corner of the room Licinia would emerge, rod in hand, to emphasize the necessity of keeping awake when a beloved mistress so desired it. "Let her be, Licinia," said Dea Flavia with angry impatience, when for the 5th time now the model fell in a huddled heap, with nose almost touching her knees, and heavy lids falling over sleepy eyes. "It's no use. There is something in the air today. I cannot work. Phew! Methinks I feel the approach of thunder." She threw down her modelling tools with a fretful gesture, and then nervily began to destroy her morning's work, patting the clay aimlessly here and there, until once more it became a shapeless mass. "That lazy baggage hath spoilt thy pleasure," said Licinia gruffly, "but I'll teach her." "No, no, good Licinia," interposed the young girl with a weary smile. "Teach her nothing to-day. The air is too heavy for serious lessons. Send her away, and bring me water for my hands." Then, as Licinia, muttering various dark threats, drove the frightened girl before her, Dea Flavia breathed a sigh of relief. Her hands were covered with clay, so she stood quite still, waiting for the reappearance of Licinia with the water, and all the while the frown on her face grew darker, and the look of trouble in her eyes more pronounced. Soon the old woman returned with a basin full of water in her hands and a white cloth over her arm. With her wonted loving care, she washed Dea's hands between her own and dried them on the towel. Dea allowed her to perform this kindly office for her, standing quite still and gazing absently out into vacancy. "What can I do now for thee, my precious?" asked Licinia anxiously. "Nothing, Licinia, nothing," replied Dea with a sigh. "Just leave me in peace. I have a desire for solitude and silence." It was the old woman's turn to sigh now, for she did not like this unwonted mood of her beloved. Dea Flavia, when in the privacy of her own house, was always gay and cheerful as a bird, prattling of all sorts of things, telling amusing anecdotes to her old nurse, and playing light-heartedly with her young slaves, whenever she was not occupied with her artistic work. This frown upon the smooth, white brow was very unusual, and the fretful, impatient gestures were as unwonted as was that dreamy, absent gaze, which spoke of anxious, troubled thoughts. Dea Flavia herself could not understand her own mood. She could not have confided in the faithful old woman, even had she been so minded, for truly she would not have known what to confide. Her thoughts worried her. They were so insistent, dwelling obstinately on one moment which had flitted by yesterday, the moment when she stood facing the praefect of Rome, and looking into his deep, dark eyes, which then and there had reminded her of a stormy sea suddenly lulled to rest. It seemed as if nothing now, or ever hereafter, would chase from her mind the memory of his look, and of his rugged voice, softened to infinite gentleness as he said, "I told thee that he died upon the cross." She could hear that voice now, even as at this moment from afar a muffled sound of thunder went echoing over the hills, and strive as she might, wherever she looked, her eyes were haunted by a vision which he had conjured up, of a man with arms outstretched upon a cross, whose might was yet greater than that of Rome. At the time she had been greatly angered. The praefect had spoken traitorous words, and she had hated him. She hated him still, for that allegiance which he seemed to have given to another. Then, with a quick, elusive trick, memory showed her the massive shoulders bent humbly at her feet, tying the strings of her shoe, a simple homage due to the daughter of Cæsar, and the sharp pang of wrath once more shot through her heart with the remembrance that he had not deigned to press his lips against her foot. The man's face and figure haunted her, for it was the face and the figure of one whom she had learnt to hate. Yes, she hated him for his treason to Cæsar, for his allegiance to that rebel from Galilee. She hated every word which he had spoken in that arrogant, masterful way of his, when he smiled upon her threats and calmly spoke of immortality. She hated the voice which perpetually rang in her ear, the voice with which he spoke of his own soul being in the keeping of God, of one whose empire is mightier than that of Rome. Yet vaguely still, for she was but a girl, the woman in her was stirred, the power and desire which exists in every woman's soul to conquer that which seems furthest from her reach. She hated the man, and yet within her inmost heart there had sprung the desire to curb and possess his, to disturb the perfect serenity that dwelt in his deep-set eyes, to kindle in them a passion which would make of that proud spirit a mere slave to her will. There was in her just now nothing but the pagan desire to rule, and to break a heart if need be, if she could not otherwise subdue it. Memory had fanned her wrath. She saw him now as she had seen him yesterday, arrogantly thwarting her will, his bitter tongue lashing her with irony, and now as yesterday the blush of humiliation burned her cheeks. and her pride and dignity rose up in passionate revolt against the one man who had ever defied her, and who had proudly proclaimed his allegiance to a man who was not the Cæsar. That allegiance belonged to Cæsar and to his might alone. Beyond that, there was the house of Cæsar, and failing that, nothing but rebellious treachery. And the troubled look grew deeper in Dea Flavia's face, and now she buried her hot cheeks in her hands, for the humiliation which she had endured yesterday from one man seemed to shame her even now. "I'll break thy will," she murmured, whilst angry tears rose burning to her eyes. "I'll shame thy manhood, and never rest until I see thee crawling, an abject slave, at the feet of Cæsar, who shall kick thee in the face. Cæsar and the house of Cæsar brook no rivalry in the heart of a Roman patrician." Her hands dropped from before her face. She threw back her head and looked straight before her into the darkest corner of the room. "Jesus of Nazareth, he called thee," she said slowly, and as if speaking to an invisible presence, "and he said at thy call he would give up the world and suffer death and torture and shame for thee. Then so be it, and I do defy thee, O man of Galilee, even I, Dea Flavia Augusta, of the imperial house of Cæsar, for that man whom I hate and despise, for that man who has defied and shamed me, for that man whose heart and allegiance thou hast filched from Cæsar. For him will I do thee battle, and that heart will I conquer, and it shall be Cæsar's and mine, mine, for I will break it and crush it first, and then wrest it from thee." And even as she spoke, from far away over the hills and beyond the Campagna, the thunder rolled dully in response. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 14. Hast thou an arm like God, or canst thou thunder with a voice like him? Job 11, verse 9. A few moments later, Licinia came running back into the room. "Augusta!" she exclaimed excitedly, even before she had crossed the threshold. "Augusta, quick! The Cæsar!" Dea Flavia started, for she had indeed been suddenly awakened from a dream. Slowly, and with eyes still vague and thoughtful, she turned to her slave. "The Cæsar?" she repeated, whilst a puzzled frown appeared between her brows and the young blood faded from her cheeks. "The Cæsar?" "Aye," said the old lady hurriedly. "He is in the atrium even now, having just arrived, and his slaves fill the vestibule. He desires speech with thee." "He does not often come at this hour," said Dea Flavia, whose face had become very white and set at mention of a name which indeed had the power of rousing terror in every heart just now. "Does he seem angered?" she asked under her breath. "No, no," said Licinia reassuringly. "How could he be angered against thee, my pet lamb? But come quickly, dear, to the robing room. What dress wilt thou put on to greet the Cæsar in?" "Nay, nay," she said with a tremulous little laugh. "We'll not keep my kinsman waiting. That indeed might anger him. He has been in this room before, and hath liked to watch me at my work. Let him come now as he wills." Licinia would have protested, for she loved to deck her darling out in all finery that, to her mind, rendered the Augusta more beautiful than a goddess. But there was no time to say anything, for even now the Cæsar's voice was heard at the further end of the atrium. "Do not disturb your mistress. I'll talk to her myself. Nay, I'll not be announced. 'Tis an informal cousinly visit I'm paying her this morning." "He seemeth in good humour," whispered Dea Flavia, whose little hands were trembling as they made pretence once more of taking up the modelling tools. Licinia hurriedly tried to smooth down the golden hair which had become unruly during the course of the morning, but in her haste only succeeded in completely disarranging it, and it fell in wavy masses down the young girl's shoulders, all but one plait, which remained fixed over her brow like a wide band of gold. Dea uttered an exclamation of horror and made a quick gesture, trying to capture the recalcitrant curls, even at the very moment that the Emperor Caligula entered the room. He paused on the threshold, and her arms dropped down to her side. Her golden hair fell all around her as she bent her knees, making an obeisance to the Cæsar. There was nothing regal about her now, nothing impervious or proud. She looked just like a child caught unawares at play. Blushing with confusion, she advanced towards her kinsman, and with head bent received his kiss upon her pure forehead. Nor did she shrink at this loathsome contact which would have filled almost any other woman's heart with horror. To her this man was not really human. He was the Cæsar, a supernatural being, blessed by the gods and endowed by them with supreme majesty and power. "Dismiss thy slaves," he said curtly. "I would have speech with thee." He had well schooled his turbulent temper to calmness. After Caius Nepos' departure and a final outburst of unbridled violence, he had plunged into a cold bath and given himself over for half an hour to the ministration of his slaves. Then, cool and refreshed, at any rate outwardly, he had dressed himself in simple robes, and passing right through the halls of the palace of Tiberius, which adjoined his own, he had reached the precincts of Dea Flavia's house, which in turn abutted on that built by Germanicus. At any other time but the present one, when his frenzied mind was wholly given over to the thoughts of the terrible treachery against his own person, he would have been conscious of Dea Flavia's exquisite beauty as she stood before him, humbled with the proud humility of one who has everything to give and nothing to receive, chaste with that pure ignorance which refuses to know what it cannot condone, and withal a perfect woman, imbued with a fascination which no man has ever been able to resist, for it was the fascination of youthful loveliness combined with the stately aloofness of conscious power. At any other time but this, the unscrupulous voluptuary would have gazed on his beautiful kinswoman with eyes that would have shamed her with her undisguised admiration, and mayhap his look and actions would have placed a severe test on her loyalty and on her respect for him. But today Caligula only saw in her the tool whom conspirators meant to use for their treacherous ends. Her loveliness paled in his eyes before the awful suspicion which he had of her guilt, and whilst she stood quietly awaiting his pleasure, he marvelled how much she knew of the traitor's plans, and whether her white fingers would effectually thrust the dagger into an assassin's hand. She had dismissed her slaves at his bidding, all unconscious as she was of any danger that might threaten her through him. He waited for a while in silence. Then he said abruptly, "Dea Flavia, what is thine age?" She looked up at him, smiling and puzzled. "Some 20 years, great Cæsar," she replied. "But of a truth I had not kept count." 20 years, he retorted. "Then 'tis high time that I chose a husband for thee." This time she looked up at him boldly. and although in her glance there was all the respect due to the immortal Cæsar, yet was there no show of humility in her attitude as she threw back the heavy masses of her hair and drew up her slender figure to its full stately height. "Was it to tell me this," she asked simply, "that the greatest of Cæsars sought his servant's house today?" "In part," he rejoined curtly, "and I would hear thine answer. My lord has not deigned to ask a question. Art prepared to accept a husband whom I, thine emperor, will choose for thee?" "In all things I do give thee honour and reverence, O Cæsar," she replied. But what? But I had no thought of marriage." "No thought of marriage?" he retorted roughly, as, unable to sit still, harassed by rage and doubt, he once more started on that restless walk of his up and down the room. She watched him with great wondering eyes. That something serious lay behind his questionings was of course obvious. He had not paid her this matutinal visit for the sole purpose of passing the time of day, and she did not like this strange mood of his, nor his reference to a topic over which he had not worried her hitherto. In truth, the thought of marriage had never entered her head, even though Licinia, with constant garrulousness, had oft made covert allusions to that coming time. She knew, for it had been instilled in her from every side ever since her father had left her under the tutelage of the Cæsar, that she must eventually obey him, if one day he desired that she should marry. The young patrician girl would never dream of rebellion against the power of a father or a guardian. And when that guardian was the Cæsar himself, and the girl was of the imperial house, the very thought of disobedience savoured of sacrilege. But hitherto that question had loomed ahead in Dea Flavia's dreams of the future only as a very shadowy and vague. She had never given a single thought to any of the young men who paid her homage, and their efforts at winning her favours had only caused her to smile. She had felt herself to be unconquerable, even unattainable, and Caligula, before this mad frenzy had fully seized hold of him, had, in his own brutish way, indulged her in this, allowing her to lead her own life and secretly laughing at the machinations that went on around him to obtain the most coveted matrimonial prize in Rome. Now suddenly this happy state of things was to come to an end. Her freedom, on which she looked at her most precious possession, was to be taken roughly from her. One of the men whom she had despised, one of that set of libertines, of idle voluptuaries who had dangled round her skirts while casting covetous eyes upon her fortune, was to become her master, her supreme lord, and she a slave to his desires and to his passions. Strangely enough, the thought of it just now was particularly horrible to her. The thought of what the Cæsar's wish might mean. The inevitableness of it all nauseated her until she felt sick and faint, and the walls of the room began to swing round her so that she had to steady herself on her feet with a mighty effort of will, lest she should fall. She knew the Cæsar well enough to realize that if he had absolutely set his mind on her marriage, nothing would make him swerve from the thought. If he once desired a thing, he would never rest night or day until his wish had been fulfilled. Men and women of Rome knew that. Patricians and plebes, senators and slaves, had died horrible deaths because the Cæsar had demanded and they had merely thought to disobey. Therefore, it was with wide-open, terror-filled eyes that she watched that tyrannical master in his restless walk up and down the room. Outside greater darkness had gathered, Heavy clouds obscured the light, and the gorgeous figure of the Cæsar now and then vanished into the dark angles of the room, reappearing a moment later like some threatening ghoul that comes and goes, blown by the wind which foretells the coming storm. After a while Caligula paused in his walk and stood close beside her, looking as straight as he could into her pale face. "No thought of marriage?" he repeated, with one of his mirthless laughs. "No thought, mayhap, of the husband whom I would choose for thee? No doubt there is even now lurking somewhere in this palace a young gallant who alone has the right to aspire to Dea Flavia's grace." "My lord is pleased to jest," she said coolly, "and knows as well as I do that no patrician can boast of a single favour obtained from me." "Then 'tis on a slave thou hast chosen to smile," he said roughly. Then, as she did not deign to make reply to his insult, he continued, "Come, art mute thou dost not speak when Cæsar commands? What does my lord wish me to say? Hast a lover, girl? No, my lord, thou liest. Did I deceive my lord in this, then had I not the courage to look boldly in the Cæsar's face?" "Bah!" he said with a snarl. "I mistrust that maidenly reserve which men call pride, and I, clever coquetry. The women of Rome have realized, fortunately by now, that they are the slaves of their masters, to be bought and sold as he directs. The wife must learn that she is the slave of her husband, the daughter that she belongs to the father, the woman of the house of Cæsar that they belong to me. It is a hard lesson my lord would teach to one half of his subjects." "It is," he said with brutal cynicism, "but I like teaching it. I hope to live long enough, nay, I mean to live long enough, to establish a marriage market in Rome, where the lords of the earth can buy what women they want openly for so many sesterces, as they can their cattle and their pigs." She recoiled from the man a little at these words, and a blush of shame slowly rose to her cheek. But she retorted calmly, "The gods do speak through Cæsar's mouth, and he frames the laws even as they wish." Her words flattered his egregious vanity, which had even as great, if not a greater, hold upon him than his tyrannical temper. He knew that to this proud girl he was as a god, and that her respect for his Cæsarship made her blind to every one of his faults. But this additional simple testimony from her pure lips caused him to relent towards her, and quite instinctively made him curb the violent grossness of his tongue. "Thou speakest truly, O Dea Flavia," he said complacently. "The gods will, when the time comes, speak through my mouth and make known their will through my dictates, even as they have done hitherto, even as they do at this moment when I tell thee that I desire to see thee married." "My lord hath spoken," she said calmly. "Do not think, O Dea Flavia," he continued, carried away by his own eloquence, "that I desire aught but thy happiness. If I decide to give thee for wife to a man, it shall only be to one who is worthy of thee in every respect. Thou shalt help me to choose him, for I have not yet made my choice. He shall testify before thee as to his nobility and his bravery, and thou dost assure me that thou hast not yet bestowed thy regard on any man." He paused midway in his phrase with indrawn breath, waiting for her reply. She gave it firmly and without hesitation. "I have cast my eyes on no man, my lord, and have no desire to marry." "Wouldst consecrate thy virginity to Vesta then?" he asked with a sneer. "Rather that," she replied, "if my lord would so deign to command." "Tush!" he broke in impatiently. "Herein thou dost offend the gods and me. 'Tis impious to waste thy beauty in barren singleness. The gods hate the solitary maid, unless she be ill-favoured and unpleasant to every man. Thou of the house of Cæsar hast a mission to fulfil, and canst not fulfil it thus in isolation, fashioning clay figures that have no life which they can consecrate to Cæsar. But have no fear, for I, thy Lord, do watch over thy future. The man whom I will choose for thee will be worthy of thy smiles." He drew up his misshapen figure to its full height and beamed at the young girl with an expression of paternal benignness. He was delighted with himself, delighted with his own oratory. He was such a born Monteblanc that he could even act the part of kindness and benevolence, and he acted it at this moment so realistically that the ignorant, confiding girl was taken in by his tricks. She saw the gracious smile, and was too inexperienced, too devoted, to see the hideous leer that he was at pains to conceal. "The choice will be difficult, gracious lord," she said, feeling somewhat reassured, "and will take some time to make. Therefore I will trust to inspiration," he rejoined blandly. "The gods no doubt will speak when the time comes. Aye, they will thunder forth their decree at midday tomorrow," said Caligula with well-assumed majesty. "Tomorrow, O my lord? Thou hast said it. I have a fancy to make known my decree in this matter during the games at the circus tomorrow. So put on thy richest gown, O Dea Flavia Augusta," he added with a sneer, "so as to appear pleasing in thy future husband's sight." "My gracious lord is pleased to jest," she said, all her fears returning to her in a moment with an overwhelming rush that made her sick with horror. "Jest?" he retorted with a snarl, showing his yellow teeth like a hyena on the prowl. "Nay, I never was so earnest in my life. Is not the future of my beloved ward of supreme importance to me?" "Nay, then, good my lord," she pleaded earnestly, her young voice trembling, her blue eyes fixed appealingly on the callous wretch. "I do beg of thy mightiness to give me time to think, to—" "I have done all the thinking," he broke in roughly. "Thou hast but to obey." "Indeed, indeed," she entreated, "I have no wish to disobey. But, my gracious lord, do I pray thee deign to consider—" "Silence, wench!" he shouted with a violent oath, for what he deemed her resistance was exasperating his fury and reawakened all his former suspicions of her guilt. "Cease thy senseless whining. I, thine emperor, have spoken. Let that suffice. Who art thou that I should parley with thee? Tomorrow thou'lt go to the circus. Dost hear? And until then remain on thy knees praying to the gods to pardon thy rebellion against Cæsar." And with an air which he strove to render majestic, he turned on his heel and prepared to go. But in a moment she was down on her knees, her hands clutching his robe. She would not let him go. Not now, not yet, whilst she had not exhausted every prayer, every argument that would soften his heart towards her. "My gracious lord," she pleaded, whilst her trembling voice was almost choked with sobs, "for pity's sake do hear me. I am not rebellious, not disobedient to thy will. I am only a humble maid who holds all her happiness from thee. My gracious lord, thou art great, and thou art mighty, thou art kind and just. Have mercy on me, for my whole heart is brimming over with loyalty for thee. I am free, and I am happy in my freedom. The men who fawn around me, coveting my fortune, fill me with disgust. I could not honour one of them, my lord. I could not give one of them my love. Thou who art so great must know how I feel. I implore thee to leave me my freedom, the most precious boon which I possess, and my lips will sing a paean of praise to thee for as long as I live." But Caligula was not the man whom a woman's entreaties would turn from his purpose, more especially when that purpose was his own self-interest. This wretch, who had no heart within him, no sensibility, not one single feeling of pity or of loyalty. His instinct must have told him that Dea Flavia was loyal to the core, loyal to Cæsar and to his house. But so blinded was he by rage and humiliation, by the terror of assassination, that he saw in the earnest, simple pleadings of a young girl and devoted partisan nothing but the obstinate resistance of a would-be traitor. The more did Dea plea, the more did he become convinced that already her choice of a husband was made, and that the husband was destined to wrench the sceptre of Cæsar from him, and to mount Cæsar's throne over his murdered body. With a brutal gesture he pushed the young girl from him. "Silence!" he shouted, as soon as choking rage enabled him to speak. "Silence, I say, ere I strike thee into eternal dumbness. What I have said, I've said. Dost hear me? Tomorrow at the circus I will name thy husband, and then and there thou shalt accept him, whoever he may be. I have reason for wishing this, a reason of state far beyond the comprehension of a mere fool. Tomorrow thou shalt accept the man of my choice as thy future lord. This is my will. Look to it, O daughter of Cæsar, that thou dost obey. Cæsar has spoken. Cæsar has spoken," she pleaded, "but my gracious lord will relent. Dost know me, girl?" he retorted, as, bending down to her, he seized her wrists in his, and brought his flushed face, all distorted by fury, close to her own. "Dost know me? For if thou hast ever seen me relent once I have set my will, look into my eyes now. Look, I say," he shouted hoarsely, giving her wrists and arms a brutal wrench. "Do they look as if they're meant to relent? Is there anything in my face to lead thee to hope that thou wouldst have thy treacherous way with me?" He held her wrist so cruelly that she could have screamed with the pain, but she bit her lip to still the cry. Daylight now was yielding to the oncoming storm. Dense shadows hung all round the room, making the objects in it seem weird and ghost-like in the gloom. Sudden gusts of wind swept angrily around, causing the withered leaves and dying flowers in the vases to murmur with unearthly sounds, as of the sighing of disembodied souls. Only through the aperture above a streak of greyish light struck full upon the Cæsar, as with glowing eyes and cruel grasp he compelled her to look on him. For a moment she closed her eyes after she had looked, for never before had she seen anything so hideous and so evil. His misshapen head looked unnaturally large as it seemed to loom out at her from out of the gathering darkness. His hair stood up sparse and harsh all round his forehead. His eyes were protruding and shot through with blood. His lips were dry and cracked. His cheeks of a full crimson, and heavy sweat was pouring down his face. When she turned away from him in horror, he broke into that wild laugh of his, which had in it the very sounds of hell. "Well," he said with a leer, "hast seen my face? Art still prepared to disobey?" "No, my lord," she said slowly, and fixing her eyes fully upon his now, "but I am prepared to die." "To die? What senseless talk is this?" "Not senseless, my good lord. Even the gods do allow us poor mortals to find refuge from sorrow in death." "So," he said slowly, still gripping her wrists and peering into her face, till his scorching breath made her feel sick and faint, "that is the way thou wouldst defy the will of Cæsar? Death, sayest thou? Death and disobedience, rather than submission to the wish of him who has godlike power on earth? Death? And he laughed loudly, even whilst from afar there came, faint and threatening, the near presage of a coming storm. What death? A pleasing, dreamless sleep brought on by drugs? A soothing draught that lulls even as it kills? Or hast perchance thought of the arena, of tigers that roar, or the lector's flail that drives? Hast thought? Hast thought? He was foaming at the mouth. His rage was choking him. He had only just enough strength left in him to tear at the neck of his tunic. For the next moment he would have fell like an ox by the power of his own fury. But as soon as he had released Dea Flavia's wrists, and she felt herself free to move, she rose from her knees, and with a quick, almost mechanical gesture, she rearranged her disordered robe, and shook back the heavy masses of her hair. Then she stood quite still, with arms hanging by her side, her head quite erect, and her eyes fixed upon that raving monster. When she saw that he had at last regained some semblance of reason, she said quite calmly, "My gracious lord will work his way with his slave, and deal her what death he desires." "What?" he murmured incoherently. "What didst thou say?" "'Tis death I choose, my lord," she said simply, "rather than a husband who was not of mine own seeking." For a moment then she did look death straight and calmly in the face, for it was death that looked on her through those bloodshot eyes. He had thrust his lower jaw forward. His teeth, large and yellow, looked like the fangs of a wolf. Stertorous breathing escaped his nostrils, and his distorted fingers were working convulsively, like the claws of a beast when it sees its prey. Caligula would have strangled her then and there, without compunction and without remorse. She had defied him and thwarted him even more completely than she knew herself, and there was no death so cruel that he would not gladly have inflicted upon her then. "Dost dare to defy me?" he murmured hoarsely. "Hast heard what I threatened?" She put out her hand, quietly interrupting him. "I heard the threat, my lord, and have no fear," she said. "No fear of death?" "None, gracious lord. There is no yoke so heavy as a bond unhallowed, no death so cruel as the breaking of a heart." There was dead silence in the room now. Only from afar distant rolls of ceaseless thunder sent their angry echo through the oppressive air. Caligula was staring at the girl as he would on some unearthly shape. Gasping, he had fallen back a few steps. The convulsive twitching of his fingers ceased. His mouth closed with a snap, and great yellow patches appeared upon his purple cheeks. Then he slowly passed his hand across his streaming forehead. His breathing became slower and more quiet. The heavy lids fell upon the protruding eyes. Cassius Julius Cæsar Caligula was no fool. His perceptions, in fact, became remarkably acute where his own interests were at stake, and he had the power of curbing that demoniacal temper of his, even in its maddest moment, if self-advantage suddenly demanded it. He had formed a plan in his head for the trapping of the unknown man who was to mount the throne of Cæsar over the murdered body of his emperor. Before dealing with the whole band of traitors, he wished to know who it was that meant to reap the greatest benefit by the dastardly conspiracy. There was one man alive in Rome at the present moment who thought to become the successor of Caligula. The one man would be bold enough to woo and win Dea Flavia for wife. Caligula's one coherent thought ever since Caius Nepos had betrayed the conspiracy to him was the desire to know who that man was likely to be. That was the man he most hated, the unknown man. Him he desired to punish in a manner that would make all the others endure agonies of horror ere they in turn met their doom. But his identity was still a mystery. To discover it, the Cæsar had need of the help of this girl who stood there so calmly before him, defying his power and his threats. He looked on her, and understanding slowly came to him. Understanding of the woman with whom he had to deal. It dawned upon him, in the midst of his tumultuous frenzy, that here he had encountered a will that he could never bend to his own. An irresistible force had come in contact with an unbending one. One of the two must yield, and Caligula, staring at the young girl who seemed so fragile that a touch of the hand must break her, knew that it was not she who would ever give in. His well-matured plan he would not give up. He had thought it all out whilst he refreshed himself in his bath after Caius Nepos' visit, and it was not likely that any woman could, by her obstinate action, move Caligula from his resolve. But obviously he must alter his tactics if he desired Dea Flavia's help. He could gain nothing by her death save momentary satisfaction, and the matter was too important to allow momentary satisfaction to interfere with the delights of future complete revenge. Therefore he forced himself to some semblance of calm. He was a perfect mountebank, a consummate actor, and now he called to his aid his full powers of deception. Cunning should win the day, since rage and coercion had failed. Slowly his face lost every vestige of anger, and sorrowful serenity crept into his eyes. Toddling like one who feels unmanned, he sought the support of a chair and fell sitting into it, with his elbows on his knees and his head buried in his hands. "Woe is me," he moaned, "woe to the house of Cæsar, when his fairest daughter turns traitor against her kin." "I, a traitor? Good my lord," she rejoined quietly. "There is no treachery in my desire to serve Cæsar in single maidenhood, or to offer thee my life rather than my freedom. There is black treachery," he said with tremulous voice like one in deep sorrow, "in refusing to obey the Cæsar. In this alone." But it was his turn now to interrupt her with a quick raising of the hand. "Aye, that is what the waverer says. Good my lord, I'll obey in all save in what doth not please me. Dea Flavia, Augusta, I had thought thee above such monstrous selfishness." "Selfishness, my lord?" "Aye, art thou not of the house of Cæsar? Art thou not my kinswoman? Dost thou not receive at my hands honour, position, everything that places thee above the common herd of humanity? Were I not the Cæsar, where wouldst thou be? Not in this palace surely, not the virtual queen of Rome, but, mayhap, a handmaid to another Cæsar's wife, an attendant on his daughter. Thou dost seem to have forgot all this, Augusta." "Nay, gracious lord, I have forgot nothing. Your goodness to me, and yet wouldst deliver me over into the hands of mine enemies," he said with increased dolefulness, "and not raise a finger to save me." "I would give my life for the Cæsar," she interposed firmly, "and this the Cæsar knows. Wouldst not even take a husband, when by doing so thou wouldst save the Cæsar from death. My gracious lord speaks in riddles. I do not understand." "Didst not understand, girl? But I wish to test thy loyalty to me. Thou, like so many, alas, dost so oft prate of unbound attachment to Cæsar. Today, for the first time, did I put that attachment to the test, and lo, it hath failed me. "Try me, my lord," she said, "and I will not fail thee, but give me thy trust as well as thy commands." She advanced close to where he sat, apparently a broken down, sorrowful man, stricken with grief. The mighty Cæsar now was far more powerful than he had been a while ago when he raged and stormed and threatened, for he had appealed to the strongest feeling within her. He had appealed to her loyalty. Slowly she sank once more on her knees, not in entreaty now, not with thoughts of self, but in the humble subjection of herself to the needs of him whom the gods had anointed. She sank upon her knees, and with that simple action she offered her happiness on the altar of her loyalty to him and to her house. Gone was the look of defiance from her eyes. The pride had vanished and all the joy of life. No thought was left in the young mind now save an overwhelming sense of loyalty. No feeling lingered in the heart save the desire for self-sacrifice. The Cæsar had commanded, and since she could not disobey, she was ready to die. Memory had in a swift flash called up before her the vision of a man who, rather than yield to her caprice, had smiled at the thought of death. And she, too, had almost smiled, for suddenly she had understood how small a thing was life when slavery became its price. But now all that had changed. The Cæsar pleaded and made appeal to her loyalty. Her refusal to obey him was no longer pride. It was disloyalty, almost sacrilege. The Cæsar called to her. It was as if the gods had spoken, and she fell on her knees, ready to obey. The consummate actor was clever enough to hide the triumph that lit up his eyes when he saw her thus kneeling, and understood she was prepared to yield. He stretched out a paternal hand, and with weary sadness stroked her golden hair. "Trust me, gracious lord," she reiterated. "My life is thine. Do with it what thou wilt." "Traitors are at work, Dea Flavia, to murder the Cæsar," he said gently. "Ye gods," she murmured, horrified. "I would think mayhap that the gods will interfere. They will. I'll tell thee that they will. But they have need of thee, Augusta. I, thy Cæsar, thy God, do have need of thee." With both hands now he took her own in his, not roughly, but with infinite tenderness, and cunningly contrived with 2 hot tears should fall upon her fingers. "My gracious lord," she whispered, "my life is at thy service. Accept the husband whom I propose for thee, and my life will be safe. Refuse to obey me in this, and tomorrow the blood of Cæsar will be upon thy head. My lord, wilt obey me, Augusta?" "My gracious lord, I do not understand," she pleaded. "Have pity on my ignorance. Trust me but a little further." "I cannot tell thee more," he said with a sigh of patient weariness. "But this I do tell thee, that my life and with it the future of our house, of the empire, now lie in thy hands. The abominable traitors would make a tool even of thee. The husband of Dea Flavia Augusta, they say, shall succeed the murdered Cæsar." She uttered a cry of horror. "Their names," she murmured. "Tell me their names. I know but a few. Which are they? They speak of Hortensius Martinus. Oh, and young Ascanis, also of Philario, my servant. Ye gods," she exclaimed, "let your judgment fall upon them." "And of Taurus Antinor, the praefect of Rome," added the Cæsar, and a savage snarl escaped his lips even when he spoke the name. "Taurus Antinor!" she exclaimed. Then half audibly she murmured to herself, repeating the Cæsar's words, "They would make a tool of thee." She had fallen back, squatting on her heels, her hands clasped before her and her head sunk upon her bosom, bowed with shame and with horror. Her name had been bandied about by traitors. Her person had been bought and sold as the price of the blackest sacrilege that had ever disgraced the patriciate of Rome. "And thou, Taurus Antinor," she whispered inaudibly, "art the blackest traitor amongst them all." There was no need now for the Cæsar to make further appeal to her loyalty. She was loyal to him, body and soul, loyal to him and to her house, ready to sacrifice her pride, her freedom if need be, at the word from the Cæsar, since he had said that by her action on the morrow she could help him fight the treacherous infamy. Caligula could well be satisfied with his success, nor did he try to press his advantage further. All that he had wanted was the assurance that she would not thwart him when he put into execution the plan which he had conceived. The man-trap which he had set would not now fail through Dea's obstinacy. He thought that the time had come for ending the interview. He desired that her receptive mind should retain a solemn impression of his majesty and of his power. A charlatan to the last, he now rose to his feet, and with outstretched arms pointed upwards to the small glimpse of leaden-covered sky. "Jove's thunder still speaks from afar," he said with slow emphasis. "But tomorrow they will crash over Rome and over the traitors within her walls. The air will be filled with moanings and the gnashing of teeth. The Tiber will run red with blood, for the murdered Cæsar will mayhap be crying vengeance upon the assassins. Wilt save the Cæsar, O Dea Flavia? Wilt save Rome and the Empire from the deadly crime and the devastating vengeance of the outraged gods?" He towered above her like some inspired prophet, with arms stretched out towards the fast approaching storm, and eyes uplifted to the thunderbolts of Jove. "I await thine answer," he said, "O daughter of the Cæsars." "My answer has been given, gracious lord," she murmured. "Have I not said that my life was at thy service? Thou'lt obey? Command, O Cæsar. Tomorrow at the circus, dost understand? I have a plan, and thou must obey, blindly. Dost understand?" He reiterated hoarsely, "I understand, my lord. I'll name thy future husband to the public, to the plebes, to all, and thou'lt accept him, before them all, without demur, as my lord commands. This thou dost swear. This do I swear." "Then," said the mountebank with mock reverence as he placed his hand, blood-stained with the blood of countless innocent victims of his tyranny, upon the bowed head of the loyal girl, "receive the blessings of Jupiter the victorious, of Juno the holy goddess, and of Magna Mater the great mother, for thou art worthy to be of the house of Cæsar." But even as the last of these impious words had left his lips, the long-awaited storm broke out in sudden fury. A vivid flash of lightning rent the sky from end to end, and lit up momentarily every corner of the room. The kneeling figure of Dea Flavia, the misshapen figure of the imperial monster, the fading flowers in the vases. Then a mighty clap of thunder shook the very foundation of Dea Flavia's palace. Caligula uttered a wild shriek of terror, and, calling loudly for his slaves, he fled incontinently from the room. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 15. As he that bindeth a stone in a sling, so is he that giveth honour to a fool. Proverbs 26, verse 8. From the hour of midnight, the streets and ways leading to the great amphitheatre were alive with people, all tending towards the same goal. Men and women in holiday clothes, and little children running beside them. The men were heavily loaded with baskets of rush or bags of rough linen containing provisions, for many hours would be spent up there waiting for amusement, whilst the body would grow faint if food were not forthcoming. So the men carried the provisions which the women had prepared the day before, eggs and cooked fish and such fruit as was cheap this season. And everybody was running, for though the amphitheatre was vast and could hold, so 'twas said, over 200,000 people, yet considerably more than 200,000 people desired to be present at the opening of the games. They were to last 31 days, and spectacles would be varied and exciting. But the great day would be the opening day, the one on which everybody desired to be inside the amphitheatre, if possible, and not outside. Therefore an early start had to be made, but this nobody minded, as is the want of a little sleep compared with the likelihood of missing the finest sight that had been witnessed in the city for years. The Cæsar, of course, would be present. He would solemnly declare the games to be open. There were free gifts from him to the people, a thank-offering to the gods for his safe return from that arduous expedition in Germany, and he would show himself to his people, receive their acclamations, and give them as much show and gaiety, music and combat as they cared to see. So they went in their thousands and their tens of thousands, starting in the middle of the night so as to be there when the great gates were opened, and they would be allowed to pour into the vast enclosure, and find as good seats for themselves and their families as they could. And when at dawn the great copper gates did slowly swing open, creaking upon their massive hinges, it was as if the floodgates of the mighty sea had been suddenly let loose. In they poured, thousands upon thousands of them, scrambling, pushing and jumping, scurrying and hurrying, falling and tumbling as they pressed onwards through the wide doors, and then dispersed in the vastness of the gigantic arena, like ants that scamper away to their heaps. So like so many pygmies, they looked now, fussy and excited, perspiring profusely despite the cool breeze of this early dawn. Give them half an hour and they'll all settle down, sitting row upon row, tier upon tier of panting, expectant humanity. After much bousculating, the strong ones have got to the front rows, the weaker ones up aloft in the rear, but all can see well into the arena, and there are those who think that you get a better view if you sit more aloft. Certain it is that you get purer air, and something of a shadow of the encircling walls. There is no sign of cloud or storm today. Jove's thunders spent themselves during the morning hours of yesterday, when clap upon clap, awe-inspiring and deafening, made every superstitious heart quake with terror at this possible augury of some coming disaster. Today the sky is clear and, soon after dawn, of that iridescent crystalline blue that lures the eye into the myriads and myriads of atoms, the creation of the heat-laden ether that stretches away, far away to the infinite distance beyond. The beauty of the late summer's day was accepted as a matter of course, as part and parcel of the holidays and festivals ordered by the Cæsar. These, too, were the people's just dues. Emperors had to justify their existence by entertaining their people. Grumbling at their luxury and extravagances were only withheld because of other luxuries and extravagances perpetrated for the amusement of the people. And from an early dawn there was plenty to see. Even though you did not watch the citron-coloured sky overhead as it slowly changed its diaphanous draperies for others that were rose, then crimson, and then gold, finally casting off these two and showing its blue magnificence unadorned. There were the soldiers on guard at the doors, their yellow helmets shining in the sun, their naked legs bronzed below their tunics. They were the late-comers to watch, those who did not care for a midnight vigil and were arriving late, like lazy ants creeping to their heaps, finding all places occupied, running hither and thither in search of an empty place. Then on the north side there were the tribunals of the senators, the patricians, and the knights, with, in the centre, gorgeous with purple draperies and standards, that which the Cæsar would occupy. Rich stuffs covered with gold embroideries fell over the edge of these tribunes and fluttered lazily in the morning breeze. Chairs and cushions were disposed there, and it was interesting to make vague guesses as to who would occupy them. The emperor's tribune was decorated with flowers, huge bunches of lilies in pots of earthenware, and crimson roses trailed in festoons overhead. There was no doubt that Augusta Dea Flavia would be present then. Lilies were her favourite flowers. They were always to be seen wherever she appeared. The tribunes of the rich were so disposed that the sun would never shed an unpleasant glare into them, and over that part of the amphitheatre an awning of white and purple striped stuff threw a pleasant and restful shadow. Soon after the second hour the spectacle began. Processions of men and beasts who would take part in the combats and the shows. The Numidian lions, in heavy iron cages, drawn by 8 pack horses, were snarling as they were dragged along, lean and hungry looking, with bloodshot eyes that threatened, and dribbling jaws waiting to devour. The pack of hyenas from the desert, a novelty not yet witnessed at the games, the crocodiles from the Nile, and the wolves from the Thracian forests. It was amusing to hear the snarl of the lions, and to think of them as they would appear anon pitted one against the other, or engaged in deadly combat against the crocodiles. But still more exciting would it be when the prisoners of war, lately captured in Germany, would have to try their heavy fists against the masters of the desert. The procession of the beasts had lasted close upon an hour. The public waxed impatient. Beasts were well enough, but their prey was what the people desired to see. Women clamoured as loudly as the men. Children stood up upon the benches to catch sight of the prisoners, the malefactors, the rebellious slaves who would furnish the sport later on. Presently they began to arrive and were greeted with loud acclamations. Trembling, miserable bundles of humanity with hideous death staring at them all round, the pungent odour of the wild beasts stinking of death, the glowering eyes of an excited populace testifying that no mercy would be shown. The slaves mostly looked the prey of abject terror, backboneless and with the cold sweat already pouring from their huddled up bodies. They were men caught in the act of murder or of theft, confirmed malefactors, most of them, now condemned to the arena to expiate their crimes and afford a holiday for the people. Some of the most hardened criminals had been dressed up to look like the German rebels whom the Emperor was supposed lately to have vanquished, with tog-coloured wigs and coverings of goatskin round their torso. They were marched round the gigantic arena, with clanging chains on their wrists and ankles. The public was delighted at their appearance. It confirmed the prowess of the Cæsar, for the men had been selected for this special exhibition because of their height or the breadth of their shoulders. Every one was curious to see them, and howls of execration greeted them as they passed. It was felt that they deserved far more severe punishment than was meted to ordinary criminals. They had rebelled against the might of Cæsar, and in a manner had made attempt against his sacred life. But the most interesting part of this early morning show was undoubtedly the Black Panther whom the native prince of Numidia had sent as a tribute to the imperator. Wild rumours as to its cunning and its ferocity had been in circulation for some time, but no one had ever seen it. It had been kept closely guarded and heavily chained in the gardens of the Cæsar's palace, and since its arrival from the desert was said to have grown to fabulous size and strength. Its inclusion in the spectacle of today had come as an exciting surprise, for it was known that the Cæsar thought a great deal of the beast, going out daily to watch it through its iron bars, and delighting in the ferocity and cruel rapaciousness. He had caused a special house to be built for it in the secluded portion of his garden, with swimming bath carved out of solid block of African marble. Its feeding trough was made of gold, and capons and penhens were especially fattened for its delectation. Many were the tales current about the Cæsar's fondness for the creature, and his pleasure in seeing it fed with live animals, which he would himself throw into the cage. It was even said that he had fed the brute with human flesh, the flesh of slaves who had disobeyed or merely offended him, one of his chief amusements being to force one of these unfortunate wretches to thrust an arm into the cage, and then to watch the panther as it scrunched the human bones and licked the human blood, whilst cries of unspeakable horror and agony rent the air with their hideous sounds. And now, in order to delight his people, the greatest and best of Cæsars would grant them the spectacle of his most precious pet. Loud clapping of hands and thunderous shouts of applause greeted the entrance of the magnificent cage, which was drawn out into the arena by 16 negro slaves. The bars of the cage were gilded, and it was surmounted by the imperial standard and the insignia of imperial rank. Its pedestal was of carved wood and mounted on massive wheels of steel. In the front were 4 heavy chains of steel, and to these the 16 negroes were harnessed. They were naked save for the loin cloth of scarlet cloth, and on their heads were fillets of shining metal, each adorned with 5 long ostrich feathers, which had been dipped in brilliant scarlet dye. The weight of the cage, with its solid pedestal and heavy iron bars, must have been terrific, for the 16 powerful Africans strained on the chains as they walked, burying their feet in the sand of the arena, their backs bent, the muscles of their shoulders and arms standing out like living cords. In the corner of the cage cowered the powerful creature, its broad snake-like head thrust forward, its tiny golden eyes fixed before it. A curious snarl, like a grin, now and then contorted the immobility of its powerful jaws. The sinewy tail beat a restless tattoo on the floor of the cage. Now and then, when a jerk on the uneven ground disturbed it from its ominous quietude, the brute would jump up suddenly, quick as the lightning flash, and bound right across the cage, striking out with his huge black paw to where one of the rearmost negro's back appeared temptingly near. The cunning precision with which the paw hit out exactly between two iron bars highly pleased the public, and once when the mighty claws did reach a back and tore it open from the shoulder to the waist, a wild shout of delight, echoed and re-echoed by thousands upon thousands of throats, shook the very walls of the gigantic amphitheatre. Children screamed with pleasure, the women applauded rapturously, the men shouted, "Habet, habet! He has it!" The unfortunate slave who, giddy with the loss of blood, rolled inanimate between the wheels of the cage. It was at this moment, when the excited populace went nearly wild with delight, that a loud fanfare of brass trumpets announced the approach of the Cæsar. He entered his tribune preceded by an escort of his praetorian guard with flying standards. At sight of him the huge audience rose to its feet like one man and cheered him to the echoes, cheered him with just the same shouts as those with which a few moments ago it had acclaimed the ferocious prowess of the panther, cheered him with the same shouts with which it would have hailed his death, his assassination, the proclamation of his successor. He was clad in a tunic of purple silk, wrought with the sun, moon, and stars in threads of gold and silver, and on his chest was the breastplate of Augustus, which he had dug up out of the vault where the great emperor lay buried. On his head was a diadem of jewels in shape like the rays of the sun standing out all around his misshapen head, and in his hands he carried a gold thunderbolt, emblem of Jove, and a trident, emblem of Neptune. He was surrounded by his own guard, by a company of knights and a group of senators and patricians, and immediately behind him walked his wife, Caesonia, and his uncle Claudius, the brother of Germanicus. He came to the front of the tribune, allowing the populace a full view of his grotesque person, and listening with obvious satisfaction to the applause and the cheers that still rose in ceaseless echoes upwards to the sky. He did not hear the ironical laughter, nor yet the mocking comments on his appearance, which was more than of a caricature than of a sentient man. He was satisfied that all eyes were turned on himself and on the majestic pomp which surrounded him. The standard-bearers were ordered to wave the flags so that a cloud of purple and gold seemed to be wafted all around his head, and he ordered the Augustas to group themselves around him. The people watched this pageant as they had done the earlier spectacles. It was all a part of the show stage managed for their amusement. They were interested to see the Augustas, and those who knew mentioned the various names to their less fortunate neighbours. Caesonia standed next to her lord. She gave him a love potion once, so 'tis said, because his passion for her was quickly on the wane, and 'tis that love potion which had made him crazy. And there are the Cæsar's sisters, Drusilla and Livilla. Drusilla is very beautiful, and there is Julia, the daughter of Drusus. She had been willing to step into Caesonia's shoes. But Dea Flavia, daughter of Claudius Octavius, is the most beautiful amongst them all. Hail to Dea Flavia Augusta came from more than one enthusiastic throat. She was clad all in white, with strings of pearls round her neck and a fillet of diamonds in her golden hair. Her face was very pale, and her lips never smiled. In her hands she held 3 tall sprays of lilies scarce whiter than the smooth surface of her brow. Everyone noticed that the Cæsar especially commanded her to sit on his left, Caesonia being on his right, and that the Augustas all frowned with dissatisfaction at this signalled honour paid to Dea Flavia. Anon Caius Nepos, the praetorian praefect, came to the front of the tribune, and in stentorian voice commanded everyone to kneel. All those in the tribune did kneel immediately, the guard holding the standards, the senators and the knights. The Augustas all knelt too, and the patricians in the tribunes to right and left. Some of the people knelt, but not by any means all, and Caius Nepos had to repeat his command 3 or 4 times, and to threaten the immediate dispersal of the audience and the clearing of the amphitheatre before everyone at last obeyed. Caligula alone remained standing, and not far from him the praefect of Rome leaning against the partition wall. The Cæsar then blessed the people, and at the word of Caius Nepos, the praetorian praefect, cries of "Hail Cæsar! Hail, O God! Hail the Father of the armies! The greatest and the best of Cæsar!" broke out on every side. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 16. Who knoweth the spirit of man that goeth upward, and the spirit of the beast that goeth downward to the earth? Ecclesiastes 3, verse 21. Cassius Julius Caesar Caligula was in excellent spirits, smiling and nodding to those around him and to his people all the time. His face certainly looked sallow, and his eyes were bloodshot, but this may have been due to ill health, for without doubt his temper was of the best. Only once had he frowned, when, looking behind him, he saw that the praefect of Rome had remained standing when everyone knelt to acclaim the Cæsar. But even then the frown was quickly dissipated, and he spoke quite pleasantly to the praefect later on. The Augustas, grouped around him, were continually laughing as he turned to them from time to time with a witty sally, or probably with what was more in keeping with his character, a coarse jest, and he watched the spectacle attentively from end to end. Firstly, the play in verse on the subject of the judgment of Paris, a perversion of the legend favoured by the Greeks, a travesty within Paris, renamed Parisia, was a woman, and 3 gods were in rivalry for the golden apple, the emblem of her favours. Then the naval spectacle over the flooded area, with ships and galleys executing complex manoeuvres on waters rendered turbulent by cleverly contrived artificial means. Then the wrestling and the scenes of hunting with wolves and boars, specially brought from the Thracian forest for the occasion. He watched the Numidian lions tearing one another to pieces. He exulted with the audience over the fight between a pack of hyenas and some crocodiles from the Nile. He encouraged the gladiators in their fights, and joined in the excitement that grew and grew with every item of a program which had been skilfully arranged so that it began with simple and peaceful shows, and gradually became more bloodthirsty and more fierce. It seemed as if a cunning mind, alert to the temper of the people, had contrived the entertainment so that with every stage of the proceedings something of the lustful love of cruelty, inherent in every Roman citizen, would be gradually aroused. The hunting scenes were a prelude to the combat between the lions, and these again were the forerunners of the more bloody bouts between the hyenas and the crocodiles. At last blood had begun to flow. The audience sniffed at its sickening odour with a thrill of nostril and brain, and tongues and lips became parched with the fever of desire for more. The other items, the play, the naval pageant, the scenes of hunting and combat of beasts among themselves, these were only the prologue. The real spectacle was at last to commence. For this the Romans thirsted, patricians and plebes alike, rich and poor, man, woman, and child. These shows were their very life. They constituted the essence of their entire being. For these they rose at midnight and stood waiting, hour upon hour, that they might be near enough to smell the blood when it reddened the sand of the arena, and to see the last throe of agony on the face of those who fell in combat. Habet, habet, habet! The cry became more insistent and more hoarse. See the men and women leaning over the edge of the tribunes, their eyes wide open, their hands outstretched with thumb pointing relentlessly the way of death. Habet, habet! Shrieked the women when a prostrate figure lay writhing on the ground, and the victor with head erect demanded the final verdict. And up in the imperial tribune the Cæsar jested and laughed. The standards waved above his head. The striped awnings threw a cold blue shadow over his gorgeous robes and the jewel-crowned heads of the Augustas. The rest of the gigantic arena was a blaze of riotous colour now, with the mid-morning sun darting its rays almost perpendicularly on the south side of the huge oval place. A sea of heads, gold and brown, ruddy and black, oscillating in unison to the right or left like waters driven by the tide, as the combatants down below shifted their ground across the floor of the arena. Fans of coloured feathers swinging, mantles caught by the passing breeze. Every grain of sand on the floor of the arena a minute mirror radiating the light. Everything glowed with an intensity of colour, rendered all by the more vivid by contrast with the dense shadows thrown against the marble walls. On the south side every shade of russet and brown and green showed in the mantles and the tunics of the plebes, and seemed flecked with the vivid gold under the light of the sun, whilst in the tribunes of the rich on the opposite side cool tones of amethyst and chrysoprase were veiled in tender azure by the shadow from the awning above. And at either end, to east and west, the massive copper portals, like gigantic ruddy mirrors, threw back these tones of gold and blue, as if through a veil of sunset-kissed clouds. Above, the sky of a vivid blue, translucent and iridescent, with myriad flecks of turquoise and rose and emerald that found their reflections in the marble walls of the arena or the shining helmets of the legionaries guarding the imperial tribune, and over the whole scene an impalpable veil of gold, made of tiny, unseen atoms that danced in the heat, and merged into the exquisite glowing harmony the russets and the purples, the emeralds and the rubies, and the transient notes of sardonyx and indigo that cut across the orgy of colour like a deep gaping wound. And through it all that sense of thrilling expectancy, so keen that it almost seemed palpable. It vibrated in the air, making every cheek glow with a crimson fire, and kindling a light in every eye. It seemed to set every golden atom dancing. It was felt through every breath drawn by 200,000 throats. Over the emperor's head that striped awning flapped weirdly in the breeze, with strange insistent sounds like the knocking of a ghostly hand upon the doors of hell. Not a few miserable wretches whom the summary justice of the Cæsar's own tribunal had condemned to death were exposed to a band of swordsmen, executioners really, since the fight was quite unequal. Huge African giants with short naked swords pursuing a few emaciated wretches who ran howling round the arena, jumping improvised hurdles, rounding obstacles or crawling under cover, running with that unreasoning instinct of self-preservation which drives even before the certainty of death. A hunting scene this, of novel diversion. No one cared whether the victims were really guilty of crime. No one cared if they had been equitably tried and been justly condemned. All that the public cared about was that the spectacle was new and amusing. The African giants were well trained for their part, playing with the miserable victims like a feline doth with its prey, allowing them to escape now and then, to see safety close at hand, to make a wild dash for what looked like freedom, and then suddenly pounding on them with that short, wide sword that cried death as it descended. Rapturous applause greeted this show, and loud immoderate laughter hailed the fruitless efforts of the hunted, their falls over the obstacles, their look of horror, and the contortions of their meagre bodies when they were caught at last. Habit, habit, habit! Everyone shouted, and when one of the unfortunate wretches brought to bay tried to turn on his pursuer, and to pit two feeble arms against the relentless grip of well-trained giants and against the death-dealing sword. Habit, habit, habit! He has it, they screamed. He has the hideous death, the gaping wound in the still panting chest. He has the final agony which helps to make a holiday for the great citizens of the world. Now at last the sand of the arena has turned red with blood. The sickly odour mounts to every nostril. Shrieks become more wild, like those of thousands of demons to let loose. Anticipation and desire had been brought to its wildest pitch, and Caligula had every cause to be satisfied. Cries of the lions, slaves to the lions, resounded from every side. Thousands of feet beat a tattoo on the floor, and from behind the great copper gates a mighty roar filled the heat-laden air with its awesome echo. In his gilded cage, supported by carved pillars and drawn by 8 Ethiopian slaves, the favourite of Caligula was slowly wheeled into the arena. A huge sigh rose from every breast. The tumult was hushed. Dead silence fell upon the vast concourse of people, suddenly turned to stone, alive only by 200,000 pairs of eyes fixed upon the cage and its occupant, the Black Panther, with its sleek black coat on which the midday sun threw its tiny blotches of tawny lights, was cowering in the corner of its cage. Its snake-like head, with the broad flat brow and wide curved jaws, was drawn back between its shoulders. Its small golden eyes, gleaming like yellow topaz, were half closed in wary somnolence. Slowly the cage was wheeled round by the panting negro slaves, and then it was brought to a standstill against the copper gates at the eastern end of the arena. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY. Chapter 17. Be thou faithful unto death. Revelations 2, verse 10. Up in the gorgeously draped tribune, beneath the striped awning, the Emperor Caligula watched the arrival of his pet panther with a grin of delight upon his face. He rubbed his hands together in obvious glee, and anon pointed out the beauty of the ferocious creature to the Augusta Dea Flavia, who coldly nodded in response. She had sat beside the Cæsar all through the long, weary morning, giving but few signs of life. Many there were who thought that, overcome with drowsiness owing to the heat, she had fallen asleep with her head buried in the fragrant depths of the lilies which she held. Certain it is that throughout the spectacle she had kept her eyes closed, and when death cries filled the air with their terrible echo, she had once or twice put her small hands to her ears. Whenever she had done that, the Cæsar had laughed, and apparently made jest of her with the other Augustas, who, in their turn, appeared greatly amused. The spectacle indeed had been somewhat tame, and but for the human chase of a while ago, would have been intolerably dull. There was surely nothing in the death of a few miserable slaves to upset the nerves of a Roman princess. As for the gladiators, well, they were trained and well paid to die. Not far from the Cæsar's person, and leaning against the wall of the tribune in his wonted attitude, the praefect of Rome had also stood silently by. The emperor had ordered his presence, nor could the praefect of the city be absent when the sacred person of the Cæsar was abroad amongst his people. But no one could say whether the Anglicanus had seen or heard anything of what went on around him. His eyes of a truth were wide open, but they did not gaze down upon the arena. They were hidden by that dark frown upon his brow, and no one could guess whereon was his ardent gaze so resolutely fixed. No one could guess that from where he stood, Taurus Antinor could perceive the outline of a delicate profile, with the softly rounded cheek, and a tiny shell-like ear half hidden by the flimsy veil of curls. He could see that the lids, with their fringe of golden lashes, fall wearily over the eyes. He could trace the shudder of horror which shook the slender figure from time to time. Once the lilies dropped from Dea Flavia's hand, and the soft swishing sound which they made in falling caused her to wake as from a reverie. She looked all round her with wide open eyes, and her glance suddenly encountered those of the praefect of Rome. It seemed to him that her very soul was in her eyes then, a soul which at that moment appeared full of horror at all that she had seen. But as quickly as she had thus involuntarily revealed her soul, so did she conceal it again beneath her favoured veil of unbendable pride. She frowned on him as if angered that he should have surprised the secret, and almost it seemed then that she flashed on him a look of hatred and contempt. After that she turned away, and with her foot kicked away the fallen lilies. She sat now leaning forward, motionless and still, with her elbows buried in the embroidered cushion before her, and her chin resting on her hands. Oh, if only he could, how gladly would he have seized her even now and carried her away from this nauseating scene of bloodshed and cruelty. He crossed his arms over his powerful chest till every muscle seemed to crack with the effort of self-control. His very soul longed to take her away. His sinews ached with the desire to seize her and to bear her in his arms away beyond the cruel encircling walls of Rome, away from her marble palaces and temple-crowned hills, away over the marshes of the Campania and the belt of the blue sea beyond to that far-off land of Galilee, where he himself had found happiness and peace. The Cæsar had commanded his presence here today, and he had come because the Cæsar had commanded. To the last he would render unto Cæsar that which was Cæsar's. But he had stood by with eyes that only saw a golden head crowned with diamonds, a delicate oval cheek coloured like a peach, and tiny fleecy curls that fluttered softly in the breeze. There was no longer any sorrow in his heart, no longer any remorse or thought of treachery. The man in the little hut on the Aventine had shown him the way how to lay down his burden of weakness and of sin. He knew that he loved Dea Flavia with all the ardour of an untamed heart that was never before tasted the sweetness of love. He knew that he loved her with all the passion of a soul that at last had found a mate. But now he knew also that in this love there was no thought of treachery to him in whose service he was prepared to lay down his life. He knew that never again would the exquisite vision of this fair young pagan stand between him and the cross, but rather that she would point to him, ignorantly and unconsciously, the way up to Golgotha. For renunciation awaited him, that also did he know. A few more days in the service of the Cæsar, and his promise to remain in Rome would no longer bind him, since Caligula had returned from abroad. The rest of his life was at the bidding of him who mutely from the cross had demanded his allegiance. A lonely hut somewhere on the Campania, or further if God demanded it. A life of strenuous effort to win souls for Christ, and the renunciation of all that had made life easy and pleasant hitherto. God alone knew how easy that would have been to him 48 hours ago. Taurus Antinor hated and despised the life of Rome, the tyranny of a demented Cæsar, the indolence of the daily routine, the ever recurrent spectacles of hideous, inhumane cruelty. Until that midday hour in the Forum 4 days ago, he had viewed his new prospective life with a sense of infinite relief. But now renunciation meant something more. Detachment from Rome and all its pomps, its glories, and its cruelties meant also detachment from the presence of Dea Flavia. It meant the tearing out of his very heartstrings which had found root at a woman's feet. It meant the drawing of an impenetrable veil between life itself and all that henceforth could alone make life dear. He had dreamed a dream, the exquisite beauty of which had wrought havoc in his innermost soul. But the awakening had come before the glorious dream had found its complete birth. Jesus of Nazareth had called to him from the cross, but even as he called, the pierced sacred hand had pointed to the broad path strewn with gold and roses, filled with the fragrance of lilies and thrilled with the song of mating birds, and the dying voice had gently murmured, "Choose." The soldier had chosen and was ready to go, but renunciation was not to be the easy turning away from a road that was none too dear. It was to be a sacrifice, the taking up of the cross and the slow weary mounting up to Calvary, with aching back and sweating brow and the dreary tragedy of the utter loneliness. It meant the giving up of every delight of manhood, of happiness in a woman's smile, of rapture in a woman's kiss. It meant the giving up of every joy in seeing her pass before him, of hearing the swish of her skirts on the pavement of the city. It meant the giving up of all hope ever to win her, of all thought of a future home, the patter of children's feet, the rocking of a tiny cradle. It meant the sacrifice of every thought of happiness and of every desire of body and of soul. It meant the nailing of a heart to the foot of a cross. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Unto Cæsar. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Unto Cæsar by Baroness ORCZY, Chapter 18. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Psalm 31, verse 12. In the meantime, the stagehands, the smiths, and the carpenters had been busily at work, setting the scene for the coming drama. Huge gnarled tree trunks were dragged into the arena, and so disposed as to afford shelter either for man or beast. By a mechanical device, a stream of water some 6 foot wide was made to wind its course along the sands, and groups of tall reeds and other aquatic plants were skilfully arranged beside the banks of this improvised stream. Soon the whole aspect of the arena was thus transformed into an open piece of country with trees here and there, and tufts of grass, mounds and monticules, with a stream and a reed-covered shore. The whole beautifully arranged and with due regard for realism. The people watched, highly pleased, now that the Emperor's pet panther had appeared. They were satisfied that a spectacle such as they loved was about to be unfolded before them. But soon the workmen were engaged on other work, the purport of which could not at first be guessed. To understand it all, a vivid picture of the huge arena must appear before the mind. Down below there was an artificial landscape, the trees, the stream, the sand and grass, and all around the massive marble walls rose to a height of some 12 feet to the lowest tier of the tribunes, beyond which sat row upon row in precipitous gradients 200,000 spectators. At about 4 feet from the ground a narrow ledge, formed by the elaborate carving in the solid marble, ran right along the walls, and between this ledge and the top of the wall there was a low colonnaded arcade with deep niches set between the fluted columns. From these niches the workmen now suspended short ladders of twisted crimson silk, of sufficient strength to bear the weight of a man. They affixed these to heavy steel rings embedded in the bases of the columns, and when the ladders were in position, they hung down low enough that a man, standing on the ledge below, could just contrive to seize the ends and to swing himself aloft up into the niche. The public watched these preparations with breathless interest, for soon their objects became evident. It was clear that those who were to be exposed to an encounter with the panther would be given a fair chance of escape. It was to be an even fight between man and beast. A man hotly pursued by the brute could, if he were sufficiently agile, leap upon the narrow ledge, seize the rope ladder and climb it up until he reached the safe haven of the niche, and could draw the ladder in after him. And fear of death doth lend a man wondrous agility. It looked in fact as if the coming struggle were all to be in favour of the man and not of the beast, for the smooth surface of the wall and the narrow ledge above the carvings could not afford foothold to an enraged 4-foot creature with sharp claws that would glance off the polished marble. The public, realizing this, waxed impatient. The novel spectacle did not, after all, promise to be to its liking. The panther would make but a sorry show if it was not given a helpless victim or two to devour. Murmurs of dissatisfaction rose from every side as the work proceeded, and anon, when all round the walls of the arena the 12 ladders of safety were firmly fixed, seeming mutely to deride the excitement of the people, the murmur broke into angry cries. But Caligula did not seem to heed either the murmur or those loud expressions of discontent which, at other times, would probably have maddened him with rage. He had watched the preparations with eager interest, and had himself once or twice shouted directions to the workmen. Now, when everything appeared complete, he turned to the tribune, which was next to his own, and his small bloodshot eyes wandered over the assembly of patricians, of knights, and of senators who were seated there. He called my lord Hortensius Martius to him, and appeared to be pointing out to him the advantages of the rope ladders with obvious pride in the ingenuity of the device. Young Escanes, too, was bidden to admire the contrivance, which, it soon became evident, was the invention of the Cæsar himself. The public, still feeling dissatisfied, watched desultorily for a while the doings in the imperial tribune. The general interest was once more aroused when the workmen, slaves, and legionaries, having finished their preparations, hurried helter-skelter out of the arena. The sliding doors of the panther's cage were being slowly drawn away. For a few seconds the powerful brute remained wary, silent and cowering. Then with one mighty savage snarl it bounded into the arena. Supple, graceful, and splendid, it walked round in the solemn majesty, its flat head kept low to the ground, its sinuous body curving and winding as it walked, like that of a snake. The public watched it, fascinated by the perfect grace of its movements and by the cruel ferocity of its tiny eyes. Now, at the eastern end of the amphitheatre, a small iron gate slowly swung upon its hinges, and in the dark recesses beyond it a couple of men appeared. For a moment they stood there immovable, a closely huddled mass, shoulder to shoulder, with round open eyes dilated with fear and a cry of nameless terror still hovering unuttered on their lips. They were hugely built men, with massive torsos and legs bare, and tow-coloured hair brought straight up to the crown of the head and knotted there with a black band. There was much shouting from the recess whence they had emerged, and anon some vigorous prodding and pushing from behind, but they dug their bare feet into the sand, refusing to move. Arm against arm, they made of themselves a wall which fear of death kept rigour, and horror made unbreakable. The public greeted them with mock applause. In them they had quickly recognized the German barbarians whom the Cæsar had brought back from his last expedition as prisoners of war. In truth, they were hardened malefactors who had been offered a chance of life in exchange for the pitiful masquerade. But this the public did not know. To the 200,000 holiday makers, craning their necks to see the miserable wretches, they were but the living proofs of the Cæsar's prowess in the field. With ironical cheers they were bidden to advance, even whilst at no great distance from them the Black Panther, sitting on its haunches, was surveying them with lazy curiosity, licking its mighty jaws. Then the public grew impatient, and from the recesses behind the two men persuasion became more vigorous. Through the darkness behind the gates there appeared the red glow of a brazier. There was a quick hissing sound, an awful double howl of pain, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. The next moment the two men fell scrambling forward into the arena, and the iron gate closed behind them with a thud. End of chapter 18.